meins. So, let's go. Doom.
Pulled themselves together. We'll see what they can do here as we get into the draft for game number 1 of Play-ins Round 1. Win here and you are straight to the playoffs, but you need to win 3.
Prio-Picks interessant, ob wir Richtung Rise sind oder... Also wir gehen mal davon aus, dass Cassio und Orianna gewandt sein werden. Also gegen Teddy ergibt Sinn. Cassio raus. Interessant. Cassio bedeutet Orianna auch raus. Nocturne ist noch offen. Double Bann Mitte, okay. Jetzt Nocturne dritter Bann? Oder geben sie Nocturne? Rise natürlich jetzt als First Pick available, jetzt auch mit Lee Sin raus. Ja, Rise First Pick ergibt Sinn. Dann war jetzt heißt Nocturne und Rise sind offen, sie werden wahrscheinlich für Rise gehen. Und dann tradest du Nocturne. Oh, sie gehen Lulu. Gehen sie Nocturne Lulu? Rise, okay, jetzt können sie entweder Nocturne plus Lulu gehen oder sie gehen Yunara, Lulu und dann Nocturne auf 3. Würde KT dann Punt-Turn geben, also Full Topset. Lush Milo ist auch offen. Okay, Moment. Lush Milo. Hey, Plätze. Alles gut, jupp. Ich auch. Oh, das finde ich weird. Jarvan zu nehmen. Ich meine, du bekommst jetzt theoretisch, also entweder du gehst jetzt Yunara, Lulu. Oder du gehst jetzt Pantheon / Nocturne plus Toplaner.
Yeah, and that means KT, they can pick. They can either match the bot lane here, or
ja.
they can choose to go for top lane, and it's going to be really difficult to counter.
Sie gehen für Nocturne, okay.
Perfect. They go for
Frage ist, ob sie Olaf picken würden hier.
Olaf feels a little bit uncomfortable just because the Jarvan's there, but you can pick it still.
Da ist der Olaf, ja.
Like perfect looking to do so.
Ja, du musst jetzt Melee auf 3 picken, ne? Das ist das Problem. Du bist jetzt halt, ja, genau, du bist jetzt rein gelockt in den Melee 3. Ultra unangenehm. Jetzt können sie sich entscheiden, entweder sie packen 2 Buns auf Mitte oder sie packen 2 Buns auf Top. Kannst du überlegen, weil Syndra ist schon raus, also so viel mehr Mitte gibt es nicht zu bannen. Könntest natürlich Richtung Annie überlegen. Aber ich glaube, ich würde wahrscheinlich eher Top Lane bannen. Aliano und alle Julian. So. Auf der anderen Seite wahrscheinlich entweder Yunara oder Lulu bannen.
But still, this bottom lane is just too strong to pass up. That is where they're going to go. So some solo lane.
Anivia Ban kannst du überlegen, ja. Ich glaube, Jarvan plus Anivia wäre wahrscheinlich zu viel. Also vielleicht Splitbans. Entschuldigung, Anivia Ban plus was? Jax, das ist der Lulu Ban, ja. Und dann kannst du noch über Bart drüber nachdenken. Es ist interessant, dass sie in der LCK quasi den ersten Bann gegen den Olaf Cassandra wegnehmen. Ja, super interessant. Die paar Mal, die wir das Matchup gesehen haben, Cassandra gegen Olaf, war der Cassandra immer so 10, 20 CS ahead, also schon solid. Sie nehmen Sayarakan raus, okay. Das heißt, du weißt noch Caitlyn Lane öffnen, theoretisch. Potenzielle Kalista Renata Lane ist auch noch ab. Hallo, Rennen. Ezreal Karma ist nicht possible wegen Ezreal Ban. Kalista Renata vielleicht? Ja, ich würde Anivia bannen wahrscheinlich. Als zweiten Mann. Vanguardia stattdessen, okay, das heißt Anivia wäre offen. Die Bros dürfen auf jeden Fall nicht Annie picken. Sie sollten Anivia picken. Okay. Also ganz interessant, wenn sie jetzt Low Range AD Carry gehen, dann können die easy Anivia 5 picken und haben eine echt richtig nice Comp.
Expectation is he should be able to do pretty good on that pick. Now, the KT bot lane, I feel like one thing is that Nautilus also feels very comfortable into Jarvan, just the terrain kind of makes it hard to do your job, but it keeps Lucian accountable.
Oh, sie könnten sehr auf den AD Carry gehen, actually.
And the run of Lucian is a short range pick. Nautilus does make
wenn sie wollen würden. Müssen nicht, aber sie könnten.
MF. This is interesting to have in the first draft of a series.
Kaiser ist zu schwach gegen Lushmilo, kannst nicht lanen. Denke ich. Ja, Anivia oder nicht? Also es muss Anivia sein. Ach du Scheiße, warum? Nein, nicht Silas, bitte. Ja, es muss Anivia sein. Mag die Bro, komm. Ja. Das ist wahrscheinlich mit das unangenehmste Olaf-Game ever. Einfach nur wegen Javan plus Anivia, als beide Champions in dem Game.
Into Rise, this is a counter matchup that we've seen kind of slipping away from the meta. Teams haven't been as willing to pick it, but I think this is such a good spot for Roma to pick it up. That being said, he is matching into BDD. BDD prioritizing this Rise. We've seen players like Chovy heavily prioritize it and have fantastic results. So a lot of weight on his shoulders to make this Anivia pick get the value that it can in this draft.
Last time we saw a draft like this for KT, yes, the bottom lane is completely different, but KT, like BDD himself...
Da muss sehr viel vom Rise kommen. Also das ist ganz klar. Die haben eine super starke Topside und sie müssen die auch abusen im Early Game. Ansonsten hast du ein Riesenproblem. Bro Draft gefällt mir, ja. Ist ein solider Draft. Und der Nautilus MF, absolut Dogshit. Und in der Zeit auch mal Olaf in den Jungle geflext? Nein. Doch. Warte, wir hatten ein Game. Moment, wer hat's gespielt? Also Scheme hat er auf jeden Fall schon gespielt dieses Jahr, aber das ist schon eine Weile her. Ah, stimmt, Razok hat komplett geinfeedet. Ja, geil. Stimmt, und dann ist er reingelaufen in die Raptors und hat das Game verloren. Ne, geil. Und ich kenne den Bart für KT. Caitlyn Bart ist eine Lane, die sehr viel Aufmerksamkeit benötigt. Und ich denke, wenn du einen Ryze-Olaf-Draft hast, dann ist es relativ offensichtlich, wohin der Ryze geht, nämlich Topside. Erster Roam von Ryze sollte Richtung Top gehen.
I think KT really want to be looking towards the level 6 when they have the Nocturne and the Rise online. Obviously, Anivia is a bit static as a mid laner, so you can really...
Ja, wir erwarten ja Heavy Focus in der Topside. Er ist auch interessant. Casting ist Barrier gegangen. Nicht die Knight. Wie wir es öfters sehen im Matchup. Oder, Entschuldigung, wie wir es öfters sehen gegen Olaf. Ich habe auch Olaf gespielt, habe ich komplett aus meinem Gedächtnis verdrängt.
From Kled that we've seen a little bit. Kind of works similar in a way to the Warwick, where it gives you the time to sustain back up. Obviously, unlike Warwick, it's not healing, you remount, but it's the same concept of keeping you alive so you can get that health back and stay safe in the longer trades.
Ist Olaf ein Lane-Playable gegen Anivia? Du meinst, wenn die Anivia Toplane picken könnten? Das haben wir einmal gesehen bei T1 gegen Hanwha. Und da hat Zeus gefeedet Level 5, 6. Und Disrespect wurde gesolo-killt und war dann useless. Aber im Normalfall ist es gut. Haben die Bros hier eine Chance? Ich finde den Draft hier sehr decent. Ich glaube, ganz viel hängt einfach davon ab, wie KT Topside snowballen kann. Ob sie Topside snowballen können. Ansonsten finde ich den Draft von den Bros echt serviceable. Perfekt, Pause. Hat nicht auch Anivia gegen Olaf in der Prime League. Auch das ist gut möglich.
Much higher, even though obviously KT haven't had the best results in recent matches, but that's kind of also how their Legend experience went last year, where they kind of struggled and they got the mega upset and then made it all the way to Worlds Finals. So who really knows with this team?
Exactly.
It's always a mystery.
Just to let everyone know, it is a peripheral issue.
Peripheral issue, okay.
It's BDD getting helped out here for the moment. And so no game-breaking bugs or anything like that. We are not in a state where we're going to have to argue a chrono break. We are just going to give BDD a new mouse or whatever he needs, and we will be back onto the Rift AS.
Sind wir für oder gegen den Rollercoaster?
Do not worry about that one.
Just have to build the suspense a bit.
Ja, ich sage, es würde Knight nicht existieren, würde ich BDD halt locker in Contention mit, also Chovy ist deutlich besser nochmal, würde ich sagen. Also, was ist deutlich besser? Chovy ist besser. Aber BDD ist für mich wahrscheinlich ein Top 3 Midlaner in der Welt momentan. Aber allein dem muss man es eigentlich gönnen, zu gewinnen. Auch schon das 3-0 wieder nach ins Gym. Die Sache ist, man muss halt davor gehen, du hast so viel Zeit gehabt. Du musst halt auch 17 Uhr zurück sein, wenn dann Spandau spielt. Aber ist Naso eigentlich nur so ein Solo-Queue-Ding? Kann man den zu leicht kiten? Ja, eigentlich schon. Ich glaube, also... Ich glaube, um einen Nasus durchzubringen, also um Nasus spielen zu können, benötigst du halt eine Gegnerkomp, die sehr immobil ist, die relativ wenig DPS haben und die wenig Lockdown haben. Also da gibt es viele Faktoren. Viele Faktoren, die gegen Nasus sprechen.
Playing strictly around your singular lane position. I feel like mid lane, there's a lot more playing like your jungler. Bot lane.
Davor muss ich arbeiten.
Impact are often, but I think understanding lane matchups top lane is vital. And I have no doubt that Perfect and Casting did a lot of.
Streamer und Nasus, ja, aber das war ein ziemlich gutes Nasus-Game. Beispielsweise. Das war beispielsweise ein ziemlich gutes Nasus-Game. Wenn ich mich recht entsinne, hatten die Double Immobile Botlane. Was war das? Varus AD Carry, glaube ich. Und dann auf Toplane hatten sie auch noch irgendwas Uselesses. Wir hatten kein DPS.
A bit of a discussion about whether we think that the Bros playstyle, or what we expected the Bros to try and do, is actually going to work against what KT have drafted here so far. Because I'm leaning towards the fact that Bro have kind of got power exactly where they want it moving into this game number one. But I also think that KT kind of got exactly what they wanted as well. And we'll see which playstyle is going to be able to trump the other one. Like, how are you feeling about this?
I think my concern is that so much hinges on this Lucian, but it's a Lucian with a lot of picks on the other side that...
Niederli Top ist auch ein gegangen, ja, das schreit halt kein Damage Rate. Schreit 0,0 DPS. Und dann, was hatten die auf Mitte? Akali, glaube ich, ne? Hatten die Akali auf Mitte? Das ist halt... Ja, es schreit halt niemals im Leben stirbt dieser Nase. Das gemalte Argument sieht so gut aus. What the fuck? In the hell?
Lawless and MF just need to play lane. Just not lose lane, and they're pretty fine. Whereas I feel like for Kled and Anivia, you have to do a bit more. For the Kled, if you...
Ich war da für ein Prime. Danke. Akala der G2, glaube ich. Das hört sich falsch an. Probier mal nachzumalen, ja, oder? Gib mal 20 Subs.
I think Bro put more trust in their solo laners, maybe, than KT has in their bot lane. Put more emphasis on them making this game a win.
Hallo, so.
They do have some pretty good lanes, though, as far as what the tier list says and, you know, what people have been going for as far as counter picks. So,
die 20 hattest du bei meinen Leitern.
Yeah, but you're right. I think that it really needs to come down, play a skill.
Stimmt, du hast die Rolle, ja, stimmt. Ich nehme trotzdem mal 20.
So good, you know, everything is just even, but it's 2.5 minutes into the game, and so that means
wir sind so close zu 2 Cast-Subs. Wow, wäre das krank. Noch mein Geld für mich, oh mein Gott. Glorreicher Tag. Ja, Fulkle dann für beide Jungler. Double Full Push für KT, wenn sie wollen würden. Dementsprechend gibst du die, ich meine, stärkeres 3 gegen 3 auf Botside. Plus Mitte, die paar Mal Push wird. Dementsprechend Base, du gehst Topcap. Das war Caliber Casey. Aha, guck mal, das hört sich doch besser an. Interessant ist jetzt, du hast ein Base versus No Base im Jungle. Und wir sehen auch schon, Gideon läuft instant rein.
And now we saw some pings coming out from Gideon. Looked like he was maybe going to challenge the Raptors, but he doesn't have the mid prio.
Tristan momentan auf ADC. Geh mal bei Kidui auf Slow Pros und dann schau da ab. Aber der ist meist, also der ist ziemlich dumm, deswegen immer noch drüber nachdenken, ob das Sinn ergibt, was er macht. Das ist ein ziemlich nicer Gank. Das ist mindestens. Wow. Dass er hier nicht Flash ziehen muss, ist halt so huge. Weil jetzt gleich so quasi das komplette Tempo, das Gideon mit seinem Base hatte, wieder komplett aus. Ziemlich ekelhaft. Aber dafür ist Mitte-Wave ziemlich schlecht. Daraus darf so könnte ich schon fast respektvoll an.
Nice little anchor here from Effort as Jew is taking a lot of damage towards his bottom side. Even the fire kick hitting him there, putting him down to about 300 health. So, Bro certainly playing well here in this lane. Get the barrier out from Jew here as the Cozy Campfire comes down. BDD is booking it towards his bottom lane, though. The Bros need to be very careful as Nam going without the heal, but does flash to try and get out of the way. And now it's Teddy that's in a lot of trouble.
Imperator BDD macht Solo.
Effort is now going low, but Teddy even through the barrier
Nasty.
will not survive. And
Spielt's gut.
Sehr,
Sehr guter Roamtimer. Und dann krass halt Mitte-Wave noch für BDD. Supi. Wave-Save war halt so ekelhaft auf Bot, den musst du fixen. Dann haben sie nicht hinbekommen. Ja. Bloß ist das Wave halt noch schlechter. Also die Wave wurde ja auf Bot nicht gefixt, richtig, die ist nicht gecrashed oder sowas. Nasty. Oh, nein, sie wurde gefixt, nein, Moment.
End result, as you look mid lane, what did BDD lose? He's going to be a little bit behind in farm after that wave gets cleared, but with a kill in pocket, he's very happy with how that passage of play went.
Absolutely.
Und es ist halt einer der Gründe, warum wir so eine hohe Prio wieder auf Ryze haben. Einfach weil er genau diese Moves fast in jedem Matchup erzwingen kann. Ich muss drüber nachdenken, ob die Aussage stimmt, aber ich glaube schon. In fast jedem Meta-Matchup, das nicht Cassio ist und Cassio ist permanent, kann er solche Moves bekommen. Barrier of Flasher Ignite, ja, haben wir jetzt, glaube ich, zweimal gesehen. Irgendwie dreimal? Ich weiß nicht mehr.
Just be respectful of the roam threat from BDD, and when Cuz gets his ult available, you can see that Gideon was hovering down the bot side, but it's just reset.
Evo, danke für den 7. Danke. Da war ein Stream Plug der LCK, lol.
This is the thing with Misfortune. The passive
Annie, du Mouth Breather.
So hard to push out a lane, and G was really utilizing that. You've seen a couple of times where he gets chunked out and just resets, runs back, resets, runs back. And as long as they don't kill you, that's a fine play.
Annie wird into Rise gepickt. Problem ist nur generell, wenn du halt diese Anivia into Rise spielst, dann brauchst du irgendwie ein Backup für Early Game. Weil der Rise eben Free Moves bekommen kann.
Wasn't able to purchase anything, I think just got himself one pot when he went back. But no harm, no foul. Casting back towards his top side.
Warum ist Cassio so hoch Prio aktuell? Ja, ich meine, die Antwort ist schon relativ accurate, weil es broken ist. Super stark, also die stärkste Laning Phase im Early Game mit das stärkste Scaling. Seit sie Boots kaufen kann, ist sie sehr hart zu ganken. Ihr W ist OP. Teamfighting ist gut. Macht halt alles. Macht alles sehr, sehr gut momentan.
We've definitely seen our Kleds go the wrong direction in this matchup. So I think the fact that Casting has a bit of an XP lead and is pressuring, even though he hasn't generated a large farm lead, he's pressuring Perfect, not allowing him to farm easily. He's having to farm his axes. I think it's perfectly fine.
All right, not going too badly here, as we do have the ultimate ready for Ju now. Level 6 to come down for the Mist.
Seht ihr schon wieder ein Rise Roam? Hat auch Swifties geholt. Also ist auch ganz nice gegen Anivia, die Swifties, aber ja.
Looks like Teddy and Namgung should be able to get there pretty quickly. See whether they can put on some aggression. Cuz with level 6 himself, actually pretty close to 7 on the Nocturne. Paranoia at the
Fand der den Solo nicht so stark? Ja, ist ja wahrscheinlich Hennediff. Ist, wie gesagt, also ist die OPste Midlane, also Lane Face im Early. Auf Mitte momentan.
Yeah, it makes it so much harder to just play the lanes out if there's that constant threat. Speaking of playing the lanes out, BDD is not having so much fun now. Roma has access to the ult.
Yeah, Roma
and the damage is really starting to hit.
Catalyst at the ready. BDD without his.
Das ist krank.
Needs to pick up a few more rocks before he is able to collect that.
Bist du allein im Büro oder was? Hola, guten Tag. Was hier unten unter der Mark, alle nicht wissen. Sind Swifties hier wirklich der Call? Ja, Swifties sind sehr geil gegen Anivia. Und enablen halt wieder diesen Roam-Playstyle.
Because it could have just been bear trap. Why do we have to stipulate that it's on a rope?
Well, it is on a rope.
Well, I mean that's true, but there's a lot of things like like piercing light from a gun. We could have also had.
Maybe that would clear things up a little bit more.
That might be a good point.
Is piercing light, you know, it could be a Leona ability, but if you play from a gun, then it's definitely not.
That's a really good point. An effort could be dredge line from an anchor with a chain. Bit wordy. Perfect gonna come down and help Cuz out as they look to take the grubs. Gideon very upset with this one. You can see he's lurking in the.
Der ist vom Büro hat Workshop und die anderen sind im anderen Raum. Workshop AK, wir arbeiten auch nicht. So geil. Ja, 3 Grubbies finde ich sehr stark. Öfters schon erwähnt. Gibt dir halt nicht wirklich Counterplay. Wenn ein Team, also wenn jetzt KT beispielsweise proaktiv. Oh lol, geiler Raum. Kommt er den Hook noch? Ja, bekommt er auch noch. Ah, die spielen ist gut. BDD rennt die komplette Map um.
BDD just doing great work, fishing for these roam opportunities and knowing that, you know, Roma isn't actually going to be able to follow on the Anivia.
Und ja, was ich sagen wollte mit den 3 Grubs, die denyen quasi jegliche Art von Crossmaps. Einfach weil das andere, also was heißt denyen, aber die machen halt jedes Crossmap scheiße. Einfach weil das andere Team so viel schneller ist. Bei mir sieht es immer ähnlich aus.
Without even needing the Nocturne. Cuz is just farming, he's built up a bit of a CS lead, but that threat of the paranoia is still there. Because if you go for that play and you burn the paranoia, then it'll definitely be successful, but there's that window where it's unavailable. Now you just have that constant pressure threat from Cuz, and yet you're still making plays happen, still finding advantages on the map.
Yeah, and now everybody else has to be wary of what this Nocturne is going to be able to do. There's a plate that goes down in this mid lane, that is something.
Ja, jetzt muss man aus der Sicht der Bros denken, okay, wo sind denn jetzt die Möglichkeiten hier? Ja, das ist eine gute Frage. Also Top-Lane Crossmap ist das Offensichtliche. Wir sehen auch schon, dass Teddy hier Topside opent. Problem ist nur, wenn Givo jetzt diesen Trade hier mit den 3 Grubbies, haben wir ein großes Problem. Aber es sieht sehr nach aus, als ob die perfekte Cheese wollen. Alles klar.
For a bloodthirster first, as she normally does, it becomes so much harder to actually make any of that pressure stick. So the fact that the lane is in a good spot for Gio so far.
Ja, der war das gut. Perfect respected, perfekt aber auch Exhaust. Mausetot. Mausetot, Mausetot. Ja, und jetzt schaut mal, die hitten jetzt zu dritt auf diesen Chariot ein. Verlieren den Drake und verlieren wahrscheinlich noch genauso viel Plates im Trade. Oder wenn nicht sogar mehr. Ist es Do or Die for Playoffs? Nein, ist es nicht. Du hast hier ein Double Elimination Bracket für die Bros und für KT. Morgen ist das Do or Die Match zwischen Nongshim und BFX. Hallo Pizza. Die gute Syndra gegen Ryze, ziemlich nice, aber auch da ist ein Scaling-Matchup im Early Game. Ryze kann halt wie er will. Ja, seht ihr, die 3 Grubs gegen 0. Zeig mal Top-Lane-Tut. Das ist Level zu das. Ja, morgen in Nongshim gegen BFX, Do or Die. Verlierer hiervon hat noch eine Chance. Ja. Der remounted, oder nicht? Großer Gott, hört auf, BDD zu griefen. Großer Gott. Großer Gott, hard to watch. Alter.
What a play from Casting and Gideon. 2v3, finding the window to challenge, and KT convinced, okay, they're cross-mapping, we'll just keep pushing. It's not like they can really do anything. Get absolutely decimated.
Guter Play. Bisschen, also sehr gierig von den Bros, würde ich behaupten, aber... Entschuldigung, sehr greedy von KT. Gut gepunished. Auch hier, dass sie den Kill auf Perfect bekommen, ist so huge.
Is this play in the bot lane. W shield from Nautilus already down. He burns Yatashock as well, so they're actually able to put a ton of damage into him. And even the Locket doesn't survive for that long. And the problem is Gideon flashes away.
Ja, die Nerfs waren meiner Meinung nach Placebo auf Nocturne. Ja, jetzt hast du vielleicht sogar ein Problem, oder? Also ein Klett mit Kills. Naja, Nivea, die jetzt langsam Items bekommt, könnte technisch jetzt ein Problem werden. Könnte technisch ein Riesenproblem sogar werden. Was glaubst du, wie gut werden die Bros mit dem Gold morgen statt einem Casting? Boah. Ein Brecher.
Problem is, you know, BDD is still massive, still has the lead himself, will be a massive threat later on in the game. But I think that Romer has been just fine, despite the fact that BDD picked up that kill very early on. Does have his
ja, ich finde bei KT steht schon sehr klar raus, dass die Bot dann eben der Weak Point ist.
Just more than happy to start putting ice down in this mid lane and clearing out waves over and over again.
I mean, that's the thing. We know the even if you value
war morgen nicht bei den Bros? Ja, morgen war bei den Bros, aber ist ja jetzt bei Team Liquid. Ich frage jetzt überhaupt, der Klett wird ein Problem. Ja, mal schauen, ob der Ryze ein größeres Problem wird. Aber erneut die Comp von dem Bros ist ja ganz schön geil dagegen. Da kam kein Local Gold, oder? Moment mal, die haben bei dem Schild nicht das Local Gold bekommen.
And with the fact that casting is now 2-0-2, a massive lead here for this Kled, it's going to be a very different story. We've seen some of them fail. Like you mentioned, it's been 50-50 that this Kled has worked out into the Olaf match.
Inspired ist schon wieder zurück. Die spielen dieses Wochenende.
start to look like that counter pick that I think Shiu really had the best demonstration of earlier in the season.
I mean, here now with barrier in pocket.
Denkst du, die Bros kommen zu Worlds? Ich denke, die Bros kommen nicht zu Worlds, nein.
Perfect just cannot step up to him at all. And if you go
Das wäre eine Miracle-Story, aber sie werden es nicht schaffen. Harold ist einfach gone, oder? Das Problem ist auch, sie haben Botlane keinen Schild, für den sie spielen können. Also Crossmap, wo? Bedeutet das, dass sie sich zwingen, den Harold zu fighten, was nicht gut wäre? Hallo Robo. Und hallo Emo.
Broken Blade doing it to us in internationals where we just weren't ready for a Kled pick. Thankfully now we're using it here in the LCK, which may help us in our battle against the LEC in the future. But that is down the line.
Ja, du pushst Botlane, aber
I think a lot of us would agree with what they were talking about in the pre-show with the fact that Bro and KT look like the strongest two teams here in the Rise group plus bottom of Legend group here in the play-ins. But it's the order in which they qualify is going to be decided here today. And then we'll see whether Nongshim and B&K FearX can give KT or Bro a run for their money tomorrow. Well, whichever one gets the right to give them a run for their money, we'll find out tomorrow. And the next day, we'll be facing off. Giu now parked in this mid lane, dealing with Teddy. And you saw it was very nice. Effort came over and hit one minion, and then he's going to leave once again. It's been a pretty quiet game for Cuz. Unfortunately, just died in that bottom lane play after taking the Dragon. We have 15 seconds on Dragon number 2. And KT want to set up for a play before that does come back up. I think Teddy and Namgung probably pretty aware that this could be a situation.
And this is a bit risky from Bro. Just not contesting the control of the Dragon, thinking, hey, we want gold.
Interessant, dass sie den zweiten geben.
But it's a Chemtech Dragon.
Ist wie gesagt, also comp-technisch ist kein Problem, dass sie scalen wollen. Hallo GG. Ist kein Problem, dass sie scalen wollen. I guess sie waren noch nicht auf den wichtigen Spikes oder auf den richtigen Spikes.
And Bro will just respond by throwing the Herald down mid lane.
Yeah,
there is from Giu to just clear the wave out.
Gets rid of the wave. There will be a Rift Herald here, so they should be able to get a bit of added damage, especially with everyone showing up. See whether they can actually take this. Because the fire kick is good onto effort, pushes them over the other side of the crystal.
Ich frage mich halt auch, okay, wie sollen denn die Fights aussehen von KT? Haben wir eine Ryze-Ulti, die den Olaf in die Backline transportiert? Oder wie stellen sie sich das Fighten vor?
I remember like so many times seeing like Vayne and Nivea, but well, not that often. Vayne and Nivea bot lane being a really fun combo to play because like them into the wall, but the Nivea Emilio tech is something that I haven't seen.
KT hookt First Target, gewinnen die damit? Also, dass BDD hier die Map halt fisten muss, davon gehe ich stark aus, aber er ist auch die einzige Seite mit Push, oder? Ich glaube nicht, dass Perfect hier noch irgendwas zu sagen hat. First Hook mit Licht aus dem Rifle drauf, ja. Deswegen die große Frage, wenn Casting gegroupt ist, was machst du dann? Aber an sich die Idee sehe ich. Und was machst du, sobald Gideon J hat? Dann ist auch wieder ein Problem. Ja, Map ist so fucked. Geiler Roam von Casting auch. Super. Er müsste 2 Seiten fertig sein bei BDD. Und der ist jetzt super gespiked. Der kann jetzt theoretisch Shopside openen. Aus Base. Yep, läuft auch dahin. Boah, der trifft. Aber schaut Toplane, da kommt Ryze mit Ulti ab plus Knockdown potenziell. Ja, 5 Mann top. Weil sie Roma Bot sehen. Roma hat auch kein TP. Also jetzt von Casting, der muss eigentlich sofort checken. Oh, wait a minute. Wave ist weg. Er hat Barrier. Er hat noch seinen Remount. Oh, großer Gott. Oh, großer Gott. Und so tradest du quasi die Waves. Interessant. Also Ryze hat jetzt die Wave Botlane komplett reingepusht gehabt. Jetzt hast du bei Roma, der die Wave komplett reingepusht hat. Der will jetzt basen, hat sein 2 Seiten fertig.
Waves in the bot lane, pushing that wave in. We have mid pushed in as well for Bro, so they can reset on their turn.
Gut von Roma da komplett all the way zu laufen.
To be able to get a kill, but it's just so hard to punish the Kled there. So hard to get the value against him and shut him down. But at least they got the tower. That's something.
Yeah. Teddy building towards item number 3. Giu for second item armor penetration is something that we've seen a fair few MFs do, kind of foregoing any attack speed, making sure that their bullet time is doing as much damage as possible in these team fights.
Yeah, it's tricky with MF because crit scales really well with your ultimate, so that's high value, but then you don't really want the attack speed items on MF.
Ich sehe 5 Rohrstacks gegen 6, also beide miteinander nicht so OP auf dem Drake. Anivia Value sehe ich höher. Also den Gita müsste 2 Items haben, also nicht leicht für KT, denke ich. Da muss irgendwie ein Hook auf Roamer landen, gefühlt schon. Wenn Gideon sein EQ gut buffert, reicht, glaube ich, der Hook da einfach nicht.
Not a whole lot of healing here on the Bros. They do have a Amelia, but outside of that, not a massive need for Mortal Reminder, but he could still go it. There is effort with a Bramble Vest.
Er sollte definitiv Mortal Reminder gehen. Er sollte LDR gehen. Most Def. Aber Teddy geht immer Mortal Reminder, glaube ich. Der Idiot.
We'll see how close to an actualizer he is going to be. It is 20.5 minutes here in this game, and he's been farming up a Storm. Not exactly a gigantic lead for the Rise in this game, and is in fact a little bit behind in farm, but the kill and assists will be helping him out. Roma does have his Malignance done as well as his Rod of Ages, and that is actually ticking alongside BDD's quite nicely. I think must have gone back just after BDD put his together, as BDD gets to 8, and Roma is still just...
Wenn Sie alle was denken, ja, ich habe doch gesagt, das ist Propaganda damit, die bei Worlds dann LDR kaufen können, und das ist wirklich die overpoweredsten ADCs of all time bei Worlds. Das ist alles ein Inside-Job.
I think they have tools to potentially shut him down. We are now going into this Dragon setup. All flashes available. TP coming in.
Super early TP. Was passiert mit der Anivia Wall? Ich glaube nicht. Schaffen es die Bros hier nicht zu choken in Fights. Ist nicht so schwer, ich glaube, die können einfach full senden. Oh, Effort ist tot. Ja, und schon ist Fakt, oder nicht? Oh wow, na, mein Roma hat gehintet. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Also es ist immer noch... Es ist irgendwie immer noch low, aber es ist... Oh mein Gott, es ist eine horrible Execution von den Bros. Großer Gott. Wow. Green Danke für den dritten. Warum haben die es nicht full-sended mit der Klett-Ulti? Ich verstehe es nicht. Ich verstehe nicht, wie kann man so schlecht spielen.
Spray attack, I think he does.
Yeah, the dodge this one. Yeah. It does the stuff on the ground. Don't stand in the fire, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at how this one worked again.
So komisch, oder nicht? Mein Klett geht auch raus und so weiter. Scheiß Pussy.
Teddy starts to try and get damage down here, gets exhausted, and then is chasing perfect into this brush over here and kind of can't hit
Actually unreal.
Meanwhile, BDD is so aggressive, taking out targets.
Ein guter Flash und Jiwo auch.
Jiwo puts the Anivia into Egg, and it's just this mid-80 carry duo for KT. They see a target, they kill a target. They see a target, they kill a target.
Hello.
And executing so well there, while Teddy was just struggling to connect quickly enough and clear through the front line of KT.
Yeah, it feels like KT just pushed up the tempo of that fight a little bit faster than the Bros were going to be capable of, and I think the wall just really didn't do too much of anything.
Warum rennen sie rein? Nein, warum rennen sie nicht mit Klett-Ulti rein?
To prevent Cuz from having a way out without that flash. Let's see what
Einfach da kein Flash, by the way. Hallo?
We are getting straight into it. Cuz getting
Hallo?
into the backline goes the Olaf. The wall is decent this time.
Großer Gott, es ist an... Oh mein Gott.
Bullet times from Gio this game have just been phenomenal. And now with the Baron on 4 and 3 dead on the Bros, they should be able to get so much structural damage.
They'll be able to pick up a ton of gold off the back of this, and they're so close to massive spikes as well, considering they've just decimated the last 2 fights.
Ja. Sind schon ziemlich bad. Die sind schon ziemlich bad.
Pretty much everyone's flashes, in fact everyone's flashes were on cooldowns, and KT really found favor because of that. Now Cuz could be in trouble.
Yeah, Teddy is going to look for a bit of an angle here. As Cuz is taking a lot of damage. Let's see, Piercing Light does come on down.
Teddy. Teddy. Oh mein Gott, nein. Oh, Teddy bekommt auch welche. Cue die Minions.
Oh, nice. Look at BDD on the map. He has Realm Warp.
Und mein Milio Arden Sensor First gebaut. Ich weiß nicht, auch das ist ein Circle Jerk von Support. Das Item ist so schlecht. Jesus Christ. Mein Anivia ist halt nirgendwo da. Was zur Hölle geht und du bist am Vieh denn, Bro. Ach du Scheiße.
At some point, you gotta feel that the chase of the Nocturne just went on too long. BDD comes in, and with an actualizer with 3 items, there is no way they can handle him here. This is that earlier fight we're gonna have a quick look at. And they just dive in with the Nocturne, and the threat of the Olaf as well makes it so uncomfortable for the Anivia. Well, oh. Speaking of uncomfortable Anivias here, sir, she is dead once again.
Ja, Freunde, was soll ich euch sagen, ne? Also besser als das wird's wahrscheinlich nicht mehr. Und das war jetzt nicht sonderlich los.
You know, was not ideal. And now 7,000 gold lead. KT will just demolish these structures if they want to push anymore, but looks like they'll back off, seeing the respawns coming in from Teddy. They feel no pressure in this game to force things right now. They are so strong right now. And this is that chase. You know, Cuz using the Cinders, kiting away, playing into the Fog of War as well.
Ja, also besser als der Draft. Besser als den Draft wird es wahrscheinlich schwer reinzubekommen. Es sind noch 4 Games hier, oder?
And they feel so confident they can take a fight here. And the big thing as well is Namgun ends up being the sacrifice, which is objectively the right call, but the Lucian loses so much power being by himself, and then Teddy tries this cheeky move with the blast cone, but it's just not enough. It's just not strong enough when Perfect and BDD are level 16, very bulky.
Man kauft der Minion einfach Anti und der Lucian LDA es nicht versuchen daraus Logik zu ziehen. Die sind aber dumm.
He is going to be absolutely fine. Having a look here at Roma, who is trying a little bit of a cheeky maneuver there, but
einfach nicht versuchen, daraus irgendeine Logik zu ziehen, das bringt nichts.
Gio is just looking phenomenal here on this misfortune. I really thought that this was going to be the part of the map that was going to go against.
Da sind zum Glück auch noch 4 Leute, die HP gekauft haben, das heißt, LDA wäre gar nicht so gut. Hätten auch 5 sein können.
They have looked great. They weathered the storm in the bottom lane, and I think that Gio has had some really fantastically placed bullet times. Wenn
man mal wirklich drüber nachdenkt.
Yeah, he's been having massive value in the team fights, and this lane strategy of, oh, I'm chunked, I'll just run back. Oh, I'm chunked, I'll just run back. He definitely got his steps in and was able to survive the lane and get to this point where he's just monstrously strong. The bloodthirst, it means he can't really be poked.
And you can't get that strategy banned out with Fearless as well, because he can play Hecarim next game. And it'll be totally fine.
Yeah, why not? At this point, we've seen so many things bot lane. Why not? Why stop? Why stop here? Yeah.
Who else runs really fast? Rammus.
Und so goldene Shit. Sie haben 2 Fights auch nicht gechoked.
Not together, because Gio needs to play them so he can run really fast.
Right.
To get back to the lane.
Okay, I hear it. So Rammus bot lane instead of support, like Beryl did.
Yeah, perfect. But he has to be the one farming though. Yeah. We'll have to work out how the lane is going to work. I'm sure it's going to be great though, whatever it is.
12 seconds on that next dragon, and without the Baron right now, it's a bit difficult for KT to push in and siege. I think just move the dragon, secure that. I don't think Bro will challenge. I don't think they can, which feels bad. It's a 3rd dragon. You'd love to contest this, but they're not in a position to do so, especially when Teddy's approaching that IE spike. Now you can start to play towards the Baron, and honestly, something I wish that Bro had done. You know they're going to go for the dragon. Take that time to get some vision down on the top side of the map, because instead Namgung has been hanging around with Teddy, as Emilio likes to do, but there's just no vision here for Bro, and it's going to make it so hard to contest. Gideon's trying to fish here with the flag, but he doesn't have wards to place down, and there's just a complete void in that Baron area. KT could start it at any time, and Bro would not know.
Well, I think they're going to try and...
Du musst auf alle Carries nie Mortal Mana kaufen. Gehe nicht darauf ein. Niemals Mortal Mana kaufen. Immer LDA. Und 3-0 von... Also Gunji.
KT is still threatening. And the Bros now finally going to group up, see whether they can get rid of some of this vision. We'll see whether KT just start a fight. at the start of this, as there are just sweepers all over the place.
Yeah, Flash is back up and available, so a bit more safety for...
Oh, 16 bei Kass, also mal schauen, die können proaktiv auf jeden Fall reingehen, wenn sie wollen würden. Aber immer nicht mindlessly.
Could actually be a bit of a big deal here. Finding that item spike and being able to make his way out onto the rift once again.
And he still doesn't have the IE though, and that's such a big factor. BDD's got a complete
Bracket, das hier ist a play in upper bracket.
So strong, and they are fishing for this.
Verlierer ist nicht raus, Gewinner ist in Playoffs. Boah, die machen viel Damage. Holy shit, die machen Damage.
They are looking to dismount this Kled once again. Realmwarp doesn't really do too much as the bullet time comes down one more time. It's BDD off on the side. Teddy's going to find the culling. Look at that massive shield though. Gideon taken down to that GA already. Roman just barely survives as he looks to get himself out, but the Jarvan not going to be so lucky. And the Bros are lucky to just lose their jungler, but because they do, they'll also lose the Baron.
It's just so hard to deal with a Ryze right now. Oh, Teddy trying to clear that ward in a bit of danger. Can just cut it out. It looks like KT felt like they're burning too many resources, are still concerned. Even with the jungler down, don't want to get trapped into a pit. Oh no, Teddy.
I don't know whether you're allowed to do that. There's the flash fire kick here as Teddy gets barrier, decides to go back in.
Pause.
As the Kled is able to take down the Olaf, but it's a triple for this misfortune. And Gio is just not getting respected in these fights. He's doing so much damage.
And bro, you'd done what you needed to do. You'd stopped them from going for the Baron. I think this play was a mistake going beyond this. This play initially, we see them kiting back. The bait from the Realm Warp was pretty nice. They all sort of moved to try and respond to it, and then the Paranoia bullet time comes in. But look, they actually try and get onto BDD. Look how much damage he takes, and then the Actualizer's shield comes through.
So am Damage rauskommen, das ist so verrückt.
Oh
ja, er zieht so viel Space auf sich. Er kreiert so viel Space.
Short range Lucian's so hard to play in these team fights. So hard to find angles. He gets chunked out here. Has to disengage, but then sticks around, looks for the kill. I remember he was so close to completing an Infinity Edge, and he opted against finishing it here. They opt to fight when the Baron wasn't on the cards, and now KT have picked up that objective. Yes, Teddy has the Infinity Edge now, but you're 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, Gio has an Infinity Edge and then some. He's got himself a scope for both of his guns as well. I'm sure you get one each. That's a pretty high value item. Looking for his GA as item number 5. And it's just an Elixir of Wrath and a Dream here for this Lucian. And even though, like, Perfect has only got one kill this game, Cuz as well, it's not been about them. It's about BDD and Gio and how well they've been dishing out this damage in these team fights. And Perfect has just been an annoyance that the Bros haven't been able to answer.
Absolutely. Baron starting to apply that pressure now. Anivia's pretty good at helping to deal with waves, but she's the only person on Bro that can kind of really assist here with thinning these waves out and controlling them. It's a minute until Infernal Soul as well. And once again, there's just no vision for Bro anywhere near where the objective is going to spawn.
I've got an idea of what the Bros want to do. They're going to try and tunnel their way to victory.
Okay.
See,
who's digging the hole?
I think Casting is really starting. He's really giving it an honest shot so far. How many tunnels do you think you'll need?
Können die Bros hier Damage noch mithalten? Es wird super schwer, oder? 30 Sekunden auf Ding? Ja, niemals.
Ah, that's a good point.
Niemals haben sie genug Damage für alle.
Okay, well, Casting at least turned those.
On the bright side, da ist noch kein fertiges GA bei Cass. Oh, okay. Well, FF.
Yeah. It's maybe not the winning strategy.
Schade.
In the games like this, you gotta try any strategy. Maybe tunneling was the way.
It's a very good point. And he's built the, what is it, the Warlord something, the set item?
Blood Mail?
Yeah, that's the one.
Overlord's Blood Mail.
It's weird seeing this on any champion that isn't set. But we'll see whether it's going to find value here as the bullet time almost cuts Teddy to shreds. Gives you the space to just one-tap this turret. Crystalline Overgrowth helping out as, yeah, Gideon does not want to do this. Roma would have been there, but I think the Perfect was going to be fine. Didn't have Flash, so maybe Cataclysm and Crystallize could have been a problem. But that is going to be Infernal Soul here for KT. Happy to slow this game down, play it by the book. Not willing to throw anything away, even if they do have almost a 12,000 gold lead. You kind of want to get BDD to a perfect, 8-0-8 type scoreline here as the Paranoia comes in. Gideon going to be able to get the knock-up here onto Cuz. That gets rid of him, but they do scare the bejeebers out of Namgung right now.
Able to disengage though, doesn't have to burn anything as well, so you're pretty happy. Now though, they're looking for perfect.
Kann mal oben laufen. Das ist das Problem, die Klett-Ulti ist ja jetzt ein bisschen... Oh, wait. Okay. Na dann. Kein Shutdown gehabt auf dem Olaf. Wir haben nur 2 Leute Shutdowns und die anderen sind gestorben, gehe ich davon aus. Oh mein Gott, da wird schon wieder die große... Gott, ist der am Pumpen. Ja, GG.
The remount comes in from casting, but he's still just going to get mown down. Here by Jiu, gets another triple. Could even be a quadra as he flashes for it. And KT's AD carry finally having a good time on Summoner's Rift.
Decimation from
Ja.
back end of this game.
Ich weiß nicht, ob es noch besser wird. Draft-technisch mal sehen. Das war ein bisschen enttäuschend.
To turn things around in game 1 of this series. Gideon, he's got the GA to try and defend.
Let's see what he can do here. He just kind of explodes down to the GA. And the bullet time will be enough to take him out here as Jiu gets a pentakill.
I think. Ach, what the fuck?
But it's official as Jiu in game number 1 of his best of 5.
Wird eine schnelle Series? Das ist sehr gut möglich, dass wir eine schnelle Series haben, ja. Sehr gut möglich.
Turns everything around from what we were expecting in the early game and just demolishes them.
I think that's the thing, is that going into this series, there was concerns about KT's bot lane. The swap happened so late, they haven't really looked comfortable adjusting. This game 1 win is obviously a big boost in confidence, but for Jiu to have such a stand
sehr fatal. Sehr, 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 sehr fatal, weil wie gesagt, also technisch besser wird es wahrscheinlich nicht mehr.
Obviously wanted to get Teddy ahead, they powered him very hard with the Lucian and the Emilio, and instead they got decimated as the game went on. A pentakill.
So, ich mach mal kurz Frühstück.
And
Und dann bin ich dafür da.
3,500 assists, a huge milestone for effort. This is how you want to start a series.
It certainly is. So many accolades already built up, but it's only game 1 of a best of 5. There is a chance that the bros can bounce back. And what were we saying? It's a guaranteed 5 games, right?
True.
Every team has to lose 2, right? Before we get to that final and deciding game. Obviously, this is largely about what we wish for, but I just have a feeling in my waters that this series is going to go the distance. The bros try to figure it out. We move towards a game number 2, an opportunity for the bros to even out the series, or a chance for KT to make it to match point. We're going to go to a short break, the space, then going to break down this game, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
우리 천천히 봐줄래?
야 위로 와 위로 와 위로 와
위로 와 위로 와
위로 와 위로 와봐 나 다리 괜찮아?
간 거 같긴 한데
빼봐 빼봐 갔다 갔다 너스야 갔다
바로.
빼봐
나까지 봐줘 나 물릴만
야
해
오면 볼게
오면 봐줘
상타 좋은데. 루시안 농은?
뺐어 더 빨리 보자 나 트위치
루시안
나 여기에서 살짝 볼게
루시안 농.
나 그래 살짝 볼게 애니비야
나 볼게 이거
볼만해 애니비야
아 다가 될것 같아.
보자
길었어.
클레드
잡아줘 잡아줘
클레드
펜타인데?
펜타 펜타
아야야 너
야 잡아야 클레드 잡아야 돼
나공 걸어놨어 공포 걸어놨어
지우 이거 먹을래?
바텀 가자
바탕 가자
펜타 각인데?
끝나긴 할 듯.
간편하게 정리까지. 우리 이야기는 계속될 테니까. 우리 틴틴. 우리은행.
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
when I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 na옵니다.
Hola, wo ich bin, ich habe frisch gemacht. Ich habe Wasser abgekocht und ja. Da bin ich. Hola. Aber kommen wir nicht so viel in die Seite, wenn der Rice halt im Early Game überrennt, stimme ich zu, aber Teamfight technisch, ich habe das Gefühl, wenn es Even Match Teams wären, ultra schwer, oder nicht? Für die, ultra schwierig für die Rise Comp, oder? 5 gegen 5, ich starte Brawl im Fight. Wo müssen sie den Fight starten, wenn sie Pass of Objective sind? Lässt sich wohl drüber streiten, ne? Aber check in einen Punkt auf jeden Fall. Ich checke deinen Punkt.
That did not go the way that many of us predicted it would go here, Wolf.
Well, I think a lot of the game was about Breon's macro versus KT's team fighting. KT's team fighting just won out in the end, even though Bro made some great decisions. Their draft gave them a strong pressure point to play through. When it came down to those actual 5v5s, they got outplayed.
I felt like it was an easy game for Hanji and Breon based on what happened in the bottom side of the map.
Agreed.
They were having a great matchup.
Agreed.
To Misfortune Nautilus, and they had such a great early game with the Lucian Milio, but the issue begins with the BDD's roam in the early game.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Also BDD macht natürlich das Early Game super, ne? Mit seinen 3 Roams, meine ich. Also 2 waren es mindestens, ich glaube auch es waren 3. Das ist schon,
So here's the moment where Roamer gets the insane advantage with the wave management.
Das ist schon sehr OP, was der gemacht hat im Early Game, aber trotzdem.
Because the wave is already out.
Notice also the second that he steps on that scuttle, they start backing off. You see Namgung heal. They try to get away, but it's too late. By the time he's...
Und die Frage ist, was passiert, wenn die mit Kletter-Ulti einfach reinrennen? Verlieren sie dann? Ist dann also, um Fight zu starten mit Kletter-Ulti, wäre dann der Re-Engage, der Counter-Engage von KT zu gut. Lichter aus und dann schauen, was passiert. First Ulti hooken, First Target hooken plus Ulti drauf.
It was really great play by KT overall, knowing that they're going to play aggressive on the bot lane, so the punishment from BDD was on point.
It's just another small miscalculation for Namgung, right? Like, he thinks he's safe. He thinks, I'm far enough away from this Rise to actually make this play, but with the Realm Warp, you got to consider that, right? He tries to get away and fails.
Yeah, and despite maybe having a more aggressive bottom side of the map for the early game, when the Misfortune...
Kletter-Ulti verloren mit Lichter aus in Minute, ja, checke. Ja.
So then, Hanji and Breon are able to find a play through the opposite side of the map on the top side.
So the game got really hard for Lucian and Milio because they couldn't really punish the lane more. So that's why Teddy decided to lane swap and punish the top lane instead. And I think it was really good macro from Hanji and Breon because I think after that, those 2 early kills from the bot side, Lucian and Milio didn't have enough power to punish the lane. But after this kind of lane swap macro, it turned out Hanji and Breon is having a great momentum here.
So they're getting a ton of money over to Teddy here in this moment, so it's really turning the tides. But then on the other side of the map as well, KT are like, all right, well, we have 3 grubs, we're gonna push this turret, we're gonna look for a fight ourselves. And they just simply get outplayed here. So Casting's walking over, he wants to get to this turret, and KT are like, all right, well, let's just forget the turret. Let's actually look for a turn play here. We've got a massive wave. But Gideon actually strikes first here, and this really disrupts what they're looking to do. Cuz can't actually get the damage onto the target he's looking for. And then they...
Ich dachte, hier ist guckt, to be honest. Also als sie den Play hier verhauen haben, dachte ich, hier ist super, super guckt, weil wenn wir den Toplane sehen, Perfect wird so weggesaunt auch.
The fact that they didn't use anything on the top side when they're killing the Olaf kind of like connects to the bot side, so they can use all the abilities of the bot here.
So you're thinking, okay, Hanji and Breon showed off the macro, KT showed off the team fighting. What happens here? KT starts stacking up Drakes. They're forcing Hanji and Breon to show up at the next fight. And you're kind of wondering, who's going to win this one here? It goes the way of KT.
So this fight's pretty messy, it's pretty broken.
Hier zum Beispiel der Stand-Up von Bro ist einfach komisch, oder? So indecisive? Oder, also, okay, der Busch ist halt ein Riesenproblem. Der Busch ist halt ein Riesenproblem, aber hier immer noch ist es nicht winning, weil es Culling so, I guess die Bullet Time hat so viel Uptime. I guess die MF hat so viel Uptime.
is not going to help them, because I think whenever they want to look for the fight, they need to use the Klett ulti, or Jarvan needs to go in first, but there's no setup at all.
Ich glaube, Klett muss außen umgehen. Verstehe. Interesting. Echt sehr interessant, ne? Weil auf dem im Vakuum ist diese Comp von KT ja, Entschuldigung, von den Bros ja super OP. Aber dann die Execution sah so lackluster aus.
Saying, I'm going to do that damage, I'm going to put that Anivia in an egg. And BDD had such a good game of Rise here. They prioritized it. We were a little bit worried about it in the draft, but the way it played out here, it was all BDD.
So this is the fundamental we were talking about between the difference between Rise team and Legend team. I think if Legend team had that kind of setup, they're just going to give up the Drake and go for another rotation, right? But I think Hanj and Brion, even though they were not on point, like they tried to like savage it, but it didn't work out that well. They can't win it this way.
Yeah, again, huge props to Jiwoo, given the fact that he only died once, and then also in every single.
Jeder muss EQ für MF halten. Ja, aber dann ist auch wieder deep, ne?
Seen him do since he's donned the KT colors, but we'll see if he's able to continue with that pressure. This is a best of 5. KT roster not only have to win one more, they got to win 2 more. Hanj and Brion, they're gonna have to try.
Kannst du nicht Klett Full Send schicken? Ja, haben wir gerade drüber gesprochen, dass dann halt Nocturne ultet und du halt potenziell in eine fette MF-Ulti reinläufst.
Back on over to the AA broadcast of Atlas Nox. Thank you so much, Digon, for telling us how a best of 5 works. Yes, indeed, 3 games need to be won by either team in order for them to go forward in the tournament. If they fail to do that, they'll just go forward in the tournament, just in a slightly different direction.
But this is a specific best of 5 where it needs to go to 5 games.
That is true.
So, you know, it's not just a general best of 5.
And so it's not that KT just needs to win 2 more. They need to lose 1 more, then win 2 more.
Yes.
Mal schauen, für was sich die Bros entschieden haben. First Pick oder Side Choice. First Pick oder Second Pick, sorry.
But he didn't come in today. So he didn't come in today doing anything. He didn't come in today.
First Pick? Okay.
I was wondering where he was. He's been dodging the LCK recently.
Just hasn't really been around, and I'm tired. But no, I think he'll be here tomorrow.
Wait, maybe he forgot that he has a job.
Or maybe he was too busy doing his job somewhere else. That might have been it. Sorry, Valdez. I'm sure you're in the chat, right? You're in the chat hanging out with all of us while we are enjoying some KT versus Bro. That's what I would assume. As let's get into the draft here for game number 2. KT, very good at winning game number 1s where they pick up Nocturne and Rise. Not going to be able to do that again, and let's see what they are going to put together for themselves as Hanj and Brion find themselves.
Ob es in den Büchern von den Codes steht, es hat bei Opsi mit Geld.
Yeah, was KT with that last time, and I think
honestly,
Hanj and Brion's bans were pretty limited as a result. You know, they banned Cassiopeia, Orianna, and Vi, which are just like the most standard bans that we have right now. Whereas a bit more flexibility
Hilft nicht.
KT when they had the
Da ist auch kein Subzeichen, was ist los?
The reverse of that now. A lot of homework.
Die spanischen Möbel, ne? Checke.
This is not something unique to this meta. We've seen that a lot in the LCK.
Oh yeah. Haven't seen Valdez though in chat, so that's a bit of a shame. But maybe I missed it. You never know. Cassio, let's see whether the Orianna will be banned next. I assume.
Solange der IQ-Test bestanden ist, kein Sub, die ist dumm wie Sau. Tatsächlich. Also da IQ-Test, das ist eine crazy Aussage, weil die ist wirklich dumm wie sonst was.
Ezreal, Lee Sin, and Syndra were banned by KT when they had first pick. Similar look here, but the Pantheon has already taken the place of those as Caitlyn will be taken away now.
Yeah, hammering at some of the options there for Teddy. We've seen a lot of priority.
Okay, wir haben noch Orianna offen. Orianna, Lee Sin.
Ezreal Karma, and I think denying access to them is pretty big. The thing was interesting to me is the Ezreal ban from Bro. I feel like they maybe could have prioritized that as a first pick for Teddy. We've seen it having a lot of priority recently, so.
Wenn ich mal einen Bahnhof bauen, ey, dass du morgens aus dem Bett rauskommst, ist schon ein W. Galio-Bann, das heißt Orianna-Bann wollen sie forcen, aber das Problem ist, Lock ist auch offen. Ich vermute, BDD würde Lock spielen, oder? Ja, okay, Orianna-Bann ergibt Sinn. Aber trotzdem interessant, dass sie dann halt lieber bannen, statt eben für Lock zu gehen.
With the MI and into mandate, very strong, but with Orianna being banned by KT, Vi is just pretty obvious here.
Yep. Pretty comfortable first pick here for the Bros.
Genau, Lulu.
Likely to be the answer here for Gio and Effort.
Big confidence pickup here, and specifically into Vi, this is a pick that we often saw.
Brawl keine Chance, also wenn wir nach Game 1 judgen, dann ja.
It does a good job of holding her accountable. So we'll see what Hanjin Brio want to combo with this. Rumble Ari. This is a trio that we've seen be more popular, a bit more popular recently in the LCK, but also very popular in the LPL as like Vi, Rumble Ari. So if they want to go for that, I think it makes complete sense in terms of shutting down a hyper carry. We'll see if we get the Ari coming in here from Roma.
Yeah, could certainly do that.
Syndra
also works in a very similar way, except you have a little bit less mobility. But I do like the keep away.
Gibt's einen kleinen Listen von Kass?
He is going to be heading your direction, so that Ari will be locked in.
But the question is, what are you going to pick here from KT?
Nefiri.
That is definitely an option you can go for, but maybe if you want to match mid now,
yeah, could be
take the opportunity to do so. You know, the Syndra was hovered. There's also things like the Aurora. Annie is an option too.
Na, jetzt kriegen wir Annie Oriana auf 4. Oh, wow, okay, Annie bekommen wir nicht. Annie Oriana.
Originally a counter to Vi. We saw Fury coming in the meta in that way.
Yep.
And then
Nefiri Lulu in der Theorie natürlich auch selbes Konzept wie Nocturne Lulu, mit reingehen und dann noch Lulu Ulti auf den Kopf drauf.
And now the bans come in, so
double bot lane bans under Teddy and Namgung is a little bit scary here. I think if you are a Bro fan, they have locked down a very strong top side of the map, but someone has to pay the price. So Teddy's very powerful. Corki is going to be taken away. I think he's still undefeated on this, like 6-0 so far this season, which is kind of unheard of. But Kasante going to be taken away here as they can protect this Rumble pick towards the top side.
I feel like Kai'Sa could go well with this Bro composition. I feel like we've seen, you know, Teddy Xayah be fantastic. Seraphine might be a bit risky with Nefiri about and you don't know the soul laners, but I think there's just a lot of options still for Teddy and Namgung. I don't think they have to be too worried, and they will take away Teddy's Xayah. This feels like...
Ist ja eine Menge gegen Ari Mel zu picken. Ich meine, würdest du Mel bannen auf Tier 5? Wahrscheinlich nicht, oder? Weil Ari immer noch relativ geiler Zugriff. Rumble Ulti ziemlich nice gegen Mel. Dann Xayah, dann Corki. Ja, Seraphine wurde angesprochen. Das ist eine Möglichkeit. Sandermann. Ist er einfach Annie oder was? Man muss Bro gegen KT ran, weil die Upper Bracket Double Elimination spielen. Kann sie verlieren.
Alright, bit of a classic, and will give this KT composition so much longevity.
Ist alles Feines war. Jetzt nicht mehr. Loki würde Silas, ob das glaubst du nicht, SK würde sie gerne auch verlieren. Ich sehe Annie und ich sehe Zoe als kleinen Pocket Pick. Und klein auf einer Pocket Pick. War das erste Game mit klar und deutlich oder knapp? Eigentlich schon deutlich, aber auch irgendwo knapp ist ein bisschen schwer zu erklären. Sah sehr, sehr eindeutig aus, durchgehend, aber ja. Oh, Syndra ist offen. Lol.
I think Syndra makes sense. BDD is phenomenal on this pick. It makes Teddy's life really difficult.
Knapp, aber ungefährdet, das ist sehr schön ausgedrückt, ja. Nun ja, sehr viel Responsibility bei Teddy und Namgung und bei Gideon, denke ich. Da muss viel Magic passieren.
The one makes sense as well as a momentum killer. This composition for Hanjin Brio is all about momentum. A lot of these picks, quite feast or famine. You want to crush the bot lane 2v2. In a fight, you want that initial momentum where you can get the resets from the Ahri and just push forward in the fight. I think it's a good comp from Hanjin Brion, but we saw last game, even though they made some good decisions, the team fighting just wasn't quite there. And it was because Teddy was on a short range pick, and there were a lot of challenges for it, which I think is still true here. But at least there's, I feel like, more offered by his teammates with the Ahri and the Rumble here.
Not to mention, I think Roma is going to be punished less for his teamfight positioning on the Ahri. You can sort of just...
Es ist schwer zu spielen für Syndra gegen Ahri, weil die müssen halt wieder sehr tief gehen, richtig? In der Theorie. Die müssen wieder sehr, sehr tief gehen. Also ich glaube, Equalizer muss super gut auf den beiden Carries sitzen. Ja, vielleicht sogar nur auf BDD, mal sehen. Und ich glaube, Swifty Value für BDD ist hier wieder ultra gut. Oder er geht die gewaffneten Spacelinger Shoes. Die sind nämlich auch super. Super OP.
create havoc in these team fights. Polymorph can be very, very dangerous as well. Meanwhile, this comp from the Bros just does so much damage in the mid game. It might be just too much for KT to deal with. Let's get into it.
Aha.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Under the rift for game number 2. Seeing whether the Bros can even out the series, whether KT are going to find a win.
Haben wir noch gesehen.
The Bros do not find the on. He decides to go back home. Perfect is going to be meandering up towards that top lane, try and catch up to these minions. Casting already there, deciding to make a bit of money off this on here in the laning phase.
Jemand auf den Gegner dann aussuchen, das weiß ich gar nicht. Wahrscheinlich. Boah, ich weiß nicht. Ich weiß nicht, wie es läuft. Wer aussucht? Wahrscheinlich der mit höherem Ziel, also wahrscheinlich die wundern. Wahrscheinlich die wundern, ja. Würde Sinn ergeben.
The way to make it work. As Geo and Effort able to step up in this lane. I feel like Yunara really has just been laning better here in the LCK more recently.
Honestly, there were some moments as well, even early when Yunara came out, that teams disrespected her and ended up paying for it. It's so much about that passive, having that stacked up, having wave access. So now they've got control, and Geo keeps the passive stacked up. It's actually really hard, especially with a Lulu as well. We're not as so often that auto attack trader who has the passive. You both auto someone, there's a burst of damage. Lulu doesn't even need that. She just autos you and throws a glitter lance, and she's going to bully you out the lane.
That's exactly what's happening right now. See already Teddy and Namgung on the back foot, well and truly.
I think honestly, if they shove this wave in, they could go for a reset, maybe to buy a cull, and feel really good about the position of the wave.
It is looking likely.
Weiß nicht, ob die Lane noch weiterhin so laufen sollte.
As Roma taking a lot of damage. Great Charm is going to connect onto BDD, who does take a turret shot. It's going to somewhat even out this trade.
Tatsächlich.
Well and truly taking the pressure here in this lane.
Tough going up against BDD on
Vielleicht schon?
He's so good on this pick.
Weiß ich.
And you can often just bully out the R if you're connecting all the skill shots.
Casting, hanging out here.
Movespeed ruhen bei Roma. Keine Movespeed ruhen bei BDD.
Push this lane in so far.
I think KT pretty happy with how things are playing out in these early levels.
See a few first picks here as Teddy and Namgung haven't actually played this combo just yet in the LCK. Of course, if you've been a Teddy fan for a while, you know that he is well versed on the Kalista. But you really do need to see whether he's found some positive performances more recently. I can say that his last solo queue game was on Kalista and he lost.
Oh.
So there's that.
Well, hoping to redeem himself.
Apropos Solo Queue, bin Profile, Moment mal. Hat der noch mehr Solo Queue gespielt? Nein, ach. Einem Tag mehr Olaf, okay. Boah, er ist so am Feeden auf Olaf, geil. Aber er ist komplett am Olaf-Spam. Tja.
Good trades again from KT, and I feel like Teddy and Namgung really want to push this wave in and get a restart off themselves. They're just kind of being pressured out. Effort with the glitter lances, just making Teddy really pay for this.
Okay, aber ist der denn wirklich so schwer auf Botten? Weil wir haben das ja reingepickt.
A little bit more power, might be able to find himself some shoes or something like that, but I don't think Berserkers are coming in just yet. It's a little bit too early for that one.
So the important thing for KT is that you just be really cautious about investing into skirmishes in the bot side. Specifically because that's really where Cluster Renata shine.
Early Lane sollte rough sein. Interessant. Ist Lulu einfach wegen Lulu nur, oder was?
Happening so far this game, but if you get into a fight in the jungle,
I guess das ist auch Yunara Auto Q Reset.
over the game from there. So your lane's doing well. Isn't any huge pressure on KT to speed things up.
Yep. Just cool, calm, and collected is going to be the aim of the game. Sometimes that has been where KT have struggled, which is saying.
Lane-Lizenz sind leider vorbei. Interessant.
So far, definitely so good though here in this series as VDD sets up that scatter to deny the back from Roma. Looks like he's just going to be able to take this wave and look to head on home. Still taking so much damage here. Good charm. Actually manages to get the CS.
Terrorist in der Mitte.
He's going to try and channel that back once again, and as we can see here, he does.
So, do get the pickaxe picked up by Teddy. Not going for the early boots that we often see.
Yeah, it's just probably the amount of money that he had. And does feel a little bit better to have that bit of extra AD as Geo taking some damage here. Finally, Bro finding themselves some okay trades here in this lane. As Equalizer just gonna wipe out the wave, give casting that very comfortable reset.
It's definitely been a slower jungle series so far. Gideon Cuz kind of just prioritizing farm in the early levels, not actively looking for too much. Obviously, game one, there was a Nocturne, there's a Jarvan on the other side, and here as well. I think it makes sense for KT to slow the pace of the game down, and we all know...
Kalista Fresh ist so fucking useless. Fresh ist wirklich der schlechteste Champion Game. Aber er hat doch eine Laterne.
Looks like he will be able to get control of this Rift Scuttler though.
I think it's just so hard to really hold an Fury accountable. The leap is so large, so much terrain that you can get over.
Ja, den Wave dazu halten ist natürlich sehr geil, weil du weißt genau, okay, wir gehen wahrscheinlich den Drake ab. Das heißt, da nicht in eine Scheißposition zu kommen, ist so wichtig. Ihn contesten, oder was? Geht er rüber mit E? Ich meine, er hat Smite. Okay. Oder Burst.
And I think they had the confidence to go for the dragon, and they would have been ready to take a fight. As I said, Calista are not super good in their skirmishes. The fact that Gideon got the level 6 first, everything was stacked in Bro's favor. So I think the right read from KT to kind of just maybe fish for a steal, but not really commit to anything.
Not doing it just yet, as we have a slight gold lead for Gio, but that is just because he picked up a cult. And that is giving him a bit of extra money, as Perfect taking a lot here from casting.
Oh, Perfect muss natürlich nicht so reinnehmen, ne? Das ist nicht unbedingt notwendig, also das ist crazy.
Nicely done so far from this Rumble player. And moves up to about a 300 gold lead, the only lead for the Bros on the map.
Das, wenn nichts passiert bis Minute 20, ist es nicht einfach sagen wir mal, Minute 25 ist es nicht einfach so viel leichter für KT. Also diese Comp von KT, von Bros sieht so high execution based aus.
Then KT are just going to be very, very happy, scaling on up over and over again. And the Bros, they're the ones that are going to have to put their feet on the accelerator a little bit earlier. I will say, maybe I'm getting nervous because it's just not quite at that time yet. And I shouldn't be nervous.
I think it's okay. I think Bro have a lot of team fighting power, so as long as they're not behind, I think it's still fine when we get to those bigger team fights. And I think a big thing is because they got the early dragon very early.
Timer ist decent. Auch nicht gematcht von den Bros. Matchen sie noch? Weil sie gehen jetzt hier nach. Schaut mal auf Kalista noch in der Map. Matchen sie jetzt, wo sie hingehen, oder sagen wir geben? Okay. Ich sehe eine Kass-Ulti, das heißt, eine Wave kann potenziell geklärt werden. Geben und diven on, ja genau, ne? Das heißt, eine Wave kann geklärt werden. Mal schauen, wie Kass da für die Wave geht. Oh ja, Entschuldigung, perfekt. Sind schon da. Also die sind auf jeden Fall auf einem guten Timer hier. Du musst die eigentlich jetzt schon ulten als perfekt. Und dann halt für die Wave. Ich glaube, wenn du für die Wave stirbst, ist es sogar okay, oder nicht? Ich kann es immer schlecht einschätzen, aber ich habe das Gefühl, hier für die Wave beispielsweise zu sterben wäre in Ordnung. Aber so gibst du halt nichts. Okay, Instant Base auch wieder. Ich meine, Base-Timer von KT ist wieder gut. Verlierst eine halbe Wave. Pi mal Daumen. Ja, eine gute, eine Wave. Aber that's it. So, also cleaner Swap, ne? Cleaner Swap, perfekt, auch nie irgendwie in Gefahr gelaufen. Ist er wieder diven? Botlane diven oder Toplane diven? Toplane ja, Botlane sieht schwierig aus, oder? Gegen die Champs. Auch mit Kalista Renata. 4 Sums up.
There was the Nocturne, who's a constant looming threat. Roma is, would you believe, roaming. Has found Cuz though, and probably.
Oh, wow, BDD geht proaktiv Roma auf Toplane. Oh, war ja. Und Casting ist, glaube ich, fucked. Ja. Oh, das ist aber so schlecht, oder nicht? Ich glaube, da zu sterben ist so kriminell. Aber weißt du? Das ist so kriminell.
And he's going to immediately teleport back to this mid lane to pick up the wave.
Crazy, BDD is laning against a guy called Roma, and he has been the one making the moves in the laning phase, both games so far, making a massive impact in the side lanes.
And I think I would say that it's more difficult to roam on a Syndra than it is on the Ahri.
Absolutely. You know, post 6, Ahri often fishing, and we even saw Roma trying to make a move down towards bot lane, but BDD is the one who finds the perfect timing
Static fertig.
able to pick up his kill in the Rumble.
I see what you mean there about perfect timing, because Perfect was there in the top lane,
Yes.
and it was his timing to go up in a
Ey, für LCK-Teams sollen zu Worlds, ich weiß, ich meine, also, müssen wir uns darüber streiten, es wird sehr wahrscheinlich Genji, T1, HLE und DK. Weil KT schon deutlich schlechter aussah. Später die Gewinner dann gegen T1 oder DK, T1 wählt aus. Hey, danke, Fabi. Danke, Bro.
He was dead. So doesn't fear anything apart from trying to clear the wave out, uses Equalizer, saves his flash. And in terms of his lane matchup, doesn't really make that much of a difference, but giving gold over to BDD is going to feel BADD.
Yes, I think that is certainly not a good time. As Teddy just seeing where Geo and Effort are going. And the Bros really struggling to find some momentum. I think it's the tempo vibes that they...
Die Teams hätten es verdient, deiner Meinung nach, also vom Niveau her.
They're what the Bro tax really pays for.
Yes, I was gonna say,
5.
we can always find a culprit.
Und bei KT ist KT auch eigentlich nur wegen der Topset.
It's not sufficient. They are gonna struggle.
Denkst du, NIP hat Chancen? Well, möglich ist alles. Die müssen halt einen Deep Run machen, allein wegen Championship Points, oder? Ich glaube, das ist, also... Ich glaube, das Hauptproblem wird, dass sie halt einen relativ deepen Run bei Playoffs machen, in den Playoffs machen müssen. Für Championship Points, damit sie noch Regional Finals spielen können. Weil wenn wir ehrlich sind, die werden nicht gewinnen. Dementsprechend müssen sie halt dann über Regional Finals qualifizieren. Mal sehen. Aber LPL generell hat wieder alles mögliche. Oh, der Equalizer ist horrible. Wow, horrible. Oh mein Gott.
Yeah, so Grub's in pocket. Jiwoo has 3 stacks left on the call, doesn't have an item completed, doesn't have his roll quest completed. This is a great time for a swap, and even though you do lose that first tower, not having to play into the Callisto with the static Shiv is a definite boon.
Dass in Worlds Plains nur einer reinkommt. Worlds Plains kommt kein asiatisches Team. Worlds Plains wird EU Nummer 3 gegen NA Nummer 3 gegen Brasilien Nummer 2 gegen Taiwan oder Entschuldigung, Pacific Region Nummer 3. Also ist deutlich besser gebalanced. Es kommt auch nur ein Team raus wieder, aber deutlich besser gebalanced als jetzt bei MSI noch. Das heißt, alle 8 asiatischen Teams sind automatisch qualified. Und LCK und LPL, nein. Also laut Rumors ist es noch nicht offiziell, aber die LCP-Caster haben das wohl on-Broadcast schon gesagt. Es wird Planestage ohne die asiatischen Teams geben. Letztes Jahr Planes war so Zeit, ja. Hat auch gar keinen Sinn ergeben, dass die da Planes gemacht haben. Also, dass das die Planestage war. Null Sinn ergeben.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
I still feel like it's probably Jack sitting a turret.
War sonst brutal unfair, ja. Ja, das einzige Schlechte an einem Worlds vom Armin, okay, du kannst natürlich über Double oder Single Elimination immer streiten bei der Knockout Stage. Aber ansonsten Swiss Stage und so weiter ist cool. Das Format an sich ist, Frage ist, ob du Swiss Stage noch ein bisschen optimieren kannst, aber ja. So gesund.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Maybe Heartsteel will make its way over to Classic soon in its unnerved form.
That's the thing. Are we just adding more items along in Classic?
You just basically find anything that was ever broken at some point, and you just put it in Classic. I think that's got to be the way to do it.
I think the point they add things like Gore Drinker or Gale Force in a Classic, I'm like, okay, this is feeling like last week.
Yeah. If Gale Force makes it in, I'm gonna have a big problem with that. That's still a new item, even if it has been discontinued. Twin Shadows, though, that is
Mir geht's gut, das ist selbstverständlich. Warum sind heute Best of 5? Habt ihr die Studios komplett verfolgt? Bin neu in LoL, möchte das System besser verstehen. Wir sind jetzt nicht mehr in der regulären Saison, sondern sind jetzt in den Playoffs. Also hier wird quasi jetzt bestimmt, wer zum internationalen, also es gibt ja 3 internationale Events pro Jahr. Einmal First Stand am Anfang vom Jahr, dann MSI Mitte vom Jahr und jetzt die Worlds am Ende vom Jahr. Oder Richtung Ende vom Jahr. Und dafür wird dann eben immer nach der regulären Saison, die wir bisher hatten, mit Best of 3s, werden dann Playoffs gespielt. In den Playoffs qualifizieren sich dann die Teams eben für die internationalen Events im Best of 5 Format. Einfach besser, also ist einfach ein besseres Format, fairer, competitiver. Ja, hast du generell in allen Ligen swappst du für Playoffs auf Best of 5.
Potentially for Bro. Remember, KT were the ones who got soul last game, and it was also an Infernal Soul.
Das heißt, jetzt sind aktuell nur Best of 5. Jede Liga, die ihre Playoffs gestartet hat, ist Full Best of 5. Das heißt, die LCK, die LPL, die Prime League noch und dann die LCP, I guess, aber die schauen wir ja nicht. Ja, LEC hat noch eine Woche Regular. Ich glaube, das ist jetzt kommende Woche ist Regular. Also Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag ist letzte Regular Season Woche. Und die LCS, also die amerikanische Liga, hat auch jetzt noch 2 Wochen Regular. Also die spielen noch Best of 3. Aber alles, was Playoffs ist, wow, das ist so sick von BDD gewesen. So sick gewesen, wow.
But KT are not going to be able to continue this fight, and now the Bros have a Rift Herald to help them get this dragon.
Really well played there by Roma, even after he gets hit by the stun, able to disengage. The one concern though is
Fight Execution könnte ja auf jeden Fall gut für die Bros werden, oder? Ich sehe den Fight auf jeden Fall noch als Playable. Problem ist, Teddy hat kein zweites Item. Und die Frage ist, bekommt Jivu? Ne, 600 Gold Blind, der kann eigentlich kein Item für den haben. Beide Arcades aus dem Gluttons Greaves. Finde ich nice. Ich weiß nicht, was Kasi davon hält, Danisch, aber ich glaube, das könntest du auf jeden Fall mal abbringen. Aufbringen, Entschuldigung. Aufbringen mit Gluttons gegen Berserkers. Wenn wir sehen für die Bros, ich mag halt BDD sehr vom Spielertyp her. Ich habe da jetzt nicht einen Clear Favorite hier. Muss ich gestehen. Bin nicht so Bro-affin wie Tolkien es ist.
That is still in the pocket of Gideon, and now it's KT with control of the area, and Bro who have to push in.
3 seconds on Roma's ulti as well. That Spirit Rush will be up and available now. As Slurkles come down, Namgun gets caught by
Poke ist gut, Execution kommt auf jeden Fall.
Still in a lot of control. The Rift Herald going to come on through here, and now KT gonna have to come back and try and defend mid. As Perfect just trying to be that frontline. It's working out.
Oh, er hat sein Q misplaced, oder? Perfekt.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
This, their frontline is a frontline no more.
Yeah, remember, they TP'd Perfect into this fight, so he can't recall, heal up and come back again.
Ja, Sache, sie haben immer noch Lulu Ulti und haben Heal noch, also playable ist es auf jeden Fall. Ich glaube, wir bekommen die Worlds endlich mal was zum Rider Memo. Ich würde doch schwer hoffen. Oh mein Gott, es geht. Okay. I mean, Fight ist wahrscheinlich winning für KT, mal sehen. Equalizer saß ziemlich gut hier. Re-Engage von Kass wäre noch möglich mit Ulti. Ja, Crown of Casting. Oh, das war ziemlich geil. Reingeflasht mit der Lulu-Ulti drauf. Richtig schöne Teamfight-Execution von KT. Ja, Jivu spielt es ein bisschen zu tief noch, aber super geile Teamfight-Execution. Overplayed. Ja, so gute Teamfight-Execution.
Bro getting a dragon, but the target selection is so good from KT. Gideon just doesn't get to play the game. He dashes forward to help secure the dragon. The CC from Perfect is laid. Vi is out the fight. And even though
Wo kommt deine Liebe zu Fnatic? Ich bin einfach Kuschelmann für sie. Ich bekomme kein Geld für Fnatic. Ich bin einfach Kuschelmann für sie. Ja, das war ziemlich nice von Gideon gespielt.
Also, one more moment. I think Roma auto-attacks the dog instead of the blast cone here. Oh no, he does! So he wasn't able to escape cone. Very unfortunate, but I think just beautiful execution.
Was bringt ein Kursschimmer? Well, du benötigst in der für LEC benötigst du Team Affiliation, damit du die Liga machen darfst. Du bekommst indirekt Geld, ja, das ist korrekt.
And they're 2,500 gold down against a team with an Ornn and a Yanara Lulu.
Yeah, this is the problem. These ornaments are going to start coming in, and that is going to mean that gold lead actually means a whole lot more than what we're seeing represented. And it's kind of crazy.
Ich dürfte nicht einfach so streamen und casten? Nein, du darfst liegen, musst du generell immer anfragen.
Actually die is ahead in farm and ahead in money by just a little bit, and that's crazy because there's a first strike on casting. The whole sort of point was to make money. And unfortunately, it hasn't been
yeah, friends.
On this Rumble, yet to really find value here in this game.
I mean, that's the thing when you play Rumble into a tank, you need to get ahead of the curve, you need to get more items, you need to be ahead in gold, and then just be that super strong Rumble. The benefit you get.
Ist Tolkien dann zum Beispiel? Nein, Tolkien ist der offizielle Broadcast. Das ist nochmal ein Unterschied. Also Tolkien zählt nicht als Co-Streamer, sondern ist einfach der offizielle deutsche Broadcast. Andere Regelung bei ihm.
and so you're just not going to feel as useful from this point onwards. The Ornn is going to continue to add value to KT for the rest of the game.
Talking halt auch über G2 Team. Er ist offiziell nur G2 North affiliated, nicht G2. Meine ich. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh.
Is actually in a bit of trouble here. Not actually going to press the untarget ability button. Does finally do so, but the wild growth comes.
Das war ein ziemlich sicker Charm.
And Romer is able to shut down the jungle.
Ja, so lass ich tun.
This could be a big deal as Baron did just come onto the map. It looks like the Bros are going to look for some more picks before they do anything else. The Equalizer goes down with perfect dead. They might be able to find an angle as the Ram is going to get called, but he is still.
Das ist eine ziemlich beschissene Sequence, ne? Für die Brodies.
And the Bro pick machine has finally come online. And
Oh
dear, that's
Geht ein bisschen reported.
shielded up. Oh my lord. Yeah, BDD just does so much damage. There's a handshake from Namgung. I don't know whether anyone is brave enough to do anything about this. There was another scatter.
Oh, bekommt er den Pull? Nein. Oh mein Gott, Jivu. Oh mein Gott, Jivu, du hast gegrieft.
And that is going to be the ace because Cuz has only just respawned.
Beautiful play from Bro. Just pick after pick, and then an overstep from KT.
Soul in eine Minute.
Disrespect Namgun, and he makes them pay for it now. Looking for the Baron. The TP comes in from the Ahri just to zone Cuz away. Soul is nearly up as well. They can reset off this Baron and set up for that. A devastating mistake for KT.
Absolutely incredible stuff.
Jetzt haben wir einen spannenden Fight vor uns. Ich sehe aber Flash-Situation. Guten, danke. Ich sehe eine sehr unangenehme Summoner-Situation. Flash ist vergleichen jetzt für den Drake-Fight.
I feel like when you're playing picks like Neferi or Ornn, who are Ornn's very tanky, has a dash, Neferi very mobile. You have this presumed sense of safety. It's kind of like we've seen a lot of our Ezreals dying around mid lane, and I think they just disrespect the opponents. The pick potential, the chase down potential for this
Nein, ich habe 2XK Uni gespielt.
able to get those 2 kills, and then this is the big turning point. They try and commit on the Gideon.
Aber das ist ja alles, das finde ich fein. Alles fein. Und dann hier jetzt die Gier. I mean, gut geturnt auch von Gideon, right? Aber die Gier.
Gideon choosing the perfect moment to punish, and Namgun's hostile takeover finds everything it needs now, though. The setup is here for this.
Schaut Flash-Situation. Kein Flash bei Teddy, kein Flash bei Oma. Nur Flash bei Casting Up auf Seiten von Bros.
On the edge. Feels like they're being pushed off a little bit, but not a brush control going over to Bro. And it's them with the gold lead now.
Hostile takeover is not quite available just yet. Namgung still waiting for it. I think KT well aware. They have all of their ultimates at the ready. All of their flashes also up and available. Roma doesn't have his. Gideon doesn't have his. Teddy, thankfully, has his flash up, but not the barrier.
Okay,
See what the Bros can actually do here.
Takeover in 5, and Teddy's starting to stack the Rens on the Dragon. KT need to do something soon.
Teddy Flash jetzt wieder ab.
See what they're actually going to go for here is perfect. Trying to stay in that front line.
Also sie müssen halt irgendwie forcen, dass die Kalista drückt, ne? Oh wow, viel zu deep von Gideon, oder? Viel zu deep von Gideon? Fragezeichen. Soul ist weg. Nicht zu deep, war gelogen. Gibt's Lower Bracken in Planes für diese zwei Teams? Ja. Für Nongshim und BFX morgen? Nein. Für die was raus morgen.
Oh, Gideon fishing, won't find more, but he was the superhero in that fight. Did he get a kill? No, didn't need to. But he shot down Jiwoo and stopped him from being able to do anything. Just bought time, and then the back end, they clear up perfect, but the soul is secured. That's the main thing here.
Oh, and now Elder is on the map.
Aber wer einfach zu OP macht halt sehr viel, also macht sehr viel.
The ult comes out from perfect, and basically at the same time, Gideon flies in, grabs Jiwoo. Jiwoo has to flash away from the charm, and Gideon just leaves. He's like, look, we got the dragon low enough, we can get the soul and leave. He does find his way to pick up perfect on the back end, but the main thing was that he stopped the backline of KT from doing anything. He stopped Jiwoo from playing the game. BDD had to respond to the threat, and he's able to disengage again. It didn't matter that he didn't kill Jiwoo, that Roma wasn't able to finish him off. It bought time, they got the soul, and they got out.
Really nicely played by the Bros, and Jiwoo almost actually halved BDD's health bar with just that.
Ja, und das Problem ist, Jiwoo hat keine Ressourcen mehr bekommen. Das bedeutet, der geht jetzt AI, aber der bräuchte eigentlich schon Richtung LDR langsam. Wenn wir Teddy Items schauen, der geht jetzt langsam Jaksho an. Oder geht Jaksho an auf jeden Fall.
Going to be doing a lot of work, as well as the fact that they have a lot of ability to make use of it with a composition like this that just does so much damage just in general, and Infernal will help them have some more longevity here in this game.
Such an explosive composition, and they've been piloting it really well. It's Elder in 4 minutes 20, Baron in 2 minutes 30, big objectives that KT has to have in mind. I just feel like they're not in that great of a position right now. The ornaments have started to come out, but not that many so far. Jiwoo's items looking a bit dismal. You have the core, but not the IE, the last Whisper item. Okay, IE picked up now, but still lacking that extra pen. Where
Yep. Da fehlt das LDA und er wird wieder Mortal Miner gehen gegen kein Healing.
As well.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Made stronger not too long ago in his hands.
He's also almost got that Jack shows done as well. So like you were saying, extra tankiness.
I mean, when you have a Renata with you as well, that tankiness makes you so hard to deal with. And we've seen that when he just starts stacking up the Rens, it doesn't even take that many auto attacks before he's able to get the reset and bring him back after being taken down in the bailout.
Yeah, not to mention if you fight anywhere near a minion wave, it can just be really, really difficult to deal with this Kalista.
And it's actually so annoying when a Kalista is sieging now with a static Shiv.
Yeah.
And it just chains through the minions. You end up getting stacks onto you as well. And so Teddy can rend and even just damage you off the back of that. It's pretty obnoxious.
Well, more of Mount Mortius even completed here for Gideon. Decides not to go for a third item GA. Just wants that extra magic resistance. Understands that Geo is mainly going to be held up in the sky by him during this game.
Yeah,
so just needs to not die to BDD.
Doesn't want to get ulted and just removed from the game by BDD, which is kind of understandable.
Yep, I would also not like that to happen to me.
Taking
out these waves, taking out these wards. Control of the Baron Pit is what the bros want. Their turn is so scary as well. If they ever do get the
Der Match sieht so lackluster aus.
So, a little scary.
Dangerous Baron.
But I think it kind of testament to the level of control they're trying to establish over this area. Completely shutting out the vision from KT right now. The closest ward to the Baron is that control ward we can see on the left of the screen now.
Oh man, that is quite a ways away.
Yeah, a bit more than a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, I would say so. Buzz is now going to go into the scary dark.
Wird das noch ein fertiges Jackshow vor... Ja, wird es, oder? Vor Elder auf jeden Fall.
Even if you have those tools, if you face check and get the CC layered, you will do
Jackshow dann für den dritten.
pretty squishy.
Yeah, and if you avoid one
Ja, denselben Fehler gemacht. Was, hä? Du hast da gerade, by the way, willentlich 2 Klicks gemacht, um mit Prime zu resubben. Ruhe bitte.
It's just so incredibly scary, and the hand
Reicht.
as well can be absolutely devastating. Namgung has been playing a great game so far. 100% kill contribution on this Renata. And the bros now set up once again. Perfect wanting to face check, but it's getting more and more difficult as great charm connects onto Cuz. Does go up into the sky eventually, but he's basically out of the fight before it's even begun.
Aha.
And there's no camps actually nearby from sustain up. The Fury can heal up really quickly.
Frage ist, will sich als Casting hier lohnen zu equalisen?
He has to actually go for the recall.
Um Next zu starten. Upgrade AI.
Gideon is here looking for a bit of a wraparound as BDD just takes a cheeky little cinder.
I think one problem though is that BDD can chunk Gideon with a Maw, not able to one-shot him. But if the rest of the move there, it's
Wie viel Gold kostet Jackshow nach einer Giant Spell in Chain West?
Gideon is.
Das ist eine verdammt gute Frage. Es sind 850 für den Negaton Cloak. Das Item kostet 3,2. 900 für Giant Spell, Chain West 1,7, also zusammen 1,7. Dann fehlen 1,6, sagen wir mal, mit 3,3. 850, dann 750 kostet, 750 würde ich beschätzen. 1,5. Ach so, ja, sorry. Ach so, das sind 1,5, also kostet 3,2. Okay.
By BDD, I think he Scry's bloomed him, and now he on the Elder. This is dangerous, like you're saying. Cuz not going to quite find the daggers, and Gideon will be able to make his way out, but that was almost game-losing.
Boah, ja, aber immer noch kein LDA und Jackshow fertig mit Teddy.
Well, now the Elder even getting involved here is Perfect taking some damage, I think. But not entirely sure. His health bar is pretty large.
And pressure's going to be on KT, because again, if Teddy stacks up the Rend on the Dragon, this has been fatal for KT in 2 Dragon fights before. They can't let him do it again, because Elder would just be a game ender.
Well, look at all the sticks that are already in this Elder.
Ja, also das ist ein Execute von 3K oder sowas, ne? Oh mein Gott, Rom hat seinen Charme gemisst, aber die Renata Ulti, wow, die Renata Ulti. GG. Geil, geil. Well played. GG.
finding such a huge
GG.
fight. They'll be able to get the Elder here off the back end as well. And we have an even series, ladies and gentlemen, as KT cannot get it done in game 2. And the Bros will make it a
Schön.
3.
They find the engage, they find Jiru, and the damage is there, bro. Get the momentum and get a 5-0 ace. Game 1 looked pretty one-sided, but bro, answer back and take us to the 3rd game of the series.
Oh, that is what we were looking for. Almost a guarantee that will make it to maximum games here in this series. Gorgeously played here by the Bros. And
Die Bros.
tax at work, ladies and gentlemen. We called you
Stark.
on board earlier on. You heard the call. And there is definitely enough in the coffers now to bring us to those 5 games.
I think especially when game 1 had Bro making some smart moves, but was plagued by issues with their team fighting.
Yeah.
This composition, so good at team fighting, so clear what the objective is, and the execution was there. Very good understanding of how to play it. Gideon led the charge so aggressively. Shades of Kanavi there, and drove Bro towards their first game victory in this series. With 3 potentially ahead of us, you know, I mean, of course ahead of us.
Yep.
A lot of picks going to be starting to get taken away, puts pressure on these players.
Spannend.
Yeah, this is the
Honestly, spannend, dass wir auch eine Series bekommen. Das ist doch toll.
combo bottom lanes that we now don't have access to, right? Lucian Milio's gone. The Lulu Yunara is gone, and the Kalista Renata have been taken away. I think Caitlyn Bard is the next huge one that's to look out for, and be very careful of having to draft Jhin.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma as well.
Yeah,
and
that's another one.
The fact that Vi is taken out the pool already, often banned for quite a bit of the series, a lot of impact on how things will shake up for the rest of the games.
Exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that second game, and we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
So, kurz auf Toilette. Und dann gehen wir rein in Game Nummer 3.
나 좀 더 땡기자.
땡겨봐 아래로 땡겨봐 아래로.
유나를 한 대 맞았어.
이번에 볼게 얘들아.
나 위치 좋아. 민성아 나랑 이거 연기하자.
너 질러주는 거 주지.
나 여기 회사 위치 짜는 중. 나 망원 3초 3초
2천에
10개.
맞아 2천에.
아, 싼 거.
아까 싸볼 거야.
나 무조건 싸움.
볼게 얘들아 이번에 볼게.
유나라 봐줘, 유나라 봐줘, 유나라
볼게
봐줘.
유나라 봐줘. 유나라 노플. 유나라 노플. 가자.
신드라 노플이야.
아 여기 봐줘.
바텀.
아 맞다. 나 장로 먹고 갈게 얘들아.
그냥 와봐. 끝나게.
알아. 밑에 가.
먹은 거 있어?
그냥. 먹으면 있어.
먹은 거 있어?
뭐 경험치 있어.
확인해서 잡고 끝내자.
잘 보냈어. 끝낼만 하지 얘들아.
끝났어.
오케이.
빨리인 줄 알아.
So. Und so weiter, genau, Pandemonium-Ding. Alle Juli. Ganz schön 100 Millionen Gage vermutet. Du, ich gönn's ihm. Hab den Film geliebt. Gönn ich ihm. Soll Tom Holland alles Geld der Welt, Mann. Silberne. Gepenge. Und der Taliban. Wir müssen seinen Namen ändern. Tatsächlich. Wenn so eine geile, ja, ja. Ja, ja. Und außerdem auf jeden Fall in Avengers Endgame Encore so eine Frechheit, was sie da mit dem Original farbentechnisch hatten, ne? Also es ist wirklich eine Frechheit. Schau mal, also der Vergleich, das ist so eine Frechheit. Diese scheiß grauen Filme immer die ganze Zeit. So ein Bullshit. Wirklich. Unglaublich. Und es war einfach jeder einzelne Film. Ach stimmt, wie war es im Kino, Juli? Das war ein cooler Song. Für dich. Die Editors, du musst aber, schau dir mal alle Filme so um die 2019-Zeit an. Das ist alles grau. Ich schwöre, alles filtert Farbe. Wer der Song ist, das ist eine verdammt gute Frage. LOL Pandemonium Song. Nee. Nee. Nee, keine Ahnung.
And they got to a point in the game.
Überleg dir mal Witcher 3. Weiß ich nicht. Hallo Fanti. Den bloß am Gewinn. 1-1. Hallo Eika. Die Farbseitigkeit ist irgendwie verschwunden, ja, aber das ist. Guck mal, die nehmen überall Farbe raus. Schau mal, DFB-Pokal neues Logo. Was ist das? Grauer Scheiß.
Yeah, let's dive straight on into it. Yet again, an early game shaped by BDD's roam. This time to the top side of the map, not the bottom side of it.
I think it's literally the same thing happened compared to game one. This should not happen once again because this time again, Romer had the full control in the mid lane, so he's the one that moving the first towards the bot lane, and I think this is correct. What Romer is doing right now is covering the bot side because his jungler is also looking for the opportunity on the bot side, so it's such a basic.
Schauen wir direkt mal im Kino nach.
Is doing with the mid priority, but the issue is that
Da ist nichts mit Bau. Da
for the
ist.
opportunity that the BDD can just look for something because he's in the fog of war, so he should know that Syndra can do something.
Ja, da ist einfach nichts. Bei uns im Kino. Sorry.
This is safe. Now, the way this game plan is working for the side of Hanjin Brion is you've got the Callisto lane bottom side you want to play through, and then you have this winning top side with the early on in this matchup. So Casting is also doing his job, right? He's trying to apply the pressure while they're trying to make that bottom side play, so they're trying to win on both sides of the map. If they knew BDD, if Casting knew BDD is missing, there's a chance that he's up there. He probably plays a little bit more respectfully there. He probably drops a few minions, backs away as he's trying to crash that wave, and instead, he gets punished by a really nicely timed sneaky roam from BDD.
This should be fixed. This is such an easy fix from the communication, so this should not happen in the game 3.
Yeah, and maybe Casting flashes that, maybe you know, different matchup, it doesn't take as long, but when Ornn is able to give you the full CC treatment, it doesn't matter how like your ward in the river bush is there, that's not enough time to respect the roam that even a Syndra can make. Then
Bro hat ein Game geholt? Ja, Bro hätten auch Game 1 gewinnen
and
können.
a sneaky little pick here on Dekuz turns into what seemed to be a game-winning moment for Bro.
I think this is the draft advantage that Ulf was talking about. This is the team comp that you can literally just run them down and kill them all. And I think Hanjin Brion had such a...
Das hier ist Double Elimination. Die Series heute, also Verlierer ist nicht raus. Morgen Nongshim gegen BFX ist Single Elimination.
And still they want to try to play for pick here onto Gideon. And unfortunately, you know, he's too tanky. He does survive here. And then the handshake comes through, and KT are just now opting into this fight. Gio is pretty strong at this stage, so he wants to actually force this, wants to go in. But when he dashes forward here, Gideon, who survived earlier, actually flashes on him and kills him, and the fight is a wash. I understand the idea from KT here, start to finish. Even after those two picks went down, they think they have the damage, they think they have the numbers, but they're just slightly off. And the punish comes from Bro. I think a lot of other teams would have just been like, all right, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. We might just have to lose one and get out. But no, Gideon says, I'm going in. We're actually going to turn this into the game.
Yeah, it was a flash buffer hostile takeover by Namgung. That type of aggression is what led to success for Bro. Then the game stalls out for a little bit. They stack the Drakes. They get
Wurde Olaf schon gepickt in Game 1? Yes.
Up, but it's similar to a
yes.
engage that they had over the back here.
Gio just can't play the game. He really wants to play the game in this team fight. He's not allowed to.
Ist schon krank, ne? Also die haben auch sehr geiles CC-Layering gerade gehabt. Und das, obwohl der Charm ist.
I think the setup was correct and the flank positioning. And also I could hear it from the mic check as well. They were already signing up the fight even before.
Sind die Bros jetzt gut?
So I really like
Waren die Bros jemand schlecht?
from the Hanjin Brion.
Hanjin knew they could play around the rent.
Denk mal drüber nach.
On the cast, just put those sticks on the Elder and force KT into an awkward spot. They have the tools, they have the engage opportunity there onto the Yunara. The Yunara has to clean up the fight. That's the entire game plan for KT, is use the Elder as kind of your own front line and then slowly whittle away. But when that snap engage comes through, if you're not ready to respond, if you're not able to peel, it's just over in an instant.
You know, I think the casters called it out, and we talked about it a little bit. It felt like that was a lot of trust and draft resources into Jiwoo to play the scaling option there against very aggressive options here that Teddy was able to play. And Wadid, you brought it up earlier. As we get later and later onto the series, the bot lane champion pool is going to be important. Execution down there going to be huge here for KT or for Brion if they're able to get the victory.
Wenn wir zur Zuckersteuer. Ja, das Ding ist over. Das sind jetzt Planes, korrekt. Korrekt. Heute Morgen und den Tag drauf sind Planes. Also Freitag. Ende der Planes.
For our very first game. No 3-0s throughout our plans, Ox. We are not about that life. We're about maximum games and maximum value. Thank you, bro.
I'm a little worried because that sign I saw right there that already crossed out the 0 to make it a 1. There was not much space for the 2.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because that is definitely happening. Coach Song right there trying to work out how to bring us to a game number 4 in style here for the Bros. And it doesn't matter who wins this one, just as long as the other team wins the next one. That's the rule. And maybe we'll just alternate, right? Maybe it's now KT's turn as they do decide to head towards the blue side. So once again, we are going to just have KT blue and a first pick here for the Bros. I'm pretty sure if I read that right.
Yeah, which is
Primary Gods heute.
game so far.
Leicht favored für Spandau.
First pick. Obviously
65, 35 vielleicht. 60, 40. Beide Teams nicht super gut. Kann alles passieren.
In this game, where he was just kind of answering. I mean, he did technically kind of pick the Rumble, but maybe an opportunity to get a more active kind of pick in this one.
Yep. All right, Pantheon once again going to be the ban. Bans for the Bros last time was Pantheon, Ezreal, and Galio. And Cassio, Caitlyn, and Orianna were the bans for KT.
Yeah, I think the bot lane, we've seen a lot of strong duos taken out. As you said before, Caitlyn Bard, Ezreal Karma.
Yep.
I think are things
Ezreal ban, Orianna ban.
in terms of power.
Realistisch.
Jace often crops
Allian, sie Handshake.
There is the Yorick available to match into it, but
Any ban.
often can have a good amount of priority. And we see the Annie ban coming out.
That is an odd one. I know he's a
Kann Galio gehen werden.
but it's also an odd ban.
Hast du Talia Mitte?
Orianna also going to be taken away.
Könnte ein Galio enger werden. Oder Jon vielleicht sogar. Jon für BDD. Obwohl du hast keinen Rumble mehr. Macht's ein bisschen schwieriger.
The Rise as well, but that's also already been taken away.
Victor ist noch offen.
Played into Anivia, but that's been taken away.
Hat die Gon sich gestern durchgesetzt? Ja, 3-1.
Wanting to deny the Rise group special, perhaps?
Maybe denying the Annie Wukong. We'll see what they set up for.
Karma. Well, du kannst immer noch Ezreal First Pick und Ezreal Seraphine spielen.
The Ezreal or the Caitlyn, either of those, can leave them both open.
Might be just the trade, as the Lee Sin is going to be the final ban here.
I think it's smarter to leave them both open and available, so...
just Bard, and then just take whatever they don't pick. Might be the option.
Nee, weil das Problem ist, wenn du Bard First pickst, dann rennst du voll into Caitlyn Lux rein, oder? Und wirst geknallt.
Might be... Oh, never mind.
Ja, das ist besser. Das ist besser. Wenn die jetzt Caitlyn Bard gehen, dann gehst du Seraphine.
Potential Caitlyn Bard, and then you run out of great picks alongside the Ezreal outside of the Seraphine that we have seen find a lot of success.
Yeah,
genau.
Geo and Effort that played that one very well.
I think Ezreal Seraphine would be okay.
Genau.
Could also maybe look for Camille again.
Sind Roboter beispielsweise trotzdem raus? Ja, ist einfach nur, damit man sieht, was genau in jeder Rolle spielt. Aber ja, genau, ist für alle Rollen raus. Ist korrekt. Wenn die Caitlyn Lux gehen, dann kannst du trotzdem Seraphine gehen.
Yeah.
Will they take that now? They will take the Bard at least.
That, like you say, somewhat dangerous with Namgoon's propensity to play the...
Ich weiß, was wir jetzt dazu noch pairen.
Corki kind of pairs with whatever.
Yeah.
I think,
ich hasse Corki Bot.
Fine. Kellen's pretty good. I think the one thing
Ich hasse Corki Bot.
I am very worried about that, Orcs. You're exactly right. That being said, I'm not as worried right now because it doesn't matter which team wins in this game as long as we make it to 5 games. So KT threw this one away. It's kind of all right. As the Wukong.
Bin ich auch nicht so geil mit Annie-Ban.
Despite the lack of Annie.
So I feel like we've seen Lissandra work pretty well as like a sub.
Es ist Seraphine, oder?
Potentially could look in towards that. I was also thinking maybe the Annie, they were denying it because they were like Annie Lee Sin would be really strong in case they get the Lee Sin, but then
Seraphine plus Walder.
All right,
bro. What are we picking?
Die Bros.
Jungle here. Would you go something like a Skarner maybe?
Skarner to Wukong ist solid. Boah, großer Gott. Ist besser 5 hier. Playoffs full besser 5.
This feels like a much more aggressive option. The Cocoon is going to be very easy to hit on the Bard's rotund hitbox.
Oh no, not the rotund Bard again.
There we go.
Well, I thought we fearlessly banned the Nautilus. He was going to be okay. Xin Zhao going to be the choice though into the Wukong here for Gideon, a champion that he has found a fair bit of success on in the past. Doesn't have an enchanter support to pair alongside him, but I think still should be very strong here in this game.
So are you going to secure a mid for BDD here? Or are you just going to get the Caitlyn? I feel like pairing up the bot lane is the more important thing here. So they're going to get the Caitlyn. Even though you have other options, I think you would quickly feel bad about getting trimmed away. Actually, they changed their mind. So
Sivir.
Frightened about the Sivir.
A less aggressive
Playing size qualification for playoffs, ganz genau.
Does well into Elise, into
Okay.
Ezreal.
Good point.
That does have that shorter range, and it can be a bit awkward
Okay.
to try and team fight as Sivir when you're into a Xin Zhao, as if you end up getting in range of him, to actually ricochet, you're in a dangerous position.
Well, now we're going to see the rest of these bans come in. No lock for Roma. He has found a lot of success on. A lot of pick potential already here for the bros. I think the Jace stocks are extremely high. And so we'll see whether that does get banned away or whether they're going to look at something else. Because already with this Cassante being banned away, the bros might have
Ist hier die Support? Ja, ja, ja.
first pick out of this.
Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das besser finde als Seraphine.
Alright, one more ban. KT to throw around, and that is another mid lane ban. There are so many mid laners taken away here.
Yeah, trying to trim away.
Das ist irgendein Victor oder was? Was heißt das für KT? Victor, oder?
A lot of success previously on the Akali, and also did get that pentakill.
Welche Teams sind noch Planes? BFX und Nongshim.
Ja.
Wieso wird man statt Seraphine Elise gehen? Das ist eine verdammt gute Frage. Ich meine, es gibt dir mehr Pressure Lane, gibt dir deutlich mehr Pressure Lane. Zoe, aber Zoe auf 4. Ja, Victor Ban. Ja. Aurora. Aurora.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit risky in that regard. I feel like maybe just take mid here, and then if Bro pick Jace, you pick Yorick. If they don't pick Jace, you pick Jace.
Yeah.
Kind of works out well in that regard. I feel like something like an Aurora, or Zoe's been threatened. He'd even bring it out.
Wow. Good call.
So insanely good in this pick. He's so good on this pick. And it looks like Bro will just grab the Jace here. You know, you're into a pick that has a lot of poke in terms of the Zoe. Wanting to match some of that range.
And what is the pick into the Zoe? That's the big question. As it looks like Jace is going to be the first cab off the rank, but I imagine they're using a lot
Rick.
to work out what the pick into the Zoe is going to be. Could it be that Lissandra that you were talking about?
I think it could make sense. I think you could also go for something like the Aurora. I think those are the ones that come to mind first and foremost.
Echo would be crazy, man.
That would be insane. And they were banning these like dive melee threats away.
Honestly, wouldn't Echo be absolutely sick with his parallel convergence or whatever it is to get the stun if like the portal?
Puh, ich hasse die Bro-Comp irgendwie, Freunde.
With a ton of cool picks for LeBlanc.
Ich hasse die Bro-Comp.
Options to take in a Zoe can actually make her pay, and KT close the trap with the
Not gonna lie.
Yorick into the Jace. So Casting gonna have his work cut out for him in this matchup, but similarly, BD gonna have his work cut out for him, trying to survive against Roma on the LeBlanc. I feel like lanes are gonna be contentious. There's so much kill pressure in this game. I feel like early on, we had previous games were quite slow. It was only the roams of BDD that really set things up.
Yep.
Both mid laners have a lot of opportunity to roam and really sway the side lane matchups.
This is going to be a very interesting one, though, because Zoe feels a little off-theme to me in this draft for KT. I feel like Perfect wants to be in a side lane, but Zoe wants to be sort of messing around with the enemy team, and it feels like a Wukong doesn't necessarily fit that. You want to just go for engages, get your Cyclone out, and really make
All in KT mit ein bisschen was noch da ist. Yeah.
difficult to make it work. I'd imagine that picking the Zoe when you have the Ezreal makes a lot of sense as well, because Sivir wants to be continuously autoing and getting those ricochets across. We'll just have to see, though, because BDD is an absolute master on this champion and team fighting on this champion as well, which can be so incredibly difficult. Zoe is just a very, very hard champion to have your damage actually land in the chaos of a team fight, and BDD has made a career on doing that. He is just so good at this champion. We'll see whether the bros can manage to keep him at bay with their pick and poke composition that they put together for themselves. Some fun comps to get onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3, and we're
Sehr Ezreal plus Jace natürlich.
I know we're guaranteed 5 actually, but right now it's definitely 4 games, and already we're seeing BDD Zoe on the Rift, right? We've got like slightly weird compositions. Namgung's Elise comes out. This is why Fearless is so good, because we really get treated to some interesting choices.
And you know, we got some buffs to LeBlanc only a few patches ago that was to her ult damage. So the Mimic,
Und W-Damage, oder?
and Ethereal Chains all got their late game damage improved. And I feel like
Haben wir hier AP-Ratio hochgeballert?
Another great cocoon connects onto Gio here as Teddy is just stacking up his passive. Oh my god, we are flashing for a red buff.
Ist die Bottom von KT tot?
This is the sort of creative pattern you love to see in Game 3 of a best of 5.
I mean, it's almost as cool as just straight up flashing out of the fountain, which is my favorite one.
Wow,
Really give you
starke
a head
Sidesteps.
start getting out onto the map.
And honestly, they could actually really
Wow, starke Sidesteps, Mann.
chunked out Gio and F.
What the fuck?
Lease is so good at setting up the dives. This is actually a cause for concern. This is why they're trading so heavily.
Oh, Teddy.
They're safe as the barrier comes out from Teddy.
Ja, aber diese Trades sind alle nice, weil jetzt ist halt der Sinsauer da, ne? Jetzt crasht die Wave. Jetzt müssen wir schauen, wie schnell kommt Cassie hin. Und zwar nicht schnell genug ist die Antwort. Ja, alles worth it, weil die sind tot auf Botten.
There is no way out of this.
Oh.
Cuz is trying to move over. Gideon's trying to get level 3 in time.
Wer kriegt den rüber? Oh, wow. Pathing war super. Nicht schnell genug, der Crash.
And never mind, not dead.
Oh, Cuz reads it, comes down in time. And his presence saves them, because I was certain Gio
Ja.
was just dead there.
War aber geil gespielt. Also von der Bro-Bot, denn auch wenn es natürlich toll aussah, dass Teddy da so nach vorne geht, aber war gut gespielt, rauszuschanken und dann für einen Dive zu preppen.
Now that the action is over, we can have a look at some of our keystones and things like that. Nothing is really standing out as far as anything crazy. Double electrocutes for our supports on the bottom side is no surprise.
No.
Storm Raider's Surge, kind of interesting, I guess, for the Jace. But not really.
Moving up to the top side to try and cover and defend these camps from Cuz. Great read right now. Because Gideon ends up at a big advantage if he gets to clear up his own camps. And deny Cuz from them. Now, Cuz might move towards... I was going to say the bot
Verletzt sind also ein ganz Topside? Nein.
But instead he's going to go for maybe a push in here again.
Elise covered.
Raph is already gone and he's down.
Plus Mitte hast du TP Advantage gehabt.
Alright.
Oh, kein Flash auf Namgung. Wait, der ist tot, oder nicht?
It's kind of everywhere here this game. As the repel.
Oh, he's out of range.
Er ist tot, ja.
Able to make it to the minion, as Namgung now just has to try and commit to the fight, and that's first blood over to BDD Zoe of all people.
Oh, a big misplay, because he chunks out effort, and that honestly could have been enough. You chunk out effort, Gideon comes down, 3v3 with effort low would be in your favor, but just a miscalculation on the repel, slightly out of range of the minion wave, means that he's got nowhere to go, no flash, and he ends up going down.
I was really expecting him just to come back down on like you could see the minion that he was going for, and just unfortunately not able to get there. And if we have a look at this one more time, I'm just wondering whether there was like a minion that he was looking for that was moving out of the way that he couldn't actually get to. No, you saw that.
Er hat's einfach misjudged, ne? Ja.
The trouble bubble came out, and he's like, I just have to repel now. Am I in range? And the answer was no, so... Good pressure there from VDD.
Yeah, very nicely done. Still, Namgung is a man built on deaths. He's very happy to go 0-1 by 5 minutes. In fact, I would say that he could probably go 0-2 by now.
He's definitely set that sort of pace before.
Oh, yeah.
And at least is that sort of champ that you will get a lot of kills in a lot of situations, but you can't just die on repeat.
Yeah, let's just say Itsy Bitsy Spider doesn't get up and down that water spout by staying alive the whole time. It's now Gio taking a bit of damage here. Teddy trying to...
Oh, will ich sein Sinsauer oder was?
Decent spell shield, but Gideon's coming down one more time. Win becomes
What?
avoided by...
Da läuft der straight. Wie cocky ist das denn bitte? LeBlanc Elise aus ab Minute 25. I mean, sie haben immer noch die Ezreal Jace. Das ist möglich, aber ja.
Yeah, but they're not really finding the angle in. Gideon's trying to chase these finite windows where he can threaten Gio, but a good job from Gio and effort to mitigate this, buy time until Cuz can move over and avoid the pressure.
Yeah, Romer is doing a pretty good job here in this mid lane, staying ahead in farm by just a little bit, winning out on a few of these trades.
I will say one of the things I always found really frustrating about LeBlanc.
Oh man!
Wow.
To get the ethereal chains.
Wow. Stark.
Romer with the kill onto BDD to even out the series, and yes, pro fans, it is this crazy here in Game 3.
This is why you take the matchup. Roma with supreme confidence, flashes to keep in range off the tether and kills BDD on his signature Zoe. The confidence. And I remember all those time ago when Roma actually was pretty close to his debut, when Showmaker picked LeBlanc into his Orianna and killed him on repeat.
Oh yeah, he did.
Unceremoniously.
I was about to say, like, do we change his name to Romaker now?
Maybe.
Because that was Showmaker-esque. Cuz gonna actually go in on this one, only level 5, and Namgung is gonna have to go up into the sky, does come back down, and now Roma is trying to find the angle. BDD not able to get enough damage onto this Elise to take him down. And KT, they will get control of this river, but not able to get any kills.
The fact that Namgung just gets to walk out of that kind of crazy.
이거 미드도 그냥 찌르면 강하다. 계속
Oh,
나오는
we get
거긴
a
해.
point of view replay.
이제
And he hit everything.
Sick.
Yeah, the flash to keep up with the movement speed.
Sick.
Just so
Good
well
did he.
played there.
And this was the bottom lane.
Yeah, one of the things I found so frustrating about LeBlanc is the amount of poke this champion can do and just not really being answerable. If a LeBlanc gets fed, you can just kind of like W over QRE.
Level 16 5.
And if they're not dead, they might as well be.
Yep. Gideon is also going to be able to find Cuz here. 3 Talon Strike doesn't
Oh, what?
True Shot Barrage is going to get this monkey out of the battle. And Gideon, with level 6 already, there is no way that Cuz was going to be able to contest this, especially with no flash.
Geil, das danke für den 11.
They're
Danke.
really keeping this Wukong down.
I really like how Gideon's approach to jungle this game, constantly looking to challenge Cuz. We've seen the jungles be a bit less active in the early games so far this series, but Gideon has tried to find these windows, tried to shut down Cuz. And even though he hasn't found the bot gang windows, he's still been putting that pressure on.
Well, BDD going to have to walk his way out of this one. Sweep comes on through. And now I'm going over here as well, as they look to take down this
Ja, ist
ward.
gute Objective Control hier.
Biding his time, though.
If you set up control around mid lane for Roma, he will roam.
He will.
Yeah.
He will be more of a Roma than BDD, because BDD is a BDD.
Yeah, and you make it so tricky for BDD to move into the fog of war, which has been his way of getting advantages for his team in the early levels in both previous games.
Oh, Teddy looking for a solo here towards Jiu. Does get his health back with that spell shield. The exhaust comes down. And a couple of buttons do go wide. Oh, there's that rotund hitbox you were talking about, as Roma is going to not quite find the damage to take down Effort, but now
Oh mein Gott, sie kriegen 3 Grubs jetzt oder was?
on these grubs, and it's just going to get pushed away. Lit on fire here by the spider, flashes in.
Stark. I mean, die Bros spielen gut, no joke. Es ist sehr komisch, was KT da abzieht, vor allem die Botlane von KT, aber
Go back towards the grubs as Teddy continues to find an advantage down here as the goalie wall
perfekt tot.
not enough to get him out of that. Wind becomes lightning and perfect.
Oh,
will
spring
go
gut.
down to Roma. This guy's LeBlanc is now on a killing spree, and the bros are just looking so good here in this third game.
6-stack Dark Seal already, 3-0 on the LeBlanc. Bro are in a phenomenal position, and Effort is sheepishly trying to approach, pick up some chimes, but you don't want to be anywhere near this LeBlanc right now. We'll see the replay here. So, as you're saying, Bard, it's hard not to get hit by the cocoon. But he lives. You see the double shrine thrown down to keep himself alive, but that leaves the Mice Blade here. And I'm going to actually ignite here to keep the vision when Cuz walks into the brush. Really smart, really intelligent move, just to make sure they had eyes on him. And no chance of a turnaround play there when he has his ult. And here, Gideon, the W at the angle where it hits him regardless. If he flashed that way, didn't flash to the side. And the end play is just huge for Bro on the back of this. The fact that Effort survived is such a small silver lining for KT, but it shows that it could have been a lot worse if there was just a little bit more damage.
Well, the bros are going to be able to get the most grubs, because does come over to get one, as now Roma is going to chase that community once again. Now I'm going once again in the mid lane. Just looking to put on that extra pressure, and BDD Zoe really not able to find its footing here in this game. It's Sork Boots as well.
KT kann es besser weiter nicht verlieren, oder? Das ist unmöglich. Also sicherlich, oder? Sicherlich gehen die Bros nicht hier als 5. Seed rein.
Void just getting chain CC'd to death, I think, is such a big deal. These Merc Treads are going to be so necessary. But it does mean that BDD will not have the same level of burst damage that Roma will have.
Was bin die Grubs abgestuft? Mehr DPS pro Stack.
They took magic resist off Merc Treads. They took 5 away from it.
Und wenn du alle 3 hast, spawnst du diese kleinen Void Mites.
So this is a different feel to how it would have been last patch, where it would have just been the Merc Treads magic resist completely eclipse how much pen the Sork Shoes has, and you have extra. I mean, the magic shield's still very powerful against LeBlanc, but oh my lord.
That double distortion was just beautiful there from Roma. He really knows how to play this matchup. It is working very, very well so far.
Bro, kann ich dir das nicht mehr so gesagt?
We haven't really
Alles andere wäre ja auch Quatsch, oder?
Versus casting very much this game.
But casting doing a pretty
Mag Titanic Hydra gegen Zoe plus 7.
We've seen some players have been able to leverage.
Hat Titanic jetzt Standard abgelöst, auf dem Patch und nicht auf dem 17er Patch.
the Yorick down.
Möglich.
Some players have really fallen over in the early levels even against the Yorick, but eventually the
Minus
beam
1.
does make it tricky.
Ach du Scheiße.
She is going to be summoned now as casting. We'll just have to get to work with his hammer to take this one down. Gideon gonna grab this Mountain Drake. Next one going to be a Chemtech. As the Bros have almost a 2,000 gold lead at this stage of the game.
And it's spread out across like multiple members. It's not just one person who's strong who could be shut down. A lot of the team are fed right now.
Yep.
And it was just, as well, that trade in the top lane, casting, getting the Storm Raiders and disengaging now. We do have Cuz making his way in here.
Yep, Teddy gonna get slowed down, and there is Cuz just pouncing
Guter
on the
Gank.
rush. Teddy gets the barrier, flashes over.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Push back with that crescent guard.
Oh shit. Wait.
To try and keep Evan alive for a
Gangbang.
but Gideon will be able to find that kill. And now Roma
Es sind die Bros?
down onto KT. Still
Nein, halt's Maul. Okay, wollte gerade sagen. Okay.
is going to stop the LeBlanc, but the Jace is there with the Shock Blast, and down goes the Sivir. Regardless, the bottom lane is taken down here. Bros do lose Teddy, but I think they're okay with it.
A lot committed here from Bro to answer this play. Is going to allow Perfect to get some damage onto this tower here. But I still think Bro just not allowing KT to get away scot-free with trying to take out Teddy.
Nicely played. Let's have a look at this one more time. It was a good chase down, and Teddy just barely surviving and getting over this wall, demanding so much extra attention here from KT.
You see the decision making, and then he finally gets the flash off, gets in the right position for it. Cuz has to flash to finish him off. A lot of stalling with the stasis, but they see the TP coming in, and Roma with the roam.
Oh,
close there. If the chain connects, I think they might have just potentially both died, but Jiwoo no way to really get away from the situation. The Shock Blast comes in true. Makes it very clear that they really needed casting as well. Getting that final hit there, and now has a pretty sizable lead over Perfect in this top lane matchup. And between the Storm Raiders and the Ghostblade, a lot of mobility to kind of outplay the Yorick.
Also ich sehe da gute Spikes auf Seiten von den Bros gerade. Problem ist nur, dass der Drake erst in 3 Minuten spawnt. Herald aber näher dran.
Combination of keystone and item in order to get himself away. So really nicely done.
Ach so, behind auf dieser Lane gerade.
Obviously, it was largely what he was going to be building anyway. Going to be now heading towards that Manamune. Perfect now parking himself in this bottom lane. There is a Roma in the brush. But he's looking to be marching back towards the mid lane as Gio and Teddy meet once again in this top side. 3 plates left on the top lane outer turret for the Bros, but 1 more for Gio to get. And he will be able to take down that turret. First turret blood still up and available.
Not doing that much damage to Perfect right now with those Shock Blasts.
Not so much.
But not really the main concern at this time.
This Yorick is pretty strong.
30 seconds on that Herald. And space control, so important for both of these compositions.
Sieht aus, irgendwann halt hart, aber macht sie das so hart? Schon eine ekelhafte High-Range-Comp bei Bros, oder? Potenziell natürlich mit Jace plus Ezreal. Bleibt dann die Frage, wie viel Uptime du hast.
And I think that it's not even necessarily just supports. I think anyone face-checking is just going to have to either go back via the Death Chamber or not. Roma is very, very strong right now with his upgraded shoes as well as his Ludens. And PDD does have the Ludens completed as well, but it just feels like Roma has hit his stride. Extra level on that Mimic as well. As now Effort and Cuz look for a bit of a dive potential, but Namgung is here. And you've got Gideon moving down.
Maiden tot.
Is likely to die as Casting should be able to grab this kill. 1 more auto, and she will be taken out. And there it is, 50 gold over to the Jace.
Gib den Drake. Drake jetzt schon komplett gonzo. Komplett Donzo, der Drake. Crossman für Herald wäre Best Case für JT.
Focal point right now, but Bro don't want to leave out casting to dry. And now, TP coming in. I think they see Cuz.
Yeah, Cuz was not wanting to push his luck there. He's just going to back away as Roma is going to move over, pop some Crystalline Overgrowth. Does manage to do that and goes back to his Distortion. So a bit of extra money with that plate going on over. Now the Bros looking for an angle here towards the Rift Herald. Casting, realizing that Perfect may not be alone, is just going to back away instead of looking for more of a fight here as Cuz Wants to be able to help out to grab this kill on the Jace. Acceleration gate, though, as well as that Ghost Blade giving him that extra space before, will mean that the Bros...
Aber die können doch diesen Drake nicht fighten, oder?
...trade for likely this bottom outer turret, because Cuz and Perfect do a lot of damage
Oh,
to
First Trade hier für KT wäre noch wirklich...
in this race. So, that is going to be some extra money in the coffers of KT, but immediately answered here by the Bros, and they do not lose their top laner.
I think Casting did a good job of respecting it this time when he doesn't have the support of his team. It is just a trade in the end, but Bros still have that Herald in pocket. KT would love to answer with the Dragon, but I'm not sure they're going to have a window to do so. And I'm already here trying to contest this vision. And it looks like they'll be forced away. Perfect resetting, likely to have that Trinity Force available to buy.
Wow.
Oh, Trouble Bubble does come down onto Gideon. Effort finds the Cosmic Bind.
Wow.
On the hunt.
Das wäre halt so ein huge Pick, ne? 500 Gold für Zoe oder Sivir. Wow. Insane Bubble. Wenn du jetzt hier noch den Drake rausbekommen würdest, wäre das so unglaublich krank. Das Game. Was macht der Jivu? Schlaganfall. Also, what? Das war ein Schlaganfall, das war's.
Yeah, just kind of confusing from just a walk up.
Er ist ultra anti-Klatsch.
Especially didn't have the support of his team. You know, Kuz went for the poke, he's a Wukong, can kind of do that. But Jiwu just disrespecting the threat from Bro. And what went from like a
Roma einer für Fnatic.
being dead, KT could potentially set up for control of mid and go to Dragon. Now just kind of thrown in the bin. Effort gets chunked out a little bit, will answer with his own damage, but won't be able to push deeper to get the vision down here.
Well, Jiu does at least have Navori now completed, so a couple of items picked up for the Sivir. It's going to be valuable, but I imagine that Teddy is getting very, very close to that Muramana. You can see that tier only a few stacks away from maxed out, and he's going to be very, very strong. Still the Bros just feeling like they have a positional advantage around this Dragon. Gideon already starting that one up, casting here towards the bottom side.
So
Perfect
scary.
in the maiden, making their way over.
So scary, so difficult face check to get the bot tower, to get the Dragon.
Like, look at all these wards, man. They know everything.
Yeah. So this was an overstay from Gideon on the top side of the map. We already saw like Namgun reset, went to the bot side. Just a bit too much time spent there. And it's a decent punish from KT. You see Gideon realizes he can't get out and does a lot of damage to Effort.
Also was Jivu sich da denkt, das ist so krank.
He was already chunked by the true shot.
Check ich nicht. Wo scheitert's da im Kopf?
The Hextech alternate was some of the damage there, because I think the spell.
Spiel doch mal die Burn-Rune Secondary, das müsste Scorch gewesen sein.
That makes sense. It was
Was hat er noch gewandt? Ja, Scorch wahrscheinlich.
Yeah. And then I think maybe had Scorch as well proccing, so.
Ja.
Oh my god, Rumor is almost up to Shadow Flame.
He's going to be so fit. He's 9 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, so he could just grab.
Oh, Roma ist sehr OP.
Medjais and
Und die Sivir hat Second Item Flicker Blade, dementsprechend noch mal weniger Damage.
So insanely strong.
Like he's if he gets any sort of assist or anything like that.
Er will auch 2 Items, enjoy.
All that movement speed as well is just going to be so dangerous. Let's have a look at this little scuffle that just happened in the mid lane as Jiu is just dead again. That's what happened.
You had such a strong start to the series, but really struggling in this game. You know, Sivir has a spell shield, a lot of value here, but the short range proving to be troublesome. And Bro just getting more and more pressure. 2 dragons in pocket.
And a 60 CS lead for Teddy. Like, Sivir is known, like, this was the matchup that Teddy got the most CS in the world on.
Yep.
And he was the Sivir.
And the thing is, we've always talked about the Sivir 400 CS win streak, but this game is not, it's not one where there's just easy targets to hit. It's also not one where KT can easily engage. Like, who are you actually going to engage on and how? Because LeBlanc and Ezreal both very safe. Jace can operate from a massive range. So, like, Bardo's very hard to land.
Die waren Zero AD 100%, die macht sehr wenig Damage gerade. Also, mal sehen, da muss wieder ein Wunder aus dem Hut rausgezaubert werden.
I think picks are really going to be the impactful thing. But so far, Bro haven't really fallen prey. Casting did a phenomenal job to avoid being pressured. On lands.
Unbelievable. Cocoon gonna connect there. Still, Effort is gonna get engaged on.
Unglaublich, also wie die teilweise, also was die KT-Bot denn hier regelmäßig abzieht, ist so eine Frechheit, ne? Wirklich.
I think when his Zinzao is this strong and he is really
Prevents him in den Planes.
highest gold lead in the game. It means you can't even shred him when he doesn't use or doesn't have his ult. So such a cause for concern. Herald gonna be thrown down in the mid lane.
Turret's gonna take a hold.
Kein Battle Herald, man.
Oh, never mind. Tempest Fate is going to
come
through.
You know, I feel like people always forget about that interaction with the bard.
Same.
And just throw it down.
Gerade vergessen.
A lot in the LCK. I will admit, I also forgot about it in that moment.
Yeah, so did I.
It happens to the best of us.
It does. I think maybe they thought that Effort was just hanging out with Boris for a little bit longer. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one.
It does just negate that bit of pressure, though, which is nice. And we didn't talk about it before, but it is an Ocean Soul. Not the highest prio in this game, really. But it does mean that when you go in for these sort of poke wars, these attrition wars, you have such a massive advantage. Because if you trade blows, you come out with the extra health to sustain from it. And the mana, I think the thing that people don't talk about with Ocean Soul, it's a minor factor of it. It doesn't help you necessarily that much in teamfights, but the infinite mana for, you know, champions like LeBlanc can be really nice.
And not to mention the fact
Ja,
that
Top-Lane-Wörter gewesen. I mean, Frage ist, wie lange noch angehalten hätte. Wahrscheinlich für den Drake, ne? Der ist wahrscheinlich ausgelaufen.
I don't think you're one-shotting anyone. And so
Sie werden Fenrir nicht reinzappen, weil, wenn Fenrir weitere Stage-Games spielt, dann dann kann er nicht mehr Challenger League spielen und dann sind die Facts da unten in der LCK-CL. Meine ich, habe ich irgendwo gelesen auf Twitter.
The Bros have been playing so far is they haven't really allowed that to happen. It's sort of duck and weave style League of Legends. Get in, get out. And that really suits that Ocean Soul that you were talking about. There's ever a time for that to find the value. It is right now. Perfect, trying to get big here in
Also dieser Jace ist doch auch so ein Problem, oder nicht?
Sojourn's completed, as well as his Trinity Force.
Also da ist jeder ein Problem, wenn wir ehrlich sind. Ja, und so ist Main Team Fakt. Ey, I mean, to be fair, Fenrir hat in der letzten Series auch nicht mehr so gut performt, ne? Juckt Challenger League, ich glaube, ist für die schon sehr wichtig, ja.
And it means that you're kind of in this awkward spot for KT. You see a bit of poke coming down. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about, where like
Keine Ahnung. Na, ich sage nur, oder ich wiederhole nur das, was ich auf Twitter gelesen habe.
Dragon up in 20 seconds.
Beach ball. Yeah, just barely goes wide as Perfect is able to secure the Raptor camp. That's a little bit cute. Because on his red buff, they will be able to secure that. And BDD has a smite that he's collected from the ground. That's a pretty cute one.
Ocean Rift as well, there's more brushes. And they do have some good wards down here, but this one's going to get cleared out. They're going to try and rush their way in here.
Aber realistisch, dieser Drake ist doch auch niemals ein contestbarer, oder nicht?
Not really allowed to be here as the chains are going to connect. That is going to be the Drake going on over. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does connect onto Teddy, but he is so far.
Ich weiß nicht, was Effort da macht.
Crescent Guard is there as Effort will be wiped out.
Es geht nicht in meinen Kopf rein, was diese Bot denn hier teilweise abzieht.
Do anything, and now Giu, I think he's going to have to use that extra movement speed to get the heck out of here. Paddlestar goes wide. The pros use their mobility to just avoid KT.
Good dodge from Namgun. I think a level 7 Elise. If you get hit by that paddle star, I think you just die, to be honest. So some nice dodging there to disengage. Bro get the dragon. They get a pick as well. Everything they needed from that play. And they don't overforce their hand. No need to. You already tick the boxes. Roma's position here on the flank with the control ward is so hard to deal with. And then this cocoon from Namgun. The Bard hitbox working against Effort, and even though the ult slows down Bro, it just means Bro can just go back to poking from a distance.
Yep, and we all know Slow Bro is pretty powerful, you know.
Very true.
Has some great stats, especially for a Gen 1 Pokemon. So even if they do Slow Bro, they will potentially still be the king.
So durchgespiked.
Anyway, that's perfect. Yeah.
Warum ist hier Elise nur Level 7? Ja, nicht viel NXP geholt und Supportrolle.
I'm sure you have so many.
Yeah, and that was just, that one didn't work even a little bit.
I got it. I got what you're going for. I thought it was.
Yeah, like there was a theory there, but I just didn't quite hit it, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like KT with this composition here in this game. There is a theory there, I'm pretty sure, but it did not quite work out. This is one of the issues, right? Of Zoe, I feel like you really do.
Mortal Reminder. Für wen? Jivu für wen?
Not really fitting that bill. I think I really do like having a strong 4-1 with a Zoe composition.
Du Brain Dead Freak.
Outside of that, doesn't quite great side.
Wie gut ist LeBlanc aktuell? Situational würde ich behaupten.
Of that tempered fate. And casting now has a Cyrilda's 3 items on this Jace.
Roma didn't opt to go for the Magi's, which
a little bit sad.
I think yet is what I'm gonna say actually. Still doing a ton of damage.
I think once he hits the 10-stack Dark Seal, there's no way he doesn't upgrade it, right? No way.
You could upgrade it now and just stack it sooner. But I think this. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh.
He's going to find him because was thinking about going over that wall.
Bin ich dafür? Ja.
This is the thing with LeBlanc, is just, what is the answer? When you can just, especially with a composition like this, there's no Nautilus who can ult a LeBlanc and then she's guaranteed knocked up. A Bard is so rarely going to be able to stun a LeBlanc. And a Wukong, you Cyclone and you just recast Distortion and you end up looking silly.
I feel like the Xin Zhao value is just so high as well, as Roma goes in once again.
Jivo wird leider komplett gemockt.
Poke Assassin.
Jivo wird leider komplett gemockt. Wow.
Find the cocoon on to BDD as Roma still looking for more. With this Distortion, he can just be everywhere and nowhere all at once as Cuz gets engaged on. The Cyclone has to be invested as Namgung puts him in the cocoon. Tempered Fate.
Oh, großer Gott.
But it's too late to save the jungler.
Humiliation Ritual in the making, guys.
Trapped against a beach ball in a hard place, but he just arcane shifts over the wall. And the Bros think this is a time to spend a moment with Terry and look to take him down.
Still looking for poke on this side, though. Bro, not wanting Perfect just to walk in here and stop them. Oh my god, that
Very
damage.
almost dead. Yeah, he almost does get taken out here. Terry still taking damage. Roma wanting to get these pokes down, and BDD and Effort, you just cannot be here. Roma will just kill you. Cocoon barely going to go wide. The chains also do not hit the mark as the Bros back away from the... Never mind, they don't back away from the Baron. Gideon was still there. Felt like there were so many that had left the pit. Surely they'd given up on it, but nope. Gideon sticks around and they guarantee this Baron. And the Bros, I feel like they've played so many different styles of League of Legends this series. The first one didn't work, but these last two have just been beautiful.
And this sort of comp has a lot of finesse to it. It's not the easiest to play. It's not super straightforward. The way they approach this, the setup they have around this Baron, at no point do they overcommit. At no point do they force too hard. It's a matter of finding Cuz. And as soon as you get a jungler, it makes it
Yeah.
no smite. And then the rest of them just continuously get poked down, but never step too far. They know there's no immediate threat onto them. With the Wukong down, the engage isn't there. It's only a Sleepy Trouble Bubble that connects. Would be
voilà.
just keep dodging away, and now Dragon spawning at 15 would be that Ocean Soul. Gideon
Yeah.
Dash into 3 people. Magical Journey gets Chew, Cuz, and Effort all out of there, or does it? Oh, Cocoon just barely going to go wide. But the Bros, they pushed them all the way away from this Dragon Pit. They should be able to guarantee themselves an Ocean Soul. And I don't...
Mortal Miner für die Soul. Ich verstehe.
As there is another Mimic Distortion.
Ich verstehe.
I think BDD just pops like a balloon.
For sure. And also the Banshee's picked up by Roma, so just no recourse. When you go in like that, you land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it just breaks the spell shield. They don't want to have to go for a full actual 5v5. It's just this poking and prodding that they're doing so well. They're moving now towards the Dragon. Ocean Soul will just make things even more difficult.
And Roma should be putting his Magi's together.
Also dann doch ein Game 5 oder was?
Teddy going to help Gideon out here momentarily. And Casting going to come on over as well, do his shift. As that is just a free Ocean Soul over to the Bros. No way that KT could contest it.
And it's kind of rare that we see picks like Nico or the Elise go Mikhails. But I think it's such a good buy here.
Braucht niemand HP? Amen. Ich sehe, Elise hat 2-1 mit HP. 3, Blattzong gibt auch HP. Ezreal hat 2. Gideon hat welche. Also, du sagst jetzt gegen Mortal, er war einfach seiner Zeit voraus. Er ist so smart.
Yeah, it's one of the easier abilities to keep track of with the Mikhails as well.
Don't even need to be Captain Jack.
Nope.
You could just be like Private James.
Yeah, Private James would actually be fine at it. Major Max, not so much. He still struggles. All right. Giu and Effort trying to defend here, and at least Siva is pretty good at dealing with Baron minions, but not as good at dealing with all of this as he's trying to play some DDR, but misses out on that last one as the Shock Blast just halves his health bar. The True Shot Barrage would have done the other half, so pretty happy.
Muss man auch in die Planes? Nein.
Keeps himself alive here as Roma is splitting on that bottom side. Perfect trying to deal with him for the moment. This war of attrition is being won by the Bros. And this Ocean Soul, I don't even know whether it's necessary, but it is making things real annoying for KT.
Just means like the Civet Ricochet cannot whittle them down and eventually get them to the point where you can force a fight. They just keep sustaining up on every single wave. The health bars feeling fresh.
Und KT nicht bei Boys drin, wenn sie es verlieren. Sie sind noch nicht raus, müssen dann aber müssen dann noch eine also Die müssen quasi nur ein Best of 5 gewinnen.
They pulled the ult.
Die können einmal verlieren. Also heute können sie verlieren, danach müssen sie Best of 5 gewinnen.
True Shot Barrage is going to chase after him, but not enough to kill him. On the hunt, enough movement speed to avoid it, but now Roma, he smells blood, and he is going to dash in, goes back to his original distortion here, and gets themselves out.
A desperation play, because KT are so frustrated with what is happening in this game, they can't even fight.
Ab wie viel Goldvorsprung kann man nicht mehr verlieren? Man kann immer verlieren.
They don't even get a chance to lose a fight.
10k ist schwierig. Ab 10k ist schon sehr schwierig.
They try and go for a pick on a Teddy, and it just ends up flopping because it's an Ezreal. Yeah. And he still had his flash on top of that, so just completely safe from the play.
Now I'm going, already getting some Mikhail's value as well. You can see that's on cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh man, so mid inhibitor, it fell. They did manage to keep their top inhibitor.
Ne, ich schaff's trotzdem, good one. Noch nie gehört.
Down to a couple of plates remaining. Jackshow's done here for perfect. That's item number 3.
Kann man auch mit Elder verlieren. Ist der Name vielleicht nicht, ja.
Sitting on like a luxury BF sword as well as 4 items already done.
Yeah.
He's about to hit a flame horizon against Jiu, which I think is likely not going to happen because now Sivir just like starts hitting these super minion waves.
It's still crazy how much farm he has.
Yeah, ahead of the clock by like 5 minutes here as well. Like, it's crazy.
Ezreal doesn't soak up farm nearly as easily as picks like Sivir, so he's been doing some big work there. Gideon is also 70.
Ja, du beutest AI fertig, aber selbst dann, also die sind so schwach. Vergleicht auch Jungle-Items, also Jungle Leute gar nicht angesprochen, aber Jungle-Items knallen auch so rein.
11,000 gold. They could just bring their wallets down on top of KT, and I think that we would be going to a game number 4 with a bro match point, as even the Maiden just getting taken out, not able to run.
Run!
She won't get up. There's the audacious charge. Shock blast just hits a corpse. Perfect. Not gonna have
Ich bin nicht komplett dumm, du bist nur ein Non-Sub und das kannst du ändern, mein Freund. Automatisch schlauer werden.
Finally. Not much time left to stack it, but we'll take it. Big influx of AP.
20 seconds until this Baron. Might be where he can get a couple of extra pages for it.
I mean, once you get the Baron, we saw already how difficult it was to deal with bros sieging their push, their poke, with just normal minion waves. You add the Baron to the equation, and I don't see KT being able to hang on. Definitely not able to get any vision towards the Elder that's spawning in a couple of minutes. So, I mean, what are you supposed to do here? How are you supposed to even get close? And look at the 3 members, Roma, Namgun, and Teddy, just like hovering around the jungle under very little threat, but so much danger to anyone who steps.
Ich schaffe mir überhaupt 400 mit 34 Minuten, das ist verdammt gut. Er muss Camps gefarmt haben. Und super aggressiv. Ja, G hat fast AI fertig, aber ich meine, Teddy ist so broken.
Run. I think you have to run.
Yeah, I think so.
BDD does have
Gut
a
bei
pretty
BDD.
bad. Zoe is starting to do some damage.
Yeah, BDD's had so many phenomenal games on the Zoe, but I think Bro have respected it so much. The Sleepy Trouble Bubbles have not been able to connect. Oh, the true shot might hit!
Oh, BDD
Wow.
wiped out! Oh,
Wow.
no, that should guarantee an Elder release, but maybe the Bros just go for the win.
Wow.
They've got Baron, and they're just so much stronger. It is a 13,000 gold lead. And Roma is going to look to sink in the knife. Perfect already taken down to 50%. KT desperately trying to hold on to their Nexus turrets. Coolywall goes down. Effort is basically dead, having to magically journey through his Nexus. As the Bros continue here, and they outrange them. They can layer so much poke in. Every one of these shock blasts is so deadly. True Shot Barrage comes over yet again as Roma has to flash away because he's already dead.
Die Bros mit Matchpoint, das ist so krank. Das ist so krank. GG.
Goes the bottom lane. Perfect is on the fountain, just waiting for game number 4 as the Bros crush KT here in the 3rd.
What a game here.
Verrückt.
Roma on the LeBlanc just.
Aber nicht Henning gepickt war die Banden. Nein, hätte sie picken können.
Legendary pick we've seen succeed so many times before. And you know, we often call Bro the thinking man's team.
Oh yeah.
That was a thinking man's game. I feel like just so many setups, so many situations where they're landing the poke, not letting KT play the game. It was frustrating from KT's flawless for the Bros.
It really was. They had
The
such a
Bros.
draft as well. I think that's something that KT really need to work on moving into the next game, because that one felt a little bit all over the place. But the way the Bros played this poke and pick composition, which has fallen on its face so many times here in the LCK, was just an absolute joy to watch. Look at that gold graph, man. That's beautiful. That's exactly a coach's dream right here. And that gives them match point in this series.
Also, ja, Jace, keine Ahnung, mein Bruder.
Poised to take out
Couldn't tell ya.
of the Legend Group and promote first to the playoffs. That would
Legend-Gruppe ist generell besser als Reis-Gruppe? Ja.
we can't have
Ja, klar. KT ist by far das schlechteste Team.
to 5 games. That's what we've been promised. It's the Bros. They're a team of value. We'll have to find out how KT does it.
So.
Go to a short break, then the space breaks down that last game,
So, so
and we'll see how KT can bring us to 5.
Und dann bin ich für den Draft zurück.
조이필.
저기 실만 없어.
탑라인 진짜 조이필이야.
야, 탱구 조심해, 탱구. 아프다.
정면이야. 야, 따.
나이스. 야, 그냥 괜찮다.
오케이 잡았어.
여차하면 지르자.
이번에 나 탑타로 지를게.
오케이 나올게 해서.
이거 그냥 크게 벌리면 되죠?
그냥 이번에 끝내. 나 끝났어.
내가 오른쪽 쓸게.
탑 밀는 중.
내가 오른쪽 가면. 뭐 알아서 쓰죠.
나 탑타로 이번에 볼게, 얘들아.
나 오른쪽.
타워 치면서 봐.
그냥
걸어야
풀어야 되긴 해.
천천히.
시기를 잘 잡아야 돼.
나 포킹 3초.
나 11한테 볼게, 이번에 걸게.
내가 다음 라인에 걸려. 다음 라인에.
이번에 봐올게, 얘들아.
이 라인 보고 봐가죠.
볼게.
나 위로 가.
라인 문제 가자.
이번에 봐올게.
나 50 급하다. 50 급하다.
오고.
어우.
여기 위쪽.
빨리지 말고 타운 쪽 타운.
나안 죽어.
11에 봐줄래 11에. 뒤에 좀 넣어야 될 것 같긴 해. 안 넣어도 될 것 같긴 해.
딜량 내기?
딜량을 안 주는데? 잘했다. 굿. 오멘 굿.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로 영원처럼 기억해. Live your life. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as Hanj and Breon take a dominant game number 3, and we're moving into the championship rounds. Will it be a 4-gamer, or will we go all the way? We'll find out together. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. It's 2-1 Hanj and Breon over KT.
As a KT predictor,
Yes.
I was pretty unhappy with the draft. I was pretty unhappy with what we got here. The BDD Zoe we all know and love, right? It's a pick that we've seen so many times dominate best of 5s, but in this draft where you have a Wukong that you drafted early, you have a Sivir that you're trying to play front to back with and later on team fights, you're leaving Jace up, so you're forced to play Yorick. You have the Wukong who can't fix or punish the Jace on the top side, and you left yourself open to one of Romer's classic LeBlanc picks. Now, that part I can forgive because if you're BDD, you expect you're going to be able to get through that laning phase. He picked Ignite. It did not go as well as he planned. But on the other side, for Bro, you got the classic, right? You got Teddy's Ezreal early. You got Namgung on the Elise. You have a front line for this draft. You've got a winning top side. And you got the counter pick for mid. So Bro kind of walked away, in my mind, with everything here. And when you get ahead with this comp, it's impossible for KT to come back.
So this is the thing that I was talking about in the pre-show. When it comes to the BO5, the ball lane picks, it's really hard to pick it up. I think the concept is still the same, but the issue is they cannot go for 4 or 5. So in the previous game, they could just drop down their bot lane, so pick the strong top side to win the top side. But at this time, they had to pick Sivir on 3rd, otherwise they're gonna get pinched. So that's why they picked it, but it still makes you lose the bot lane. So I think the concept is the same, but it works for Breon even better.
Yeah, and you could see as soon as that Zoe pick came on in, Romer started laughing, and he flashed 3 or 4 different champs, decides on the LeBlanc, and that's where we focus on the early game here. The big criticism we had was that Romer was getting out-roamed by BDD. Here, he makes plays happen early on and is able to punish in a way he wasn't earlier.
Wave's in a bad spot for BDD. Romer ready to punish. BDD greeds. He just instantly takes him out.
And after that, it was like nothing much to show. It was just Hanj and Breon all over the map. They're too late. You have Zoe with the Ignite losing the lane, and now LeBlanc is all around the map, roaming around, and your Wukong cannot do much because the item power spike is too late compared to Xin Zhao, and the game was literally just over after this point. And also your counter pick Yorick is getting punished by mid jungle, and I think the game was really unplayable. Your AD carry is 50 CS down compared to Ezreal, so there's no point.
I think from behind, the comp of Bro still very strong because you still have those pick potential. Unless the LeBlanc is like 0-4, you still have a lot of threats. You actually have Engage in your comp. You have a Xin for frontline, and KT don't have any way to get back in the game. So it just becomes a snowball that's rolling down the hill. We can take a look at some of the plates, right? Like the plate money here they picked up early. They just kept snowballing the game. You look at the gold graph in the game, and then you look at the 80 carry lead that was there in the mid game, and you're like, wow, did Sivir die 7 times? No, they just got all the plates. They gave him so much money.
Yeah, and I also want to mention about the top lane matchup as well. I think Casting did such a great job on holding that matchup on the top side. I think everyone knows that Yorick is going to have a good time against the matchup on the top. But here, this guy, I think he handled the matchup by himself, and I think it helped a lot for Hanj and Breon to finish this game early.
Yeah, perfect. Called the shot. He's like, I want the counter matchup. Can you do the blind BDD? Yes, I can. It doesn't work out in both lanes, which then leads us to draft, which is the fascinating part of Fearless, especially when we go into best of 5s. We're into game 4. Here are the champs that have been selected. And what jumps out of here with it?
I mean, again, I really want to focus on the bot lane. I think the first game they handled well with the Misfortune Nautilus. In the second game, they tried to kind of match with the picks, which is Yunara Lulu, but it didn't work out. In the game 3, they did the worst choice. And I think it's again, for the bot side, that's why I picked my priority picks as the bot lane once again. As Seraphine is still up, and Jhin, Caitlyn. I think all those 3 picks are all about the early game pressure, and I think it's the matter of if you want to handle the Ash Seraphine combination or you're gonna soak the pressure with the Jhin pick.
This has been the win con we talked about all day, even in our pre-show about Breon is the bottom lane. For KT, it's top side. And I'm looking at these picks, the Cassiopeia, if we go for a trade, I trust BDD will be able to get it done. He's had so many amazing Cassiopeia games. Azir, still relevant here. Very niche at this moment in time, but I think a lot of relevant drafts. You can pick this Azir pickup, it's BDD. Then you're looking at the Nasus pick, and I'm looking at all these picks potentially for KT to try to leverage those solo lane power here. Nasus is incredibly strong on the top lane right now. We haven't seen it in our region yet, but I guarantee you Perfect's been practicing it and is ready to play it here in this series. I think KT are going to have to take some risks. I think they might have to leave Cassio Ori open. They might have to pull that Azir out, and maybe Nasus in the top lane.
Or BDD Yone into GU Ziggs, because
something like that.
I didn't mention Ziggs, but Ziggs is one of the best pick if you want to just like leave your AD carry on the turret and play through the top side.
I think a last one for me is Akali. That's something that Roamer has shown not just proficiency, but an eliteness on it with solo kills and being willing to take the aggression there, which is what we said during game 1. Where was the fire that Hanjin Breon had throughout the season? Willing to take risks, willing to make mistakes, but then take the rewards from it. Here, they are 1 game away from booking their ticket as the 5th seed into the playoffs. KT, they need to get themselves together if they want a chance to make it on in today.
Let's see what happens. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And I really, really liked the prospective picks that Wolf brought out for us. A Susan lock-in. We might have effort, hover Nasus, and then actually lock it in. Would that not be a beautiful moment?
That would be such... It would throw them off. They'll be like, oh yeah, they're just hovering the Nasus again. I wonder what they'll pick.
And he just gets to hover it the entire time.
They're still hovering it.
And then it just gets locked in.
No. They've locked it in.
Oh. Gorgeous.
See, so we'll see how things evolve in game 4. More champions taken away than we've seen in any of our regular season games. And so far in this series, First Pick has won every single game. And I do think a factor is we're just not really seeing enough value gained from some of these counter picks. The Kled, particularly in top lane, the Kled, the Ornn, and the Yorick, I feel like just didn't get as much value as maybe hoped.
Yeah.
I think Ornn did okay, to be honest. I think Ornn still did fine, but I think the other two just struggled to really make the impact you'd want when you get in counter pick.
Well, this is really interesting because the bros, I think, were listening to what our space was talking about, as the Yone is going to be taken away. Cassio going to remain on the ban list here, as the Caitlyn is also
perfekt. Ja, kann damit reden quasi. Mit dem Dingsbums. Und ja, also ist ja gewonnen. G1 und Everton Horrible.
I guess there is still the Karma and the Lux.
Tried and true.
Oh, und live danke für den 10.
There is no Caitlyn anymore, so don't even need to really worry about it. One final ban here for the bros, and they get rid of the Karma that I was talking about. All right, so I think Teddy wants to play Corki. That's
Yon Ban, sie sind so schlau. Oh, ich bin aus dem falschen Overlay. Ja, die Yon Ban, so schlau.
So Pantheon.
Das war nämlich die Win Condition für BDD.
Gideon to get his hands on. Stands out quite a lot here in this draft as far as the bans are concerned, and they are going to lock that one in.
But also, Lee Sin is available. Was banned previously pretty heavily.
And Cuz has been having some good games on the Lee Sin in solo queue recently, as well as just in general. But the Ashe Seraphine looks to be the argument here.
I think the value of this duo really shoots up this late in a series when a lot of the matchups that can be a bit awkward, a bit difficult, have been thinned away.
And no Jarvan available either.
Yeah, that being said, into a Pantheon, a little scary if they can put pressure down on you early. You could honestly just go for like Teddy's Corki plus an engage pick and just play to kill them in the bot lane as much as possible.
We'll see what Teddy wants to do. You can see very vocal right now.
716.
He could also
KD Downfall oder KD Bro einfach zu gut. Bro spielt nicht schlecht, aber ist auch ein bisschen Downfall.
Not gonna lock in the bottom lane just yet. Camille, a choice as well. Definitely going to be flexing between
I love
Casting and Namgung.
the early Camille here because you potentially set up for that super dangerous bot lane, but also it could just be that Camille top that we saw the changes try and push it into that lane. Camille has always scaled well, but it scales even better.
Jetzt jemand Olaf gespielt und win-lose.
The Lock Camille combo is how the bros
KT in Game 1 und win.
incredible series and get #1 in the Mad Movie as there is the Lee Sin from Cuz to be locked in.
Das ist eine verdammt OP First Free von Bros. Mal sehen.
Playing Lee Sin into Camille Pantheon Lock.
Aber jetzt ist Galio gebannt auf jeden Fall.
Jump you and Lee Sin can so often shirk off these difficult pick attempts, but into your Camille you don't really have that option so freely. And now I think you will just ban 80 carries for KT, given that the Camille is a flex and hard to really read. I think taking the Corki that you talked about, taking that away, could be a high priority. I feel like they maybe even look to ban away the Jhin, which you'd enjoy. They're starting off with the Mel though. Mel paired with Engage, something we saw quite popular into Ash Seraphine.
Might be the Mel Ziggs to be taken away, just because the Camille does pair very well with the mages on the bottom side.
Okay, das Spiel schon besser. Ja, mal schauen.
Galio ban makes sense. You often see
Wann sie noch 6?
specifically into Lock to match up into it, so I think taking that away is pretty high value.
I actually was surprised that KT didn't lock the Galio on 3. Just with how strong it is with an Ash Seraphine.
So, spielt bitte die da jetzt Aurora rein, oder was? Was machen wir gegen den Lock? Oh, Akali wird noch gebannt, oder? Actually.
Too high priority. One final ban here is theirs.
Akali ban.
Do they ban Lissandra here? We've seen Lissandra be
Oder das.
before. Syncs up well with the Lee Sin. Maybe that's something BDD leans before. We know he's played it before, especially in high pressure matches. There could also be, I guess, something like an Akali, but doesn't really fit the comp as well.
Yeah. Doesn't really fit with the Lee Sin either. Not a lot of setup.
Yeah.
Was hat auf ADC hier noch High Prior? Die müssen Mages spielen. Er ist doch Akali, oder nicht? Einfach? Oder bin ich am Trippen?
You want to give as much time as possible to Perfect to figure out where the matchup is. So if you can pick mid here, that would feel pretty great.
Yep.
Is it definitely... It should be locked mid. But we have had lock bot lane before, so...
Ooh, that'd be kind of fun. Maybe that's just what they're going to play. Lissandra is going to be picking
Lissandra ist komplett OP hier, oder nicht?
Galio. They're in the mid lane.
Kind of a replacement for Annie and like the Lee Sin Annie combos that we've seen, so serves well as a replacement. We've seen it do well into lock and just kind of keep him in check.
Oh man, imagine this. Teddy just giving us 5 games.
I think there's a lot of dive in the team and just being able to pop that ult from a distance. It is the Jhin fantasy. I know it's a fantasy you want to try and ignore.
That sounds like a nightmare to me. But that is a Nah. That'll put the Aura Nalawi. Namgung is hovering some stuff. That's a bit of fun. Wait, what are we blinding? So Casting needs to decide what he wants to play in the top lane.
Could you just pick Ambessa here?
Namgung, where are you going? Okay. Looks like it'll just be the Nah.
Okay.
Also wenn Bro dieses Game hier gewinnen, dann glaube ich an nichts mehr.
Obviously, Teemo, I think, is going to be the answer.
We've seen Perfect pick a range of things, like even the Tristana top. But it looks like he might just lean towards the Jax. This is a matchup we've kind of talked about extensively, how the Jax can.
Wenn KT dieses Game verliert, dann glaube ich an nichts. Wir gehen in Game 5, das ist mir so scheißegal.
Off the wave and then jump in and burst.
Dann glaube ich an nichts. Okay, besser. Ambessa pick besser.
The Ambessa instead.
All right.
Dann glaube ich an nichts mehr.
Execution as well. I actually really like it for that. We were talking before about how the Akali doesn't necessarily work in the KT comp.
Ambessa
definitely does for setting up Cuz in the early game, but then in the later game team fights, finding angles for this Ambessa to go in, for that Encore to be layered on top. The pick CC here from KT in this draft is out of control. And Hanjin Brion, a little bit more of a weird one here with wanting to get like big combos of massive explosive damage and then for Lock to just kind of murder.
Ich sehe den Doctor Strange. Nein, das ist...
I think this,
oh, ich will's sagen. Ich will's sagen.
Is going to be very, very powerful.
Lee Camille kann schon was machen. Das Game sagt er mit der 2 vor dem Namen. Sagen Sie es nicht. Es ist unlosable. Es ist unlosable. Es ist unlosable. Game 5, es ist unlosable. Es ist unlosable.
Someone's dad? I'm wondering whether that's someone's dad, but I don't know.
This feels like a very fast-paced sort of game where if either team gets ahead, they're just going to bowl the other over. There's so many ways to pick and start fights from both sides.
Yeah. And we know that it's KT that are going to win this game to guarantee the silver scrapes, to make sure that this is the best play-ins that we've ever had. Let's get into the rift for game 4. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Danke für den 7.
For the 4th game of this series, but not
10 Batzen auf Bros.
Right, guys? Right, bro? Right, everyone? It's got to be KT fighting back to give us the maximum amount of games. The Bros right now hold match point, the palm of their hands, but they do not hold that ward. That ward is going to be taken down by Cousin B2D. And I don't know whether the Lissandra necessarily...
Außer Roma macht jetzt natürlich eine Lockshow. Aber das ist so schwer eigentlich.
The electrocute working out quite nicely here as he hits all those nails.
I think you can't really be pressured that much by the lock. And you can kind of just harass him once you get some points on your queue. You can wave clear quite easily. You have a lot of safety. The skirmishing's good, which a lot of mages struggle to have into lock, is that they can match him in skirmishes. So I think it's okay. The main concern is Lissandra, if she falls behind, can feel a bit lackluster. So.
Yeah. Not a massive amount of damage.
No. It does have that reset potential, though. And the thralls, one of the changes they did most recently to Lissandra is they included, like, the intelligence of the thralls.
Dieser Damage.
Made it so, like,
Kein guter Dank für den Prime.
stop following you if you walk through a brush.
3 Camp Space für Lee Sin.
And they don't stand still just when they get in range of you. They would do this thing where they like get in range.
Lissandra hört sich ganz gut an gegen Lock, oder? Er geht rein, W-Ulti. Aber für die kommt natürlich auch geil. Also, First Free, Lock, Pantheon, Camille, da ist Lissandra Value halt absurd.
Which, to be fair, KT do have this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm
necessary.
thinking. This feels like an old school Lissandra type draft where you can just kind of get CC for days. Not to mention the fact that Ashe was always pretty good alongside Lissandra for maximizing thrall damage with the fact that you can slow them down perpetually.
Oh, I thought you were going to say for lore reasons.
And lore reasons as well,
yeah,
which is also very, very important. We haven't actually done the Ashe or Lissandra lore on the broadcast yet, have we? We really got stuck on Nautilus for a long time. Then we did Mordekaiser for a while.
There was just so much depth.
Yeah, there was a lot of content. We needed
just so much so deep.
Yeah,
right?
It was quite deep, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Once he was dropped to the ocean in Bilgewater, to the bottom of the ocean, one could say. And he should not have used all of those, the money that was all cursed and all that sort of stuff. I can barely remember. We need to do another episode so I can get a refresher.
Clearly did not watch Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Curse of the Black Pearl, because that told me everything I need to know about cursed money.
Yeah. Now, I'll probably figure it out.
Ich hätte so die Golddublonen geschnappt bei Flucht der Karibik. Du bekommst Geld und nichts schmeckt mehr, das heißt, du isst automatisch weniger. Jackpot. Niemals hätte ich diese Golddublonen zurückgegeben. Niemals.
Gideon challenging again, and I feel like he's been doing a lot of this in this series. There hasn't been a ton of gank.
Und man kann ewig leben, also das ist mir eigentlich scheißegal, aber
Trying to make issues.
man hat Geld und man hat keinen Hunger mehr.
Flash in from Namgung. Of course he's going to go for that play. The beat drops, but Gideon is able to get himself out of the way, able to outrange.
Krass, wenn du da reingehst, bist du komplett reported.
Very luckily finds himself.
Du wärst dooms für dein Leben lang Fnatic zuzuschauen. Nein, ich boykottiere die.
Namgung and Gideon without their flashes now.
That was chaotic. That was very aggressive. Bro were ready just to jump cuz. BDD playing easily get over the wall, and it became a little bit of a precarious one.
Ach, den Eating Disorder habe ich schon.
Very good at going in, less good at going out.
Hab schon eine Essstörung und mir wurde heute gesagt, dass meine Arme gar nicht so dick sind dafür, dass ich so oft zum Sport gehe. War gelogen, by the way. Überraschung, ich hatte ein Shirt an, das bis hier unten ging, by the way. Und dann drückt mir die das rein, by the way, dessen Arme dünner sind als meine. Unglaublich. Unglaublich, so viel Brain Damage zu haben.
Deadly Flourish going to deny some minions here, or attempt to at least. That one caster has not quite taken that extra damage just yet. Namgung moves in.
Gideon?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think it did. He didn't get pinged, so I think it just flew past him. They'll know what camps are up though, and that's enough information in and of itself. But
Der wiegt auch nur die Hälfte. Ich sag, der wiegt max noch 13 Kilo mehr. Weniger. Und by the way, er ist einen guten Kopf kleiner als ich. Aber das ist ja mal, egal. Ist egal. Die Fakten werden hier ignoriert. Tatsächlich immer. Er liebt es, die Fakten wegzuwinnen. Du bist 2 Köpfe größer, noch schlimmer. Noch schlimmer.
Well, see whether that game plan is going to change. Gideon half a level until that man drop becomes available. Teddy and Nam going back in this lane together once again.
Wie? Okay, jetzt muss mir... Wie verliert KT diesen Draft hier? Wie schaffen sie es? Wie schaffen sie es? Dafür hast du echt wenig mehr Kraft als ich. Okay, gib mir bitte mehr als 1500 Grillen, wir sehen. Lockfeeden, aber es ist impossible, oder nicht? Sie haben so unglaublich viel Lockdown für den Lock. Was ist das?
Got the Ashen Pursuit though, and there's the Frozen Tomb. Level 6 available here as we do have the ultimate thrown down by Roma. The Q.
Pass bitte for the sake of it, triff was.
And that will allow Roma to escape.
Ich hätte selber nur 1-6, du Köter bist aber auch... Nein, passt.
The Grey Health while you're CC'd makes it a lot harder for the Lissandra to actually kill you.
Yeah.
Even with the help of the Lee Sin, but the dodge and the Sonic Wave is pretty good. The slow as well from the ultimate, helping Roma get out. Now, they will take the Dragon as their consolation prize. But Gideon has hit level 6 now, and I think this is really going to shape how Gio and Effort have to play the game. There is Cleanse on Gio at least, which helps.
Ashley Sandra Lee sind jetzt nicht für ihre Damage-Bomben bekannt. Natürlich! Wie Lee Sin nicht für Damage-Bomben bekannt? Hört auf mich zu Rage-baiten.
Doesn't really stun you for long, but like the impact of it. Like that's the main thing. It's like Cleanse isn't really going to drastically help against a hook shot.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think
you around a little.
Yeah, there's still a lot of threat in place. Right now, though, we see Effort moving to the top side of the map. Grubs are coming up soon. This feels a little bit dangerous, but it really depends.
Schon Alexander nicht mit Execute? Wow, dachte ich auch, aber...
PDD, if you can ult the right target and then just delete them, you start getting the thralls out. They represent a lot of damage, especially in one of these early fights where there just isn't that much damage.
And honestly, I think KT's composition, that is one thing they're kind of lacking, right? They have a lot of utility, they have a lot of CC, but the damage isn't necessarily there in droves. They have a fair bit consistently of what little damage they have, as the arrow is going to be thrown at Teddy.
Wow. Ich wollte gerade auch sagen, also das Problem ist doch da, dass er einfach rausgechunkt wird aus Lane, oder nicht? Wisst ihr, was ich sehe? Ich sehe eine Pantheon und die gleich auf Botlane. Der läuft schon so nicht zu seinen restlichen... Okay, jetzt läuft es so in Subsequence. So, KT, wie zaubert ihr hier jetzt einen Loose aus der, also einen Fight-Loose aus dem Hut?
Oh yeah.
Wir wollen gar nicht contesten, aber du hast bei Casting Mini now. Ohne Ragebar, hallo?
I feel like they want to get perfect in here as well. If they can layer the CC from BDD with the Ambess ult, it's really devastating.
Well, now, remember Nam thinking about going for an angle here. Only level 4 on the Camille, casting not quite with his Nabar in the position that they want it, so it should be...
Bin weg, ich wünsche was. Was machst du?
Man, that was a lot of damage from the Q out of Gideon, but the beat drop does come down. Slows up this Pantheon as KT. They can control this battlefield so well, Cuz hasn't quite hit a Q yet.
Well, they're splitting up though. Do they look now? Ooh, don't find a window. KT can just back off. Yeah, a little scary there. Careful. I think Bro were very respectful of the potential to get the Sandra ulted in one shot. I think Namgun in particular, as a player,
hat die Botlane nicht mal nötig, ne? Guter Move, what? Sehr guter Move hinter Bot. Sehr guter Move, aber auch sehr guter Respekt.
He's waiting for a better opportunity to die.
No time to die. Or one of the other James Bond movies, I'm sure.
Die Another Day?
Yeah, that's the one.
Schrei nicht so, ich bin nicht alleine im Büro. Grüße an die Leute im Büro.
Really watched because it wasn't a very good one. Die Another Day was that good? I don't quite remember. I feel like that was in the era of...
Ich kann ja auch einfach dein interaktiver Chatbot sein, oder nicht? Der dich anschreit, weil du mal wieder Scheiße baust.
Yes, it was.
Denk mal drüber nach.
Yeah. I mean,
it was the one with the giant... Wasn't it the one with the giant space laser? And he's like...
That's Austin Powers, isn't it?
No. Would you believe? And he's surfing on like the... It's like the Is it with the hood of the car, like the boot of the car, and he's surfing because the lasers melt in the ice?
Oh yeah. That's the one. It's all in like the Arctic or something the entire time.
Yes.
Yeah.
A land that is icy, but not Iceland.
Mal nur Verkaufsherren geschrieben werden. Das hört sich sehr nach dir an, ja. Lohnt sich, die ersten Games nachzuholen, kannst du machen, ja.
One of the ends of the world
Kannst du machen.
that have the cold bits, I'm sure.
It was a bit more of like, I feel like the modern ones have been more serious, and that one was a bit like, you know, you had like the invisible car and the laser chair and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. It was very hard for them to do better than GoldenEye. It was just so good.
Okay, Eclipse Spike for Cuz.
Wow, das ist ein Serpent's First auf Jin. Was passiert hier?
Perfect and Cuz gonna have that one item.
I mean, theoretisch, ich kann es schon sehen.
Power represented, so fighting around those could be big, especially when they're already at this gold deficit. It's a minute away from Dragon. It was Chemtech into Cloud.
Oh, this is a big combo. Perfect takes a lot of his health bar. Casting not gonna stick around. Oh, Roma just barely skirting the vision, and now Perfect gets the bad news.
No wave there though.
Arrow.
Oh, this arrow.
Oh, the arrow.
Ist
Okay, that was the other team. Never mind.
Yeah, there was.
Wie machen wir's?
He was gonna hit Roman when he went for the dive, but instead it just.
Wie machen wir's?
Like center where it helps out.
Oh no! Well, there it is. And yeah, pop goes the Ambassador. Nothing you can do about
So, also. Warte, Gena ist geultet auch. Was? Wieso ist Gena in Toplane geultet? Wer hat er nicht getroffen? Die Ashe in seinem Team, Bruder.
There is a cost to that. On the other side of the map, KT.
Die Ashe ist in seinem Team, Mann. Ach.
Damage down in this tower. 2 grubs in favor of them, and Ashe just shredding. Casting had already done a lot of the legwork on this tower, though.
Yeah, and I know that we like to call the Lock Ultimate Poltergeist, but Purgatory really fit for where Perfect was positioned in that top lane. Nowhere to go, just no chance.
At least it ended.
Yeah.
No, at least he found his way out of Purgatory.
That's true. Via the Death Chamber, but there is only one plate remaining there on that top side. And the minion wave is just going to get eaten by the turret. KT at least gonna make it to Double Dragon.
Jin Serpent's First. Ich meine, er hat ja schon Anti-Shield Value.
Something pretty dangerous. We'll see what it is going to be.
Statt Yumus.
Soul again. 3 out of 4 Infernal Souls so far today.
And I feel like when you talked before about this KT composition needing a bit of an extra oomph.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So adding the extra burst to like BDD's engage, it can make a big difference. Oh, Jiwoo.
Oh dear. He will have to stop his back. Doesn't die. And the Frost Shot actually working out here. No one to follow up, so he is just going to back away.
This is him.
Been scary. Ignite, Hextech Ultimatum, and the Jin ult to follow up could have just been enough to catch Jiwoo off guard, so able to disengage from the situation.
Man, I feel like the bros have gotten too much bro tax now. The tempo vibes are just like all over the bros.
Yeah.
KT really haven't been able to turn things around. And they're gonna need
Ja, ein kleiner Mortal Reminder, klar, Seraphine heals und so weiter und auch Lissandra Ulti healt ja auch beim Selfcast.
So much about this matchup, how Casting was behind Perfect.
Wir sehen hier 2K ahead, Toplane 4 Plates,
And we saw them switch
Botlane Plates.
with Perfect. Casting has been having a big advantage in this matchup this series. You know, Perfect had such a strong start to the regular season, the LCK back in round 1 and 2. And right now it's just kind of being angled a little bit by Casting.
And Casting is going to continue that trend as well. He's close to 40 CS up, but this is also experience that Perfect is missing out on.
Ist Bro das beste LCK-Team? Also mal mindestens ein Top-5-Team. Aber der Draft ist weiterhin sehr OP in Teamfights. Mal sehen. Ich will den ersten Teamfight sehen. Will ich.
Dominating side lanes.
I feel like Fednar is so annoying. Oh, we might get a fight here.
Potentially. Effort is a
kind of
target.
just, as the Fednar, just run down the enemy AD carry and auto-attack them, and they lose because it's tanky.
Yeah.
Frustrating. Now, if we get a recall coming in from Casting, he might look to buy here and be ready to TP in.
He'll have Trinity Force as well.
Not really actually fighting for an objective right now, but if they're contesting this heavily, you could find an angle. He's actually just walking over, has a TP to go back if he needs. And this is where KT need to be careful. They aggress right now.
Jetzt was zu meinem Patch-Trauung, worauf sollte man achten? Zahnarztgeist Genoff, wenn er Alternativ-Items gibt, kauft die.
Why are we investing this much? Well, BDD is going to try and Claw of Doom his way out. There's that Purgatory we were talking about.
Unlosable Draft. Unlosable Draft. Überraschung.
Dominate them. Still
Überraschung. Unlosable Draft. In Teamfights.
I'm still not sure what the pros were fighting for.
Also wieso auf Lissandra, keine Ahnung. Komplett Grief, of course, aber ja.
I have some questions about how and what they did in that fight. I think there's a lot of targets on KT that you could have gone for. They opted to go for the Lissandra here. You know, BDD clawed, and then they jumped on him. this massive encore connected.
Man, effort.
BDD self-ulted, then Cuz just kicked them through. It was like the straight line of the encore into the straight line of the kick. The Sandra is last on the list. You know, you want to make a list of targets, last. Dead last. In fact, there's a sizable gap between 4th and 5th in terms of which target you want to go for.
I don't know. I think Ambessa is also a rough one to go for just because she can immune a bunch of stuff or at least be untargetable for a bunch of stuff. So just hit anyone else.
Yeah.
Kazu.
Great choice.
Ich sehe nicht, wie er sterben soll im Fight. Okay, Jibo ist schon ziemlich bad. Das heißt, der wird einen Weg finden, aber trotzdem, der Fight ist auch 4 gegen 5
They
winnable.
were like, you know what? Let's still go for the Lissandra. Like, they could have gone for Lee Sin, they could have gone for maybe the Seraphine.
Yeah.
And it did counteract them because this composition is quite momentum-based. We've seen with the lock before. And
I feel like it's
Die Bros führen, lass nicht drüber reden.
because KT winning that fight around the Dragon Pit, that's what they need to do in a minute's time. It's a great warm-up for exactly the play that they want to make.
And you look at the summoners expended. Everyone on Bro, apart from Teddy, burnt their flashes. It was only BDD's flash that had to get used there by KT. So they go in with a massive summoner economy advantage here. And if you try and go for that same jump again on someone who isn't BDD, they're going to have flash. So please don't take that as a sign you should go for BDD. We've established it's not a good idea.
Hey, unless they get the Frozen Tomb and the Claw out of him, you know, then you could probably do it. Maybe?
I mean, yeah, but
maybe just don't.
Why would he use both of those unless you're diving onto him?
That is a very good point. What if you're faking it? You know, you
Maybe that needs to be
think
game
you
plan.
did it. All right, Cuz hits a Q. That's cool.
Bluff it, going for the bot lane and switch to him. But I think it'd probably just be easier just to kill Effort and G-Will.
That would be. You might do that by accident if that is your game plan anyway.
Okay, I think they're just going to secure the scuttle here and then move down towards Dragon.
Pantheon ist wieder ab. Wann kommt die Pantheon auf Mitte? Problem ist nur, du hast Double Flash bei der KT-Botlane, also schwierig. Seitdem hast du auch Perma-Push, das heißt auch da eine proaktive Pantheon zu finden ist schwierig.
The 2 Eclipses from KT, pretty major at this point of the game. We do have Teddy and Jiwoo close their second item's not quite there, but now the Dragon's being rushed here by Bro. Can Cuz get there in time?
Yeah, Cuz not going to be able to stop this.
I think they've kind of missed a trick there. This was a fight that was so favored towards KT. You had more summoners. You were not really ahead in gold, but if you found the right setup in terms of engage in a great spot, and they kind of just gave it over for free.
Yeah, it wasn't really what you wanted, as Teddy is going to get tagged by a Q here. Deadly Flourish hits onto Effort.
Yeah, the Eclipse spikes as well. I think a lot was favored there, and they kind of just missed the mark. Now the arrow might hit the lock.
Oh, he tried to dash his way out of there, as now BDD is looking to chase down Roma. Ashen Pursuit might be able to get him out, as the Claw is going to get followed. BDD just trying to hold him in position because the Cavalry are on their way. And some serious alcove gaming is going to be necessary here. But the Frozen Tomb, I mean, the kitchen sink hits the lock, and he is definitely going to die. But Effort goes down.
Guys.
Now casting the very large Gnar is still able to grab him with the auto. There's the hop in order to get on top of Cuz as well. And it's Teddy that comes up and grabs that kill. And actually, the arrow hitting Roma may have just been the demise of KT.
I think it was. Big gold lead given over to Bro now. And they'll be able to pick up Herald as well in the back of this. Yes, they'll lose their mid tower, but it's a cost worth paying. Casting, the one who shows up and is just so strong already. It took so much time to set up this play. The Pantheon having the ult, the Gnar being able to get there. And the fact that the lock, you have to burn so much to kill him.
Nice.
The Encore, the Lissandra ultimate, both used. The Dragon Rage as well. That last auto killing BDT with a passive proc. And then Cuz just no.
Gib mir mal einen Teamfight.
Yeah, it was a nice avoid.
Gib mir jetzt mal sofort einen tatsächlichen Teamfight.
But Roma is like, yeah, I bought the time, boys.
That clap was so cute. Just like a little polite golf clap.
Just showing that he had use of his hands for a little while he waits for the death timer.
That's the appreciation you want.
And now the Bros are just going to try and build up that gold lead yet again. As you can see here with the gold graph, it is making its way up.
Gib mir mal bitte einen richtigen Teamfight jetzt, ja? Es reicht. Also jetzt so langsam reicht's.
Devastating loss in that team fight around the Dragon.
Okay, Teddy also, instead of the Ghost Blade, went Serpent Fang.
Problem ist halt auch wirklich, dass sie diesen dritten Drag nicht bekommen haben.
On the other side.
Es ist so ein Problem. Es ist so ein Problem. Alles daran ist nicht drin.
This is, there's a Seraphine, there's a Lee Sin, there's the Ambassador, there's good value.
Just looks for the angle towards Roma, who does have some grey health to eat. Q is going to connect, but he does eat said grey health and is going to be okay. And will they be able to take this turret? Looks like not yet. As KT will now back away. Did have that dot on it, but it is not going to quite be enough. I think it's on its last legs.
The point where you start to feel like a little rough about the fact that KT gave over that last dragon for free, because they could have been staring down Soul in 2 minutes, and instead they're in a position where if they play the fight, even if they get the dragon, if they mess up the fight and lose Baron, it could be super costly, and they don't get the reward of an Infernal Soul.
It's a big deal. Roman out, just going to catch this wave, as they did manage to deal with that outer turret. Going to really lessen this gold lead, only 1,000, and at 20 minutes, that is not going to be a big deal at all. KT's composition, as it comes further and further online, it's going to be...
Jetzt gib mir doch mal Teamfights hier, bevor wir die ganze Zeit über Comps reden. Bitte. Ich stelle mir die Frage aller Fragen, wer ist Geld besser? Es ist tatsächlich KT, believe it or not. KT wird besser scalen, KT wird dieses Game gewinnen.
I honestly think this showed a lot of patience from Teddy, that he had to, like, he figured he had to use his flash, but he didn't cleanse. And so at least he saves one of his summoners. I think there's a lot of players who would have just cleansed, flashed immediately, and then ended up with nothing for that dragon fight in a minute. It's still a big pickup from KT, don't get me wrong, to be in that flash, but he said something, oh no, perfect.
Oh dear, he face checks. There's a Hextech ultimatum as Cuz looking to try and...
Oh, großer Gott.
Gideon's going to land.
Oh, großer Gott. Oh, großer Gott. Nein, jetzt ist BDD fast gefisst, oder was? Halt's Maul.
And he has to self-ult to try and keep himself up. Cuz now going to make his...
Krass, hast du Brain Damage?
Already dead. And Gio there tags Namgung with that volley, and the curtain call is going to interrupt perfect. Oh, caught window shopping there just a little bit, as he didn't quite see the curtains, but isn't going to be taken down by that first bullet as KT just lose their mid laner, and Cuz checks the Baron to see whether Bro were going to be that aggressive with their decision making.
This was a pretty nice getaway from Perfect. Obviously, he has to burn a lot to do so. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to cancel TPs for a while, and I think BDD wishes that he could have in this situation. Get CC'd so he can't follow the course, self-ults, because what else can you do? But are there, immediately take him out. Cuz looks like to see if you can find something.
Well, da ist keine Punch-Ult hier. Das ist eine Menge Ults down. Das ist doch ein Fight für KT, oder nicht?
Now, Bro,
Arrow in so 10 Sekunden wieder available. Ey. Come on, guys, strengt euch an.
Last Dragon, they kind of snuck it. This one, they're just getting control of the area, and I'm good in trouble there. Has to flash away.
Yeah, Shelly not going to find the angle.
Flash engage!
To pick up the Camille, they do manage to take her
Okay.
down.
Dritter Drake, maybe?
On the rift, this might give KT the angle to get that soul point that we have been talking about. Fighting into this KT composition when they've set up the phalanx is so difficult. And so they will be able to do that, and the Bros not going to take the 4v5.
Good moves from Effort there. He was the one who specifically caught out Namgoon, and Namgoon just flopped so quickly when the CC connects, even with the Celestial opposition. Not enough to keep him healthy, so nice move from KT to get control of that dragon. We see here with the slow coming in, Namgoon went too far forward, gets caught here with the root, and then Effort says, you know what, let's just get this kill, let's guarantee it.
I like it. They get the flash out of him, and then Effort says, well, you can have mine as well, we'll kill you. Gio is pretty close to item number 3 as well, and I kind of love this, like Yuntal, Runan.
Du Bastard, geh jetzt. Geh LDR, bitte. Bitte, Jiwo, geh LDR, bitte. Wir haben kein Healing außer dem Lock.
Okay, that's a jump scare.
Weh.
Let's just check. Is he okay? Has he had a heart attack? I almost...
Es ist close Nash Pit.
All right, now he is okay. Can confirm. But that was that once was the Lee Sin, and now he's gone.
Obliterated, honestly. So
okay, passt.
That's kind of the goal of Bro's sort of...
Und Serafin hat Anti-Heal. Bitte. Bitte, geh LDR.
Very quick kill.
Bitte, geh LDR.
For them to go for the Baron here. It is, once again, the Huni Baron.
Ey.
A little bit scary. Yeah, this happens so
I mean, decent pick, right? To be honest, muss man sagen, decent pick.
Dude, it's kind of what I was talking about with the Lee Sin. Normally, you have so much safety, and you're able to evade all of these attempts in your life. You cannot into this composition with the Camille, who can just ult you.
Yeah. And now Roma has his 2 items completed. Storm Surge and the Lich Bane have been done. And so, yeah, that burst that we were talking about, grabbing some of these Purgatory kills, will start stacking up. He also gets an Infinity Edge. 3rd item, Infinity Edge, for a Jhin feels great.
Come on, boys. LDR fertig.
You picks the LDR, so you is...
Oh mein Gott, wir können gewinnen.
But I feel like the awkward thing with Ashe is you want the IE as well, but also you'd like a defensive item since you're mobile. You have some protection, a lot of CC in your team, and Effort can shield you. But it sounds crazy to say, but I think Jiwoo will start to really shred and feel comfortable on 5 items, but so late in this game.
Yeah. But these, like, with what he has now,
It
at
still
least...
does good damage,
Yeah. And if the Bro, like...
Aber ich will Game 5 haben.
Other than the Ash, I think
Weil, wenn ihr mal auf den Tacho schaut, wir hätten dann 3 Stunden ansonsten bis zur Prime League. Wäre nicht gut.
All right, Gideon gonna get tagged by a Q. Beat drop does come down here as well. Getting a bit of a taste of KT's keep away that they're able to play here with this composition. As Jiu standing up, I was a little bit scared of his positioning there, but he's able to just clear out the wave. Deadly Flourish is gonna go slightly wide. Buzz clears out vision himself. So KT, I think their eyes are on this Baron until this Drake is up. And then that all-important Infernal Soul and availability here to really help them with their damage problems. That's perfect. Thinking about trying to find an angle towards casting here.
Perfekt, du musst sofort aufhören gemockt zu werden.
Oh yes, that's what we always do.
Out engage, wo aufwählen?
Volleys are coming on through here as possible engage towards Roma as BDD.
Oh Gott, warum seid ihr so split? Ihr Apes. Oh! Oh! Kass ist tot? Okay, GG. Du unskilled! Ich wusste es! Sie versuchen ihr Bestes, aber ich wusste es. Game 5.
They try and go for Cuz there, but he just baits them into the Baron. The encore is beautiful, and Jiwoo flashing over the wall to finish them all off. We'll see the replay. They try and look for Cuz, but he's not isolated, he's not alone. He ward hops into
Geile Seraphine-Ulti.
and then effort. Look at the encore.
Geile Seraphine-Ulti. Weil echt nur 2 Leute getroffen haben, ja.
The setup for BDD to ult, and then Jiwoo steps forward and starts absolutely shredding with the Baron in his back.
Yeah, actually, the Baron did the most damage to Geo out of everyone.
3? Oh, waren es 3? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Huni Baron for you.
Yeah.
A lot of threat.
Huni needs to be, like, he just needs to calm down. The Baron did get taken, as we saw there. Thank you very much, Jonas Strong, for that. And BDD has himself a Zonya's as well. Very important item for Lissandra.
Lock purgatory little thing on the ground is still there.
Oh no, Roma didn't get it.
He's pinged on his way. He's going for it. He's going for it. Did you get it? I think he got it.
Wait, Jonah Strong.
Yeah, he picked it up now.
Okay,
so
he's got
a little bit stronger ultimate, but I think you need a lot stronger ultimate. If you look at the items, right, both 80 carries finished the 3rd item, and then Teddy picked up a crit cloak and a longsword. Jiwoo picked up a BF sword and a pickaxe at the back of that.
My goodness.
Look at that steepness on the gold graph.
It is, the Bros, they keep getting to like the 2.5k mark, and it's their demise. Now Namgung is in a lot of trouble here. Perfect gets on top of him. There is nowhere for this Camille to go. The arrow's going to connect. The kick flash on.
Oder was war das für ein Flash-Kick?
Perfect timing on the cell fold. And now Cuz looking for more of these angles. Jiu just chasing after them. Wanted to get these frost shots down. There's a curtain call. And Teddy, can he get enough damage here? As Cuz has already been taken out, but they just don't care about these bullets. These minions are going to be enough for KT to be able to push through and take down this turret as now the claw comes in.
Krass, was ist mehr wert? Dein Typico-Schein oder Worlds? Sprich mit mir. Was ist hier wichtiger? Ich brauche jetzt sofort eine Antwort von dir.
Dragon being up. This is a situation Bro could play for to set up. They actually hit Jiwoo there. TP coming in from the Gnar. This is still a precarious one for Bro, but they can get the Dragon here and deny Soul from KT. This could be a massive win.
Teleport back here from Perfect. BDD doesn't have his teleport.
Wir verlieren Soul deswegen.
He's just picking up these cinders, and it looks like KT will just give up this Dragon and allow the Bros to have it, not liking the position they were at on the map.
This ult from Perfect, interrupting the hook shot, just really shuts down Namgung. Nothing he can do. That's
Warum kickflashst du? Warum kickflashen wir da?
Tanky, so this isn't exactly easy to go for, but the self ult from BDD was beautiful. But they just go a little bit too far in the chase here from Cuz. Gets stunned on the tower. The follow-up is there. And then a bit of an overstep considering how soon Dragon was to spawning. You could have just secured that Infernal Soul for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Geht der da rein?
4.5 minutes before you even have the chance to go for it.
Well, split pushing Ash and the split pushing Gnar. BDD is going to answer said Gnar. Somehow BDD has done the most damage in the game as well after we spent most of the game talking about how Lissandra doesn't do that much damage. He also hasn't gone for the Imperial Mandate, which I kind of find interesting.
Yeah, it was weird because Imperial Mandate came into the game, the new version, and Lissandra gained a ton of popularity. But then we got it in the LCK, and at first they weren't building it. They were just building normal Lissandra.
Yeah.
And then we saw people start to...
AI fertig, die Ash ist so strong, aber der hat kein Flash, das ist ein Problem.
Definitely some who still go this build now.
Und Drake ist da vielleicht wieder ab für den National nicht.
He doesn't have sums right now, so a little bit vulnerable, but doing insane damage right now. If you can get target access, you can get the flurry up and just auto attack, he will shred. I would love to pick up a defensive on top of that, whereas Teddy, you know, he's nearly got his last Wisp item completed, and then he'll really have a lot of power.
Yeah, he's been deep in the bargain bin as
close.
Deadly Flourish is going to go wide. The arrow connects. There's the Encore as well. The chain CC will put this lock under. And KT, there's not a whole lot to get off the back end of that, but they might be able to take
Tier 2 Toplane oder? Also, weil
So much CC
da ist mal wieder mein Flash von der Seraphine drauf.
disrespected by Roma. Lock.
Tier 2 Mitte, Tier 2 Top und das ist okay.
They find a way to do it now. They'll have casting push here in the silent. No TP.
3 Ults, die Ults sind wieder ab. Die Cooldowns sind nicht hoch schon mal. BD und Arrow schon wieder, also und Jivo schon wieder half Cooldown down.
But I think the opportunity has passed. They'll give up the mid lane inhibitor.
Bekommst damit halt potenziell fette Spikes.
Yeah, the top lane, sorry, the bottom lane
Was wird das?
will be the trade.
Roma TP behind 18 Sekunden, aber zu late oder nicht?
There it goes, 1.5 minutes on the next Baron.
Such an insane angle if casting had TP and could just TP over to assist, but unfortunately not able to make that play happen.
I think Namgung has been in that brush for forever.
He's liking it there. It's a good vibe.
Yeah, decides instead to go back. There is that Imperial Mandate, so 4th item.
It's a big spike as well. You know, the Imperial Mandate's so cheap, but offers so much power for Lysandra that it kind of just lets you cheat to get a build completed early. And here, Roma ends up using the dash, but doesn't have time to flash. And once one bit of CC hits, even with Merc Treads, it doesn't matter. You are dead.
I really love the play there from KT. Not like, not deciding to skimp out on anything, right? So that Arrow, the Encore, and the Public Execution all go down.
Die NS hat 5 Siege, aber ist letzter? Ja.
Seek arm gone.
That is sick, actually.
Also, nach dem Game. Fight nach dem Game nochmal, ja? Die Bros spielen vor, was hier passiert. Wir hatten eine Throw-Bonanza links, rechts, überall. Und to be fair, die Bros spielen nicht verkehrt und ich finde KT, also Teile von KT, die Botlane, performt ziemlich hart.
That would give you stopwatch.
Yeah.
And everyone ran it, and you'd just have these early dives where like 8 people would stopwatch.
The perfect timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. That was so funny, honestly.
Oh,
not the greatest watching.
And now, like watching 80 carries build it completely off theme.
Oh, Seekers.
Have an arm guard so
Ja.
to get the stopwatch.
Besser als ein BF-Sort.
Yeah.
Ja, Kasper auch.
Great idea for Gio. I think the next fight could be the last in this game. 1 minute until that Infernal Soul is available once again for KT. But the Baron
Original Modern Wender.
mine's first.
W's.
Defensive items are too OP.
Bro, sie können nicht gewinnen, sie haben kein Damage.
Mage items. Like, remember
I refuse to believe it, die haben kein Damage.
everyone, both teams would buy it. I'm like, you know what? Just give it to the mages.
Yep. Hey, at least the 80 champions got GA. You know, they got that one.
That's true. That's fair.
Remember, that used to just be a defensive item as well. It's all right. KT back in this mid lane. They've got super minions. Arrow is going to get the flash out of Roma. He doesn't want to risk it this time.
Spielt die Digga Flash? Nein, ist er nicht.
Perfect. Public execution. Picks
Stark.
up the Camille, and she gets pulled back. The
Die E-Cooldown von BDD ist so niedrig, da schaut man schon wieder ab. Was? Was?
from Gio, and that may just spell the end of the Bros here in this game. The Frozen Tomb.
Gecallt. Game 5. Unlosable Draft.
The Bros are all
GG.
put on ice, and they're going to have to be woken up again for a game number 5. KT Rolster will roll down the mid lane and send us there.
We always knew it was going to 5 games. You may not have believed us, but we told you that at the start of the day.
We did. This was written.
It's gone the distance. KT, they knew what the company needed to do. They see a target. They
10% Winrate, Unlosable Draft, Colts. Fresse.
take us to that 5th game, the 5th match in our play-ins, and we're already going the distance.
Maximum value, baby! And we knew that the pros are always going to be reliable when it comes to maximum value. And now, we have to figure out who is going to be able to take the win in that 5th game. But all we know is that these drafts are going to get ridiculous now that we've
Also,
so many picks
Format.
gone through. This was a beautiful draft from KT.
It could be the Nasus angle. We'll
Oh,
see.
yes.
But yeah, I mean, this composition, you have the setup for the
Format. Also, wir hatten LCK, Spring Split und Summer Split. Spring Split war Rounds 1-2 vor MSI und Summer Split war dann Rounds 3-4. Wir hatten ja hier die jeweiligen Best of Threes, die Teams gegeneinander gespielt haben und darauf basierend wurden ja die Teams unterteilt, richtig, also Top 5 und Bottom 5. So, Score von Runde 1 und 2 wurde übernommen und dann gab es Runde 3 und 4, da haben die Teams innerhalb der jeweiligen Gruppe eben ein Double Round Robin, also jedes Team hat gegen jedes andere zweimal gespielt, Best of 3 gespielt, Scores wurden übernommen. Dann haben sich die Top 4 von der oberen Gruppe automatisch für Playoffs qualifiziert, also Genji, Hanwha, T1 und DK sind automatisch in Playoffs und dann die Platz 5 und 6 der Slots werden gerade entschieden durch eine Play-In-Stage mit Katie Roadster, Hanjin Brion, Nongshim Red Force und BNK Furix. Gesehen hier, die Play-In-Stage ist folgende. Wir haben jetzt hier gerade das Upper Bracket Match. KT als Nummer 5 der Legend Group und Rice Group Nummer 1, die Bros, spielen hier gerade in Game 5 um den Einzug der Playoffs, okay? Verlierer ist aber nicht raus. Gewinner ist in Playoffs drin, Verlierer ist nicht raus, sondern rückt hier in Runde 2 ein weiteres Qualification-Match vor. Morgen haben wir um 10 Uhr Nongshim gegen BFX in einem Best of 5. Der Verlierer hiervon ist raus. Das heißt, du musst gewinnen, es ist do or die. Gewinner von der Series spielt dann gegen den Verlierer von dem jetzigen Game 5 um den 6. und damit letzten Playoff-Spot. Danach gehen wir in die Playoffs rein. In den Playoffs sehen wir eben Seed 5 und 6 werden zugeteilt. T1 darf auswählen, wen sie wollen. Und danach in dieser Runde dann haben wir hier ein Best of 5. Verlierer hat immer Loser Bracket, also du bist nie direkt raus, kannst immer einmal verlieren. Und dann in Runde 2 darf dann Genji aussuchen, gegen wen sie spielen wollen. Ob es dann T1, DK oder halt wer auch immer hier reinslottet ist. So. Hoffe, das erklärt. Ich hoffe, das erklärt. Oh. Ey. Ach du Scheiße. Ach du Scheiße. Die Prognose. Wer ist der Favorit in den Playoffs? Genji. Das sind meine Favoriten. Persönlich. Ich denke, die 4 Teams für Worlds werden, also sehr schwer ist, dass es nicht so wird. Genji, Hanwha, T1 und DK. Die 4 Teams werden sehr, sehr, sehr realistisch bei Worlds sein von der LCK. Ein Gewinner für die Playoffs sehe ich Genji. Kanavi zu Hitterm ist kein HLE, ich sehe Genji einfach als Gesamtpaket stärker noch, aber lasse mich gerne eines Besseren belehren. HLE auch gut dabei, ja. Ich meine, DK ja auch, ne? So, Toilette und dann rein in Game 5 Analyse. BDD Jon wird gebannt sein. Das kann ich ja schon sagen. So. Wie sind wir in Silver Scrapes? Tja. Man würde es gerne wissen, ne? Aber, ja. Ich habe auch nicht so wirklich die Antwort darauf. Ist ja egal. Draft wird wichtig, as always. Wie immer Draft.
It's Silver Scrapes time, everybody, as it is Game 5 between Hanjin Brion and KT Rolster, as this closest game back and forth goes the way of KT. An exclamation point by the squad, and it forces us to Silver Scrapes.
Sounds a little shaky, your voice right now, D-Gun.
A little shaky? Nah. Not shaky.
I hear in your voice right there.
No. This is entertainment. You know, the bros did it so that all of us, including the KT fans, will be entertained. Aren't you entertained? I'm having so much entertainment right now.
I decided to join you guys in not being able to see.
True.
Anything
I can see it because I'm the one having purple glasses.
It's not working.
Yeah, those are the paper glasses. But anyways, I think it all started again from the draft. KT had such a
unlosable draft.
Just press R to win.
Unlosable draft.
I mentioned about the S Seraphine because Lucia Emilio was gone already after the game 1, so it was really like much higher prior than other games. But the Hanjin Brion, they tried to pick something into it, which is Pantheon. But I think it didn't work out because of the early game plan. I thought Gideon should just plan to early gank the bot lane, like such as level 3 gank, or at least pat towards both sides so they can actually gank them. But they didn't do it. They tried to pat towards top side to get the pressure from the top lane, but it did not work out. Camille was stuck on the bot lane, and Seraphine had such a free lane.
I think this draft can work for Hanjin Brion if you can get it ahead. But you can't play the Namgung late game pentakill, hope for the flank angle to work situation. You can't play through the late game side laning Gnar to win against this comp because it's just too oppressive when it gets to a stable point. It doesn't even have to be ahead. It gets to a stable point. It's durable. It has the Seraphine to back it up. It has so much pick. If anybody that's caught by any CC, which there's so much of it in this draft, the follow-up happens. We saw so many times Namgung is just trying to ward. He gets hit by an Ash Arrow into an Ambessa ult, and the BD's on top of him. The Lee Sin is there, and you cannot fall behind.
And also because of like them have to like blind pick the top lane, they could not ban out the Lissandra, which is not good matchup for the Locke on the mid lane.
They didn't have to play Gnar here. Like, they decided to, and they spent one ban on the Galio for their Locke, and they spent one on the Vayne. Could have just been Tristana they walked into anyways, so I feel like if they had taken the Lissandra away, it would have felt a lot safer.
All right, well, let's dive on into it, and we'll get into some fearless picks as we close out some of the highlights. Let's take a look. So, first one, 14 minutes at the Drake.
Yeah, here is the moment where they look for BDD, but their
selection.
Yeah, the target selection is off. You're looking for Lissandra, who has ultimate for himself, and the
Und die Prediction in der 8. Minute. Und dann um 17 Uhr ist Spandau gegen Kaufland Dordai.
They had been arranged to get effort.
Best of 5 Primary Playoffs.
Together on effort, it might have worked, but even then, you're playing into Lissandra who can peel, and you're probably in the same situation. I think this was a desperate moment where Bro thought, we're about to get our lock online. We're about to get those executes coming through. We're about to pop off, and then Romer's going to take over the game. But instead, KT just were expecting it, waiting for it, and set up such an incredible defensive fight.
Yeah, and after that play, Locke was able to pick up some kills. Romer was able to get going. And then it was the big decisive fight in this one.
Alexis.
Over at the Baron. It was very close, and we're kind of wondering, BDD, what are you doing? BDD knew exactly what he was doing.
I think it was a really good approach from Hanjin Brion. It was perfectly aimed because like Gnar.
Das Einzige, was ich hier,
So they look for
das Einzige, was ich hier hatte, als Kritikpunkt, ich habe das Gefühl, die haben sie oft geswappt. Entschuldigung, Position geswappt. Oder halt gesplittet. Schon für Kicktip den ersten Bundesliga-Spieltag getippt? Ja. Und auch ihr, wenn ihr Fußballfans seid, wir haben eine Kicktip-Gruppe, das ist umsonst zum Spielen. Also wenn ihr aktiv Fußball schaut oder einen Grund sucht, um Fußball zu schauen, hier im Chat ist ein Link, könnt ihr einfach joinen und dann mitmachen. Einzige Voraussetzung wäre so, spielt. Das wäre ganz toll, ne? Tipps reinpacken. Ihr habt noch ein bisschen Zeit für die Bonustipps, wird jetzt aber langsam knapp. Und die Top 5 bekommen Geld. Ja, steht im Chat auch.
perfect.
Wir haben noch offen 63 Slots. Deshalb joint doch gerne. Ich würde mich freuen. War bei der WM schon sehr fun. Wir haben auch in Discord einen Channel, einmal für Fußball Talk und einmal für Kicktip. Also, ja, wenn ihr da quatschen wollt, ist meistens aktiv, wenn halt Fußball ist, ne? Bei Bully-Spieltagen und so weiter. First Einsatz, kein Einsatz. Könnt nur gewinnen. Nein, danke, halt die Fresse.
Completely fight in the lane and then be really impactful in the team fight. So I think they should look for the same thing. So I think some kind of Ziggs could work out for KT, but other side for
Aber das war eine Fantasy-Football-Runde. Ich glaube, da bin ich leider raus. Aber ich werd dem Ganzen eine Chance geben zu schauen während Worlds.
The solo lane picks I mentioned before, the Cassiopeia that was banned, the Azir, and the potential Nasus. I think we're looking at Leona as the last real strong engage. You have maybe then Nico. You're looking at maybe Aurel in that bottom lane. So support is really important because it's not only for the 2v2, but how you play out the rest of the game. I think the Xayah stocks, the Rakan stocks, way up as well.
Yeah, this was something we brought upon at the beginning of the day. Teddy was supposed to be, and normally is, the big difference maker here, especially given the form that Jiwoo had coming on in. Still looking for his first victory wearing the KT Rolster jersey. But Jiwoo has found some answers. They found comps that work for him, and he's done well enough to hold up here with it.
Yeah, and now I'm wondering how they're gonna deal with it, because Hanjin Brion, they are on the first pick in the first selection, so they struggle with the top line pick once again because they tried to ban it out, but it didn't work out. So now it's all about them having a pressure.
Wie gut ist Varus aktuell? Ja, ist ein potenzieller Game 5 Engel hier. Gibt's Kicktip als App? Ja, habe ich auch persönlich. Da bekommt ihr 24 Stunden vor, bevor ihr müsst, quasi eine Notification, dass ihr eure Tipps macht.
Pick Caitlyn to be dominance in lane on the bot lane, so give the Teddy the hyper carry as well.
Yeah, there's been several heroes for Hanjin Brion. Where will the resources go with the first pick? Let's find out as we go Fearless 5 here in the play-ins with friends.
Banger.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that break.
Was erwarten wir? Yone Ban, dann erwarten wir
At the precipice.
Cassio Orianna, eventuell Trade, maybe?
With KT and Bro neck and neck. Very first series of play-ins. It might just be the beginning of all fives, the whole way through the entire bracket. But this is our first one, and we'll see who can actually take the win, because there was one thing that both Orcs and I were certain of, and that was that we were going to 5 games.
Yeah.
We think that it might be Bro taking the series after that, but that's more of a we think, largely a coin flip type scenario. I have no idea who's going to be able to take this last game in the series.
Fate has
Das anscheinend auch mal super. Freut mich.
But this is where it ends. This is all we knew. We knew we've got 5 games after that. We'll have to see. Both teams
Aha, noch 47 Slots offen. Aha, langsam füllt sich die Masse.
have showed some.
Nicht vergessen, eure Bonus-Tipps zu machen.
I think they've learned a lot.
Die locken in 2 Tagen. Also ihr müsst die vor Saisonstart fertig haben.
Now going into game
Dafür auf
so
Tippabgabe und dann Bonus.
already removed from those.
Die müsst ihr machen vor Saisonstart. Alle anderen könnt ihr jeden Spieltag quasi machen.
I will say this is not an elimination match.
Nope.
So there is going to be a second chance if
Meister Schalke, ja, oder? Hat er Liz?
but you
Okay, wer hat genug Geld, um Liz einen Sub zu sponsern? Und Vorkan braucht auch einen Sub langsam mal.
the risk of diving down into lower bracket.
Not to mention the fact that you would then have to play an extra best of 5, give more information over to your oppositions in the future. Just provides more tape for their coaches to
Köln, das ist ein Lock, by the way.
Team number 5 really stretches these teams far enough to see things.
Ja, das ist richtig süß.
Pocket Nasus pick that we were thinking about.
Das ist sehr süß. Das freut mich sehr zu lesen.
These big picks that they might have been saving may have to come out.
Super, super süß.
Final game just to make sure that they can close it out.
Abfahrt.
The first time we had Fearless in the LCK, when it was in the LCK Cup last year.
Noch 43 Slots, weiter geht's.
Defined by picks that just there was nothing left to deal with them. Funny enough,
Ja, ist nett, nicht zu dir.
She's now dominating the meta. But I remember Zesh
Aber ist ja unser Ding.
in Game
Das
5
passt.
and running games. There is sometimes just not enough tools left.
Also ich erwarte Yone-Ban, ich erwarte Orianna Cassio-Ban oder sie traden. Orianna Cassio, kann auch sein. Aber Yone-Ban erwarte ich auf jeden Fall.
So some of these hyper carry picks so much harder to keep accountable. You don't have that point and click knock-up to hold them in place.
Boah, Liz danke für den 25.
For Zeri Yumi. Maybe that's what we're going to see. Like, We could be that far into the barrel.
Yep.
Cassio, Ion raus, das heißt Orianna wird jetzt gebannt.
Is going to happen.
So game 1, KT at first pick, and then every game after it has been Bro with first pick. KT
Heute sind Mike und Sid am Start, ja.
having that kind of pick angle, and Bro happy to get first.
Und bald entführe ich Mike in den LCK-Kostüm. Ich glaube, Finals Weekend war's.
So like the Caitlyn, the Cassiopeia, the Orianna. Recently we've had like the Karma, the Annie, still potentially on the cards. But the Xayah gets taken away here. A little bit surprising considering it's been such a phenomenal pick for Teddy.
Yeah. Just shows that they might have a bit of a Kai'Sa angle in their mind. Or
Ich meine, LCK spielt Victor und Orianna, right? Weil ich würde es BDD zutrauen, aber
KT need to be very wary of.
rein in die Kicktop-Runde, Danusch, Rede.
Champion.
Noch 38 Slots. Voll machen jetzt. Voll machen mitspielen.
I feel like the problem is because they
Wie ist Orianna offen? Ja, das ist eine gute Frage. Die Borke jetzt muss Orianna auf 3 kommen, oder?
banning Orianna in game 1, you don't get to game 5 when there's less
Oder BDD Akali.
open. So I imagine this is just going to be the Orianna taken away.
Orianna ban oder halt Akali.
Kai, something we have seen in some of our later games in series, but not really revealing a ton here.
Yeah, so the Annie and the
BDZ, nein, Akali.
from last game.
Okay,
Orianna
lame.
is obviously going to be banned away. These bans that have just been permanent throughout the entire series only get more valuable.
Ja, was machen wir hier? Was machen wir?
What do you even pair it with?
Es ist kein Skarner oder Trundle.
No Caitlyn,
Corki Karma.
no Ezreal.
Ist es Corki First Pick? Oh, ist es Karma First Pick?
I feel like
Maokai ist gebannt.
lane we play a ton. Nico though.
Nico Karma. That
Nico.
Nico is something
Nasty, oder?
paired with the Nocturne, but when we're talking about engaged threat,
Nasty.
Nico provides it, and Namgoon says,
Das ist jetzt nicht von Karma komplett geknallt.
And Nico Kai'Sa has also been kind of okay as far as the lane is concerned, but KT, do they have any answers to this?
Was gibt's noch an Engage Jungle? Ja, also die treue Sau gibt's immer, ne? Und theoretisch Skarner noch, aber Jungle ist auch offen, ne?
We saw Karma working as a counter.
There's that, but there's also the Alistar effort, which could be a big one. But if they pick Alistar now, Roman
Oh, shit.
Silas, and then they have a real...
Der Ton ist gesetzt.
There is that Zeri I was talking about.
Der Ton ist gesetzt. Die Frage ist, gehen sie Karma oder Yumi? Okay, sie gehen Yumi.
For KT, and Zeri is the champion that G rose to infamy on.
Yeah.
When he was back.
Der Ton ist gesetzt.
This is why he's in the LCK.
No Nautilus, no Camille, no Vi, a lot of picks not available.
Nico mit und Dravenpike Rede.
Ensure that you cannot play the game.
Boah, jetzt, also das Worst Case wäre die jetzt 6 oder so eine Scheiße einlocken, dann kannst du nicht gewinnen.
Well, the Kai'Sa was
Kai'Sa.
going to happen.
Yeah, Kai'Sa Nico used to be such a common combo.
Ja, das Problem ist, Kai'Sa muss mit Cleanse spielen und dann verlierst du halt jeden Trade.
Zeri, but you need some more setup, I feel like, for the rest of the composition.
Ja, jetzt ist schwierig, ne? Weil blind pickst du jetzt einen Midlaner. Ja.
To be locked in.
I think it makes sense. It does get to the point in the game where you have like the Mikhail.
Und ich glaube, BDD ist der Aurora... Oh, Victor auf 3, oder? Oh my lace. Victor auf 3?
Sense here. You need engage. The game
Es ist ein obvious Victor, oder nicht?
Zeri Yumi, where you just need to kill it. That's
Oder Galio. Oh mein Gott, beides FFF. Warte mal. Galio oder Victor ist FF.
Up here. I would like
Victor ist nicht disabled, war voll gebannt. Victor oder Galio, beides OP.
Yumi to hang out with. As far as like a jungler that can really utilize having an enchanter sort of in his pocket. Seen that find a lot of success.
Es muss Victor oder Galio sein, right?
not too long ago.
Außer sie haben irgendeinen Prio-Pick im Jungle, aber ich wüsste nicht welchen. Vielleicht Skarner? Skarner oder... Oh, hell nah, bruh.
In first.
Okay, was picken wir auf Mitte mit Galio plus Victor Buns?
Panjin Brion so far doesn't have the best
Ist der Verlierer raus? Nein.
tools to cut through a Trundle so far.
Spielen wir Akali?
Jungle pool has been thinned massively.
Ist es jemals ein Akali-Engel?
It also kind of puts them off.
Und die können irgendwas blind picken, wogegen Cassante gut wäre. Was zur Hölle wollen die
I
picken?
think the matchup's pretty similar. You can evade his pillar quite easily, use it for your
Schon eine Blind, sie bannen halt, sie double bannen, right? Ja, die sollten, also Galio,
you're really concerned about.
ich sehe Galio und, was auch immer ich als zweites gesagt habe.
There is still the Victor, I guess.
Victor, Galio, Victor.
Carly hasn't been picked yet, but I don't think that really fits super well.
All right, there's that Victor you were talking about.
There is the Talia, I guess, which we know BDD's very good on.
Hölle, nein, kein Talia.
We'll see.
Yeah. I'm still trying to work out exactly where Hanjin Brion want to go as far as the jungle is concerned.
Zweiten Jungle-Band, Carry irgendwas, weiß ich nicht. Auch Wake kann man auch spielen, ja, irgendwas High Range, ja. Aber das Gefühl, da geht dann irgendwie Aurora oder sowas.
Feels like a little bit of a rough option because of her propensity to head
Aha.
more tanky builds now, given her changes. The
Galio.
taken away, that would have been a cool idea.
Gibt's eine logische Erklärung für den Channel-Pick? Sie können jetzt auf irgendwas picken. Also, okay. Bro hat jetzt nicht die Möglichkeit, einen Tank hier auf Toplane zu picken. Cassante zum Blinden, beispielsweise. Also, das macht Blinden auf Toplane deutlich schwieriger jetzt. Gibt auch keinen Skarner-Engel. Nimmt den Skarner-Jungle raus.
Have to think about what's not being paid. There's also like the Galio, but I don't think the Galio syncs really that well with the composition.
Really? Ich finde Galio eigentlich ganz nice hier.
Bane would have been such a weird choice in this draft that already has a hyper carry.
Bro braucht eh kein Damage und kein Tank, oder? Nein, I mean, die braucht da irgendwas im Face-Check, ne?
Defensively peel and just allow Jiu to pop off.
Wait, Azir ist auch offen, warte mal. Azir ist offen, wait. Wait, Game 5 Azir?
Something with some CC.
Oder die. Oh, sie haben wirklich wenig.
Moving down the tier list a bit.
Mercs Akali ist... Es ist Galio, okay. Ja.
The most synergy with Trundle. So obviously the pillar can be a bit of annoying terrain to deal with, but it kind of fits in with the theme of protect.
Ich würde behaupten, KT hat genug Damage, um potenziell einen Last Pick Cassante irgendwie zu rechtfertigen.
Burst damage, obviously a squishy champion, so his ult gets limited value, but also if you're trying to kill this primary target of
Wow.
They lock it in.
Wow.
It makes sense. It makes sense. They are all about killing Jiwoo and they are giving themselves the tools to do so. And now
Cool.
what are we going for?
Sehr Jungle, ja.
Finally, in top lane for casting here.
And Aatrox. This makes this composition so incredibly brawly.
Yeah.
One of the great things about Zed as well is the Deathmark. I mean, you can't QSS that anymore.
Ich habe Sein im Chat gelesen. Was zur Hölle ist die Antwort auf Oh my days? Okay, aber ist Cassante Last Pick nicht... Ist Cassante Last Pick nicht super?
If he did it, could you imagine?
Er könnte auch dahin gehen, aber ist Cassante nicht einfach gut?
On everyone.
Oh my gosh. Instead,
Oh Lord have mercy.
do whatever he wants, I guess.
Also die Comp hat nicht sehr viel, also...
Just so much front.
Okay, besser.
I think
Ja, besser.
maybe the Mundo, Sonic is a hen. I think you need a bit more for threat. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned about KT's composition.
Okay, ihr habt 2 Minuten zum Abstimmen. Letztes Game des Tages, Abfahrt.
All the threats, he will be able to pump out damage, and you have a very...
Ich bin gespannt.
And the thing is, in a front to back, like you have to cut through all this bulk while Jiwoo is doing a ton of damage.
Abfahrt.
When are they ever going to front to back? That's just not how the game is going to be.
Ihr habt 2 Minuten Zeit. Stimmt ab.
Yeah, they are going to hunt Jiwoo to the ends of the earth. And if he dies, where is the damage coming from? If he dies, how did KT win a fight? That is my question. I think it's not going to be as much of an issue early when there's a lot of base damage coming out, but it's going to hit a point where it's Jiwoo or bust.
Well, I'm a little bit frightened about it as well, especially with the fact that Hanj and Brion have a lot of ways to reposition and find options to take out this Zeri. It's a guarantee that she also has a cleanse as well, which means that the Zeri may not have as much power in the laning phase as well, as I don't know whether Teddy is going to be as forced to take that particular summoner spell, as there are a lot of knockups and things like that, annoying stuff on the side of KT, not necessarily
Spannend.
that they have to worry about nearly as much. I guess Final Chapter can get a little bit annoying on that front, but this is a scary draft for KT. Not a massive amount of damage outside of Jiu, finding that carry potential.
Let's get it.
See whether he can here in the final game of the series. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
They messed up the ward clear. It's really easy to do with Zeri, but I think Effort didn't get off in time.
Oh,
so the ward stays up, unfortunately. We've seen Jiu pretty recently coming onto KT.
Bottom-Matchup finde ich ja wieder sehr spannend, ne? Also, wie OP wird diese Serie hier sein?
For a player when it's such a new relationship between the team. But you have to have a lot of trust in your AD carry to go for a composition like this. This is all in.
Ja, das Problem ist, dass der AD Carry halt,
Yeah,
ne?
he does have that cleanse as expected, so does Teddy, but you have the double combat summoners from the Yuumi which obviously helps out.
Yeah, Effort is going to spend some time off Geo. Obviously, you and me going to be allowing that health bar to not really mean much of anything at all. As casting and perfect in a Shuriman matchup, at least there's that. Like, it's on theme in that way. But it's not quite Nasus versus Renekton.
Ja, Zed Jungle cleart nicht mehr so schnell, aber ihr werdet sehen, also er cleart noch schnell genug.
As I'm very intrigued as to what Gideon can do on this Zed. I feel like he's hovered it a few times so far this season. And has never actually pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
I think he's wanted to.
Got a decent, as I was saying, we used to get a decent amount of it before when Trundle was like really heavy meta.
Yep.
And I know Canyon would play a good amount to good success.
Certainly has been a fan of this one in the past. Has also brought it out in some pretty pivotal matches, if I remember back correctly. Might have been, it was like Kane and Zed. These were like the pickups that Canyon would like to go towards.
I think Neferi's kind of taken Zed's place in the meta though.
Yeah, kind of. Thankfully, it's Fearless. So now that Neferi's gone, we needed something else. Gideon gone down pretty low in the jungle here, but is just getting through his Brambleback. We'll head towards the Krugs.
So one of the things Zed was notorious for in the jungle was a really fast clear.
Ja, aber das haben sie genervt.
Kinda nerf his clear a little bit.
Ja, guter Nerf, ne?
They nerfed it so hard that they actually had to hotfix buff it back because they really gutted him in the jungle.
Went a little bit too far.
But that was quite a bit earlier this year. More recently, they nerfed his damage on his
Wie funktioniert die Serie AA? Wie genau müssen die, da, wenn sie schießt, das ist ihr Q-Spell und das ist kein Targeted-Spell, sondern es ist ein Skillshot. Haben die auf 1,5 Items genug Damage für den Renekton? Das kommt drauf an, also natürlich mit Trundle-Ulti Trundle-Ulti carried da, glaube ich, ne? Trundle-Ulti, BDD auf... Na, ist die Frage, ne? Geht der Abyssal oder geht der Kenny Grokon? Beides nicht so geil, er könnte auch Rocket Belt hier, er könnte Abyssal Mask gehen plus Mandate. Hilft auf jeden Fall.
Yeah. That's one of the things though with these compositions, when you are low damage, if you get ahead, it doesn't really matter that much. And you don't have any bulky targets to cut through, so this game, getting an early lead will be very important. Now, Gideon's fishing for perfect here. Remember, Zed has that execute damage on the passive, so a lot of threat on a tower.
Yeah.
He thinks twice about it, and it's a good call because Cuz was hanging around here.
Yeah, no information actually goes over to KT, as he doesn't walk into that ward or out of that tri-brush. It's Perfect now just trying to get rid of casting here. He was successfully able to do so as far as being on KT. He got rid of casting. That did happen. But dealing with this top lane out of turret, not able to do so just yet. This Renekton is looking for...
Pinkward macht nicht so viel.
Towards his bottom side. It's very low on mana. Geo and Effort just going 1-for-1 in farm is kind of exactly what you want to be doing as the Zeri and the Yuumi.
I mean, this is why, obviously, it's very different now.
Impossible, danke für den zweiten.
When it was, like, extremely strong. But one of the reasons it was so frustrating is because it would have a lot of sustain, and if you try to all-in it, it would have the triple combat sums thanks to Yuumi. So it was actually deceptively difficult to all-in, unless you had, like, a crazy kill lane and just CC'd them, stuck them down. But it means when these little passive trades come in, even though Yuumi doesn't have the sustain she used to, he was just healing up from the poke, getting rid of poke back in return, Namgun's mana is running out, and an all-in just isn't really on the cards.
And so far, the Bros have built up a little bit of an advantage, mainly in this about a wave lead that Roma has in mid lane, as well as the extra pressure that Casting's being able to put out towards the top side of the map. Dragon has now spawned. We're starting off with a Hex Tech so far in this game, as Tibbers have been available.
Wurde vom Model Miranda Zeri 50-50. Ja, alles im Leben halt, ne?
Justice punches his way away. Ooh, nicely done there by Perfect. Just gonna use
Interessant, Zed hat sich gegen 5:30 Clear entschieden. Wir sehen aber auch schon, das wird wahrscheinlich ein Drake-Trade, richtig?
Yeah, which I do think makes a lot of sense, especially when you're near the tower of Xante. It's always a concern. You step too far, he's getting CC'd under there for an hour.
Yep.
BD now has access to the ult, so obviously Roma gets his, which allows him to put a lot of pressure down in lane. But
Ja,
I think
sehen, Drake-Trade für eben die Krabbe, absehbar.
Series, making his impact known in the side lanes. He's on a champion that really is enabled by that in this game.
Because you're going to get found here by Namgung, as he does just back away from this dragon. Actually, wait.
Upgrade Smite gegen Non-Upgrade Smite, ne? Also realistisch, Full Contest können sie nicht spielen. Aber Namgung macht hier echt gute Meter. Ja, so gesehen bad für die Bros, aber auch irgendwo fein für die Bros. Richtig, kriegen hier Botlane Plate. Trundle fällt jetzt deswegen nicht wirklich super far behind. Das ist natürlich, also ist nervig, aber ja.
as Teddy needs to be a little bit careful.
Oh, nice block.
Yep.
Deny the minion.
Stendo Beam, quite doing enough, is now Bloom and Burst from Namgung is going to hit a couple of times, but it's otherwise not going to do enough. As Gideon is on a control ward.
He's level 6,
yeah,
I don't
red
think
buff.
Cuz can contest him at all. He doesn't have the backup from his lanes. There's Prio in both lanes for Bro. And a level 6 Zed is not to be tangled with.
No. And you can see Roamer actually walks off to the side, is out of vision as he starts that recall. He could have been roaming up, so there was nothing that Cuz
So ein Stream. Ey, bedankt.
Ah, yes. That's a very good point. Should have factored that in. But I've been kind of burnt by the fact that he did not roaming in like the first couple of games.
Yeah.
Ja, Bro, das dritte Spiel verloren. I mean, unplayable Draft IMO in Teamfights. Oder zu schwer.
As BDD is just going to get stunned underneath the turret. Tibbers goes down.
Isn't Annie an interactive champion?
She really is. Throw bear at bad guy.
Yep. It's pretty straightforward. Level 6 is starting to be hit from the bot lane, which we always see that as being an exciting point. I feel like Zeri Yumi, the ult combo is so...
Frage ist, was passiert mit Grubbies, ne? Grubby
The
spannend.
power
Gideon spotted.
champions is kind of budgeted there, but it's a lot of threat in the all-in. Obviously, Kai'Sa and Nico get some good power there too, but Namgung not quite at level 6.
Yeah, I do feel like the Bros want to get level 6 for Namgung and then find themselves a skirmish or a fight of some kind. And try and get themselves an angle for Gideon to execute someone. Use that death mark. Make it happen there. Drop a bear, for example. 360 is actually the advantage here from Roamer. He's actually being able
Das ist nicht legal. Das ist nicht legal. Er hat kein W, er hat kein W. Das ist überhaupt nicht legal. Der muss rausflashen.
a little bit rough. Cuz could throw down. Okay, there's the ult. He's being throwing things down. Teddy might be in a little bit of trouble as the final chapter.
Und schaut, im Drake Pit ist immer noch ein Standoff.
Find the mark. As there's at least a cannon going over to Teddy, but now Cuz picks up the aggro on this Drake, and the Bros are going to get pushed away.
Yeah, so used both their ultimates, but chunked out Teddy and Namgung meant that they just definitely couldn't assist. Gideon realized he was not going to get this dragon and has to back away. Hextech into Ocean.
Okay.
So, means, honestly, I think 4 good options for the Soul. Chemtech Soul here, if KT get it, will be a ton of value.
Oh, it'd be ridiculous. I also think that the Bros would like it as well. I think Renekton makes a lot of use of it. Even Namgung.
Ja, der genervte Damage von Zed auf den Grubbies mit seiner Passive.
Shield, Teddy with his killer instinct. There's shields everywhere. That's that could work. But the Bros probably just wanting to deny Drakes from now on, because KT's composition a little bit like a Juggernaut, as Cuz in a little bit of trouble. There's a great stun on a BDD. Still Namgung.
Geiler Pillar.
Flash. I wanted to tango with this Trundle.
Worauf muss Kass achten, dass er jetzt auf jeden Fall nicht behind fällt, was Camps angeht. Das heißt, er muss jetzt Topside Camps securen auf jeden Fall, bevor er wieder auf die Map geht. Ultra wichtig.
Away when the pillar comes down and forced to flash. Namgung just get out. The summoner being down is a pretty big cost.
Well, Roma back in this mid lane. About a 200 gold lead here for the Bros. That is Thornmail completed though for Perfect. Kind of feels like he's getting out of the woods as far as this matchup is concerned. With the Black Cleaver first, casting will retain a bit of relevance in this lane, being able to cut down the Cassante somewhat. But I think that it will get more and more difficult to kill as this game goes on.
They are not the best tank killers, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Enough champions though, and enough gold ahead, and you can kind of just kill anyone, but they are not terrifically well equipped to cut through the likes of Perfect.
Topside Camp secured, into base, good.
See our first skirmish. Our first, like, you know, more than 2 people fight.
Look at the vision setup that KT has on the bot side. You can see, like, there's the line of wards.
Ich denke mir halt, dass dieser Hard-Commit von Bro mit der Nico-Ulti so schwierig sein sollte, wenn BDD nicht derjenige ist, der engaged wird.
Next to the Tribrush. Yep. That wasn't being spotted, so Dragon's a while away still, but any action in that area of the map will be spotted out by KT. And this makes it very hard for Bro to push through without being spotted.
There's one very important thing, though, here in this game, and that is, this is the first game that the Bros have been able to pick up triple grubs. And so Gideon, I think, is just going to be way happier.
Yep. And he has
also
has completed.
Yeah, does have that first item spike done already. This is a PowerPoint here for the Bros.
I mean,
oh wow, wirklich, was?
Pop Blossom is going
Was?
to pick him up. Teddy gets exhausted.
Holy fuck, das Healing.
And that is
Das Nico, das Yumi-Ult Healing.
Zeri, as teleports are coming in from everyone.
Die ist tot, oder?
Coming down here to try and deal with this is Gideon. Wanting to get on over here. There is the stun. They do manage to
Eine Menge benutzt.
onto Cuz. But it's Gio staying alive. Look at how many summoner spells.
Ist eine Menge benutzt.
That is everything except for perfect stuff on cooldown.
A lot committed.
Now blind.
And you can see the power of Gio and Effort's ultimates coming into play, but in the end, it's a 1-for-1. We do see Perfect getting some value off by himself, but this is so aggressive, and Teddy just does cleanse the exhaust, but doesn't quite have the damage yet to cut through Gio and all the healing, all the shielding. Then this play, I thought Gio was just dead, but Gideon, instead of overcommitting for the Zeri and potentially getting CC'd on the tower, he just takes the freebie for the CC set up by his solo laners. Gold is still dead even.
The problem is where the gold is going. And the fact that Gio manages to get first blood is a huge deal here for KT.
Yeah, I will say, with every single summoner being burned, they should probably be...
Also ich sehe ein Problem später, wenn wir jetzt Richtung 4, 5 Items gehen, sehe ich ein Problem, sobald die Zeri ein Sonjas kauft. Und sie sollte ja ein Sonjas kaufen.
Oh yeah.
Sie sollte definitiv einen Sonjas kaufen. Und dann sehe ich ein Riesenproblem bei Bro. Weil, wenn du die Zeri nicht poppen kannst, was passiert dann? Knallst du deine ganzen CDs auf Trundle drauf? Ja, dann enjoy.
I'm not saying it's like a tank shredder item, but it will get some good value.
Jivu geht auch Runans, wenn ich es richtig sehe. Glatten das Greaves aus. Hat Zeri up his games aus der Passive, Ulti und W. Ja. Aber das ist ein Sonja bei einfach nur gegen die Gegner kommt. Nicht zwingend, weil du damit Damage gehst. 3 Dagger sind jedes Attack Speed Crit Item, ja, aber es sollte Runans werden. Kein Flash bei Jivu. Wenn ich KT bin, habe ich hier ein bisschen Respekt, ne? Wir sehen, Flash von Namgun kommt ab. Kein Cleanse.
Optimistic about approaching that area makes a lot of sense given the summoner situation we talked about.
Der geht PD, mal sehen.
Trying to move in here, but you have to really be careful.
Ich wäre hier sehr respektvoll als KT, ja.
Going to slink back into Fog of War for the moment. Casting with a bit of control here towards his bottom side. You can see playing up against BDD pretty comfortably as he is building a lot of magic resist right now, and Aeronectin does not care about that. As KT have started off this dragon.
It's you playing in the banana brush to try and have some cover, but now he's potentially going to be flanked here. Just have the dash to go over the wall.
Namgun has flash. Voidseeker does come down. There is the teleport in.
Gutes Zone Work.
As Gideon just flashes.
Oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott.
Perfect tries to lock down the bottom lane.
Oh mein Gott.
But Teddy is able to keep himself safe. There is that Chemtech soul that we were talking about before.
Oh mein Gott.
Does actually come on in. But KT, I mean, they've pulled back.
Ich checke, warum er dafür geht, aber das ist so teuer.
Door is slowly closing here on the Bros.
I think Bro honestly approached that wrong. I think their game plan there from Gideon was just try and smite the...
Ich checke, warum er für den Stil geht, aber ja, I mean, gut reagiert.
Summoner advantage that we talked about, all they have to do is get on Jivu. And he doesn't have cleanse, doesn't have flash. Instead, Gideon commits for the dragon, maybe feeling the nerfs and that passive execute damage. Doesn't quite calculate it right, and they just give another kill over to Jiwoo, and now the summoners are going to start coming off cooldown, and KT are going to be so confident to fight.
Oh yeah, and so there's still a quarter of that flash cooldown to go, as at least all of those flashes happened at exactly the same time, so Cuz, BDD, and Jiwoo will have them back up very, very soon. Might be a window for the Bros to find an angle, but I'm really surprised that Namgun, like, he's been so aggressive.
Warum kein zeigt das auch, das halt gute Frage ist, meines gebufftes Eclipse.
Doesn't go for the flash pop blossom or anything like that in that last fight. Maybe
Ist Runans, right? Runans baut noch ein Slingshot?
Skate on cooldown.
Also, I guess kann auch Fiend Hunter sein, aber... Warte, kann es Fiend Hunter sein? Helft mir aus. Runans oder Fiend Hunter, right? So, Jivu hat wieder Cleanse up. TP behind. TP behind und da ist bei Perfect nichts. Und Jivu hat kein E, glaube ich. Oh, das ist horrible, oder? Für Kitty. Okay, maybe stirbt Kaz. Wow. Annie stand so geburnt. Okay. Glaube ich fein für die. Haben beides? Ja, okay. Okay. Ja, und für KT ist das okay, weil deren Hauptidee ist halt, die brauchen Flashes. Ganz klar. Ja, Nicole, die haben die Galli-Ulti gesehen, glaube ich, und deswegen kein Hard-Commit. Kein Hardcommit wegen der Galio-Ulti.
That wave and look to head back. We'll see how far the Rage Blade is away. I believe still needs a bit
Für Drake auch wieder TP-Advantage auf Toplane.
item together.
Das heißt, sie müssen Roamer wahrscheinlich auf Toplane schicken.
Better at that time. As Jiu's Burst Fire is really starting to rip through these minion waves now. And he's putting himself together almost a 20 CS advantage, returning that favor from that previous game. And Casting just trying to do his best to cling on to relevance here in this game, as many of our Renekton's do. I'm looking for an angle, but I don't know whether he is going to be enough to help gank this guy.
Yeah, I do not think they have the damage at all. So, Faircraft will go unchecked here. And right now, it's still a very close game, but I feel like Bro just haven't found the windows that we would have really hoped for right now.
Yeah, Pathmaker pushes Casting back. Not going to quite find that Q. Casting is at least retaining a bit of a CS advantage. The gold lead is nowhere near where they want it to be.
Ja, gehen jetzt Richtung Mandate Spike beim Galio und danach haben sie halt sehr viel Damage. Also ich glaube, das Problem wird sein, Casting wird goldet vom Channel und der wird komplett explodieren. Mal sehen.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends though, because obviously they're not an ideal spot, but if you just explode the Zeri, even if KT get a lead, if you just explode Zeri...
Okay, aber das Problem ist wirklich, dass die Zeri halt... Zeri sollte halt spätestens als 5. Item des Sonjas gehen. Ja, guter Play. I mean, es sind halt gute Plays, right? Und außerdem, ganz kurz, muss man erwähnt haben, Yumi-Ulti ist der most insane Spell ever. Wo ist Fanny hier hin? Also, Rumors ist, dass... und da ist auch noch ein... ja, ein Pillar halt, ne?
Trying to take this Rift Herald away from Cuz,
Was?
and they still managed to get the charge.
That was well played.
That was very cute. A bit risky.
Diagnose für Kaz.
Drive to the bottom lane, but probably looked
Reported.
at minion wave situations and was like, I ain't risking that.
Yeah. So,
der Q applied on hits. Also der Q von Zeri applied on hits, dementsprechend applied der auch des Runans. Das heißt, der Main Damage Spread des Runans.
We talked about how it'd be great with the bulky champions. But also, Zeri's kind of going to become effectively a bulky champion when you have like all the shielding and healing from the Yumi. It's going to take a while to cut through her. Any extra resistance is going to make things really awkward.
One thing I do...
Ich sage, das ist ein Game, da brauchst du jetzt Anti-Heal. Die Bros brauchen Anti-Heal. Ein kleines Mod-Reminder auf der Kaiser vielleicht? Hm?
Just getting brutalized. That was a tough one. To watch.
So, kein Cleanse auf Zeri. Kein Cleanse auf Zeri. Ja, kein Cleanse, kein Exhaust. Mal sehen, ob der Play worth it ist. Wenn sie den Drake-Fight choken, dann nicht. Ja, genau. Also die müssen hier... Der Fight ist sehr scary.
I think whoever it is, whether it's Roma, whether it's Namgun, you need to find Jiu and stun him. Casting can also do that.
Yumi-Ulti schießt so Wellen raus und jeder, der in der Welle ist, wird gehealt im eigenen Team. Also inklusive jetzt Zeri, wenn die Person wo drauf ist. Und slowt im Gegnerteam. Und macht Damage. Healt so viel. Also es ist wirklich ein Fall von, bekommen sie hier die Zeri tot, weil die hat kein Cleanse. Da muss ein Flash Engage von Roma gleich kommen. Darauf spielen die. Jetzt kommt der Flash Engage gleich, oder nicht? Jeder wusste es. Gut reagiert von Jibu. Auch gut reagiert von BDD. Jeder wusste genau, was passiert. Ja. Gut. Well played. Jetzt haben sie noch Namgung Flash Engage und dann... Ja, dann ist es fast nur noch Casting, right? Also Casting-Position ist aber auch gut. Casting-Position ist gut. Jibo muss ja wirklich aufpassen mit seinem E. Jibo ist tot. Ja.
And the cat does find another target to get on top of, but no one can do enough damage to take care of the bros. And they're going to be able to get themselves a dragon.
Ich glaube, sie können nicht nashen. Es ist Close Pit, sie können nicht nashen, oder? Können sie?
They target him, didn't even have time to flash, didn't get a chance. A great flank by Casting. This is the fated Huni Baron, though.
Oh no.
The health bars.
Weiß nicht, ob sie den können.
Members of KT and Jiu not.
Weiß wirklich nicht.
Already they're getting shredded.
Yeah, this is
also, Freunde, nein, und sie verlieren den Drake. Es ist horrible. Es ist horrible. Sie verlieren den Drake. Sie haben komplett getrollt.
And the dragon can be taken.
Well, the bear comes down. Can they actually get a pick? They can! They baited BDD, who now flashes the wrong direction.
TP raus. Oh mein Gott, war der... nein, er lässt die Katze im Leben dann.
That wall, he does get a shadow back.
There's no CC. You can just try TP now. There's no one in range. He actually just walks it off.
Wow.
They're just gonna get soul point anyway.
Ja, die haben sich gegriffen mit dem Nash.
They left the dragon.
Closed Nash Pit, du kannst ihn nicht machen.
Didn't respect the Huni Baron.
Ja.
End up paying for it.
Und jetzt ist wieder fucked. Warum wurde der Drake nicht gemacht? Gute Frage, sie hätten Drake machen sollen.
That he could bleed, or something like that. As we're gonna have a look at this one from Namgung once again.
Teddy!
Kills there.
I get the vibe.
Yeah.
A great setup, great team fight, and yet you don't get the dragon. I think that must feel rough for Bro in this situation. And you know what feels even worse is the fact that Jiwoo didn't flash. Like, obviously, him getting the flash would make the fight a bit more difficult, but the fact he has...
Folgt ihm mit der Galio-Ulti.
And they got the dragon anyway. Not the
Weiß ich nicht. Ich weiß, dass sie bei TP rausfliegt. Also, BDD hätte da nicht TPen können. Also hätte er, aber dann wäre Ding tot gewesen. Und jetzt hat Zeri wieder Double Thumbs Up. Sollte, ich weiß es nicht. Ich habe die Interaktion noch nie gesehen, glaube ich.
They know they can kill Jiwoo if they connect, if they get everything onto him, so important for them to just keep doing that. Yeah. It's a simple approach in what you need to do against his KT composition.
Has done more damage than Jiwoo, that's pretty cute. These prowling projectiles have been finding the mark.
Fliegt mein Nocturne euch auch mit? Ja, aber Nocturne teleportiert sich ja nicht. Nocturne fliegt ja physisch mit. Galio teleportiert sich ja. Warum kam Mika jetzt? Ich meine, das müsste jetzt kommen bei Effort.
Yeah.
Galio auch nicht.
Better either, or Nico. Yeah. Maybe just don't try killing him. I think you need Teddy there. Teddy does have a lot of DP.
Beim TP kommt Yumi da auch mit? Nein, Yumi kommt bei einem TP nicht mit.
He does shred.
Schon seit
Yumi
so OP war.
If they overstep, but again, a front to back isn't going to feel fantastic. It needs to be the Zeri getting exploded. And the thing is, even if
ich kenne den Aktion. Ich weiß actually nicht, ob sie bei Galio runterfliegt oder nicht. No idea.
The fight, that can be enough. It doesn't have to be like Jiwoo dies. If he's unable to fight, unable to participate for whatever reason, that can often just tick the box you need.
And we know that Teddy is so good at late game Kaiser as well.
Just say Teddy's so good at
late game champions.
Zeri wird AI fertig haben für den Drake. Wie schaut der Scaling im Late Game aus? Also ich würde es an KT geben. Ich glaube, Bro kann erneut. Ich glaube, Bro kann gewinnen, bis die Zeri schlau genug ist, ein Seekers zu kaufen. Sobald da Sonjas fertig ist, jetzt haben sie Mika jetzt und Cleanse. Schwierig. Zeri wird jetzt wahrscheinlich LDR gehen und oder direkt Sonjas. Beides ist fein. Und danach ist halt schwierig. Ja, KT ist komplett am Spiken. Komplett am Spiken.
2 minutes on the Drake as well. I mean, there is still that Baron up and available. As casting does hit level 16. Perfect will get stunned up here. That was a cute little trade, but not too much more going to come of it.
Sie müssen bei allem außer TP mitkommen. Okay, das ist möglich. Aber again, aber ohne Gewehr.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder if Bro got the message.
I think they've pressed tab by now. As the Jack shows comes in for perfect. So yeah, spiking.
Yeah.
Even the Spirit Visage is kind of big one for Cuz.
Yep, a lot of big spikes coming in. Minute 40 until that Dragon. And Bro,
ich sage als Jiwoo, du skippst hier LDR und gehst Sonjas. Es ist die einzige Win-Condition, die Gegner haben. Seekers ist so viel 100%. Einzige Win-Condition, die sie haben, ist die Zeri zu töten. Die aber unglaublich hart trollen muss jetzt schon, weil Cleanse, Flash und Mika jetzt ab. Und 4 Sums.
Soul potentially for KT, but a one fight for either side likely going to lead to that Baron if they take down enough members of the opposite team.
That's the thing. See whether they can risk the Huni Baron once again. It was the demise of Bro, felt like, in that last exchange. That's why they're staring down the barrel of Soul Point. But that gold lead has remained the same, only increased a little bit here for the Bros. I think there is still another opportunity, but it will take a team fight. And if we go all the way back to the very beginning of this series, that was KT's bread and butter. That was how they were able to win game 1 all those hours ago. And now with Jiwoo this strong,
Teddy upgrades.
Do it again.
I will say,
Sollte mit Terminus und Debo. Sollte.
I think their task, their goal is straightforward. Straightforward doesn't always mean easy.
Yeah.
And Jiwoo has a lot of assistance from his team to help keep him alive. You saw before when he dashed over the wall, and the Galio ult was like immediate.
Spannender Fight. Super spannender. Also Game Decider hier.
15 seconds on the Dragon. It's KT
Game Decider.
Zed not the best at kind of walking in and face checking. Even though he has the shadow for safety, you don't want to get caught out. So KT are the ones.
Noch eine Midwave. Und schon sollte starten.
Yep. I do like Teddy, like
Schaut auf Casting-Position da unten schon.
Oh,
war ja.
Where they are. The Drake has now spawned. You've got a Crocodile lying in wait in the river, natural habitat. And he does get spotted here by BDD.
Volle Info auf KT, auf Bros. Schwierige Posi jetzt. Ultra schwierige Posi.
I'm going to still chunked at this point, thanks to a bit of damage from Jiwoo.
Oh, okay.
Was?
They go looking for a bit of an angle here. It's perfect, taking a lot of damage here from Teddy. Shade Splitter does come out. There's a flash in.
Was?
Managed to take down the president, as now Cuz is going to get dove on by Teddy's killer instinct. They'll take a mid out of turret. They should. Oh, are we doing it again, guys? Just take the dead dragon.
Round 2 with the Huni Baron. Let's see if they can do it.
Das muss der schlechteste Spieler der Welt sein. Was hat er da gerade gemacht?
Shielding. Oh, dodge away from that.
Yeah.
Get hit by that. That's not
Was hat er da gerade gemacht? Das muss der schlechteste Spieler der Welt sein.
There you go. You'll love to see it. All right, now with casting there, they should.
Einzige Möglichkeit, wie sie das Spiel verlieren.
This one's so aggressive.
So bad. So bad. Sag einfach schlecht.
Forward
Was ist das?
and just challenge them. And Namgoon was low. He died. He gets the knockup, and that's enough. And I
Wow.
think this is not how you need to play this composition because
you have to be so careful. Deathmark.
Wow, BDD.
Damage, but still BDD manages to.
Und die kommen, by the way.
Zed. Remember, this is Soul, but they just lost their jungler. BDD is taking.
Oh mein Gott.
Teddy. The all-out comes in. He
Oh mein Gott.
He's still gonna go down. Now
Und Zeri kommt. Und Zeri kommt.
Damage.
Und sie kriegen Soul.
I think this is still Chemtech.
BDD ist der größte MVP der Welt.
I stand by what I said. Just take the dang dragon.
not a fan of the dragons, are the bros.
Und der geht Hextrinker.
Just diving on top of this area and killing her. So they trade that for the Drake. Perfect. Taking some damage. A Pop Blossom comes off cooldown. They pull Perfect into this.
Oh mein Gott, und schaut wie OP die Sari. Die Yumi.
Is being won and cut.
Ach du Scheiße. Und Rom hat kein Flash.
With a Chemtech soul, bro. And you gave it to him.
They didn't have their DPS there. Just shred.
Okay, also wir können confirmen, Jiwoo ist der schlechteste Spieler der Welt.
Because is just munching on them.
Aber ja.
They need the damage of the Kai'Sa, or at least the Zed. This, he was so low when he went for this, and he kind of just face checked. He could have gone like further down and just gone over the wall.
Just a bit of.
Ich sag, wie heißt der? Nayu wurde für weniger gebannt.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Hab's gesagt. Und ich stehe dazu. Nayu wurde für weniger gebannt. Als was die Sari hier abzieht in dem Game.
They don't have a plan for after they kill Jiwoo. And Perfect does a lot of work just creating disruption here, but then Cuz just starts munching.
Du wurdest auch für weniger gebannt. Real. Ich wurde für weniger gebannt.
Like one of the issues with Trundle
Ist korrekt.
become a pillar bot because you can't get in range without getting shredded.
Was hat Nayu denn gemacht? Literally matchfixed.
Teddy not there. No one has the damage to cut through him.
Das Problem ist halt wirklich, dass Jiwoo da Hextrinker gekauft hat statt Sonjas. Wie kann man so blöd sein?
And so now the bros have
Bruder, wie kann man so blöd sein?
Okay, let's quickly take a look at the top left of the screen. And we want to analyze. We're going to do this as a team.
Wie gut ist die Soul in dem Game? Naja, eigentlich super OP. Aber es ist scheißegal, weil also das Spiel hängt davon ab, ob Jiwoo sein Gehirn überhaupt benutzen, also ob das funktionsfähig ist.
Okay.
Jemand kam out ja.
Yeah, I believe that's a negative number.
Oh.
So we're going to put that in the cons column. And KT get that cute little Chemtech symbol next to their side. So.
Oh, what does that mean? That seems a bit putrid. You know, like it doesn't look great. But is that a good
Wo ist Fenrir in Academy?
Would you say that it's good for a champion like Trundle, for example, that likes to heal a lot?
Or maybe Cassante with Spirit Visage. That's disgusting.
Oh my lord.
Okay.
Even Galio. Plus, we haven't even mentioned the worst offender, which is this Yumi. Yeah, KT make very.
Junge, der hat More gefinisht. Ey, du bist so unglaublich disgusting. Jiwoo, bitte.
More feels like a bit of. I'm gonna be honest. More feels like a weird.
Ja.
Because a big thing with More.
Ja, kauf einfach Sonjas.
Shield when you're low. but most of the fights have been like Tibbers or Nico being dropped on you, and then the AD champions actually finish
Ja.
off. So
Er ist Braindead, sag es. Er ist der dümmste und schnellste Spieler der Welt, sag es. Sag es, er ist der dümmste Spieler der Welt.
The whole process, if you die, are you going to survive afterwards? But you probably could, honestly, if the tanks cause enough disruption. Either way, the buy is
Jiwo hat gleich wieder Flash ab. Es wird spannend. Wie schafft er es, dieses Mal zu win-traden?
too much confidence. It's a delicate line, I feel like this game has been.
It is a very good point. Both of the 80 carries sitting on a lot of money right now.
I think the main...
Sonja, das müsst ihr auch halt nutzen, aber Cleanse Sonja, wisst ihr, wie insane das wäre? Für diese Serie. Hallo, Tolly.
We knew it had to go to 5 games, but deep down we also knew it had to be decided this way. It had to be the Elder.
And so it's kind of like how our predictions went. Flipping a coin. But what the teams are going to do is they're going to flip a Baron. And,
They're going to
flip an Elder.
And they're going to
Was hat's
blow
denn?
the coin in the air to try and put it in towards their favor.
Er kann immer noch Sonjas gehen. Es wäre immer noch komplett insane.
Let them off this time because this has been such a captivating series.
Okay, er base einfach von.
And then they're going to fight a dragon.
Oder er hat eine Potion gekauft, was ich noch schlimmer finden würde.
While the coin is still in the air and the blow.
Was ich noch schlimmer finden würde.
I knew that they were multi-talented, but I didn't know it quite went that far.
Yeah.
All right, Perfect is very dangerous. There's an Infinity Edge on
what?
Teddy.
With what crit?
Warte, er hat 25% Crit AI. Nein, die AD Carries geben sich hier gar nichts. Nein.
You know how you take that one crit rune?
Wie Braindead sind
You
ADC.
know what they used to say?
Wie kann das real sein?
This is all Teddy needs.
Just if he crits on every single
Wie blöd kann man sein?
super high DPS.
Absolutely. Just believe in the optimal outcome,
Yeah.
and it will happen.
Some decisions here when it comes to itemization, but we'll see how the play goes.
Dieser Mid-Range ist halt auch
He
wirklich...
probably saw all of the MR items and was like,
Okay,
"Man,
jetzt."
the thing with big AD.
Maybe just saw that he had enough money for IE and was like, you know what? Yeah,
Sure.
why not?
Am Endeffekt musst du ja eh nur 50-50 hitten. Ne? Entweder du krittest oder du krittest halt nicht. Also eigentlich jeder Autotech ist ein faires Ergebnis,
They have
50-50.
increased their gold lead, but ladies and gentlemen, a gold lead of 3,000
Okay, actually funktioniert Crit so in League of Legends nicht, aber
seconds. Oh!
ja, am Ende des Tages alles 50-50.
Managed to hit that big number when it was the same amount of gold in advantage, like the 3.
Okay.
That's fine.
Warum ist KDU nicht gut? Weil das ist sein einziges Crit-Item. Das heißt, wie er bisher gespeckt hat, ist komplett On-Hit, null Crit-Reliant, sondern einfach nur On-Hit-Effekte, also Kraken On-Hit, dann Terminus-Damage, Ginzo für seine Passive und so weiter. Und dann die Infinity Edge ergibt einfach keinen Sinn in dem Bild jetzt.
Midway, like casting has just the BF sword, Gideon has just the Samira item that I forget the name.
Who, what, has what?
Gideon has the little stopwatch thing.
Oh, yeah. The GA on the way to item.
Yes, that's what it's called.
Steel Sigil.
Yeah. Or it's a something pocket watch, I'm pretty sure.
The
Steel Sigil.
Death Dance component.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alles wäre besser.
13 seconds.
Was wäre richtig gewesen? Alles andere wäre besser, guys.
Can they take
Wirklich.
him out? That's the question.
Sonjas wäre besser gewesen. Alles wäre besser gewesen.
3 times in a row.
Obviously. But can he actually find a target to crit as well? Because KT have
Oh my
got
God,
this
look at that shield on
massive
Perfect.
front line. Oh my lord. Yeah, can they actually...
Jiwo wird es infeeden. Ich sehe es kommen. Jiwo wird infeeden. Es ist so offensichtlich.
The enemies. Casting on a flank angle. Gideon also looking for a...
Es ist so obvious.
In this mid lane, really, that can stop this push from KT. They do take the red buff.
Oder es gibt einen Elder Steel. Auch gut.
Teddy does manage to get it. It's now perfect.
Was ist das?
Closed in and actually takes a lot of damage here as Gideon moves over.
Hat Teddy dem gerade eine komplette Bombe gedrückt?
Have damage.
Okay, good chunk.
Was war das?
A lot from that honey food. There's another one up.
Es ist nicht möglich. Es ist so möglich. Er hat es 3-mal geschafft, dieses Game. Es ist nicht möglich, aber er macht das Unmögliche möglich.
All for naught.
So Spain gonna come in. A lot of healing. They both have a Spirit Visage. Which
Diese Plants sind
out with that now. They're looking for
so OP hier.
This is so tense.
All right.
Casting on the
Who's
flank.
going to start this fight? His casting does get seen by this control ward. Gideon trying to throw poke damage over, but poke just feels so unreliable.
Wie machen wir's?
With KT just healing up so much.
Wer verliert die Nerven?
In the interim as Teddy sidesteps the winds of war, stepping forward.
Jiwo verliert die Nerven. Ich weiß nicht.
This moment of impatience can be so dangerous.
By the way, he is very strong.
All right, casting getting ran out here by Cuz. Just starts hitting him with
Es ist so tense. Ja, es ist so tense.
The winner of this goes to playoffs. And Nongong is going to make the play. He gets on top.
Nee, er ist fein. Er ist fein, oder? Er ist fein. Er ist fein. Er ist fein. Er ist fein.
He kites away.
Er ist fein.
Casting gets into the back line. Teddy has taken down Perfect, though the top lane have been traded. Tibbers will be taken down. It's a 1-for-1. That's it.
Need to come in. Help needs to come in. Gideon
Flash down.
Low, and she was already back to full HP.
That's not fair.
He has the Glutinous Greaves, and he's going to sustain more off the Elder Dragon. TP coming in from Roma. Both top laners dead. A lot of cooldowns burned.
Zeri ulti down.
Oh, Mega Cone. A possible angle here as a shape splitter comes on through, gives so much information. I feel late game, the Nico is so valuable just for the button.
The pop
9 Flashes dauern.
really quick.
8 Flashes, I guess. Yumi hat keinen.
Not long till that's going to be up and available. And G left.
Wait a second.
Guys.
They're on the Elder Dragon now. Cuz is going to move on over. And Teddy, as soon as he gets here, he does so much DPS. Gideon in the back of this pit.
Schaut auf Zeri, Yumi ulti noch 10 Sekunden oder sowas.
Okay, Mega Cone angle, Mega Cone angle. They could get a Renekton in there.
Oh mein Gott.
Well, Roma
Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, Jivu ist tot.
KT just trying to keep them at bay. Who gets the Elder, and do they even look for the fight as Roma just gets into that backline? Who are wanting to try and find the angle, but G was
Das ist tot. Elder's down.
down the jungle.
Oh mein Gott, Game is over.
This
Unreal.
finds his mark as Perfect, trying to get away. BDD as well, trying to escape at the wrath of the Elder.
Das wird in die Geschichte eingehen als der größte Matchfix aller Zeiten von Jivu.
And I think they're going to have to be waiting for a match against either BK Fearex or non
Unglaublich.
are going to playoffs.
After such a tense back and forth 5 whole games. Match of players,
Unglaublich.
the best of the Rise group take down KT. Gideon secures the Elder, and Teddy just slides in and cleans up. Actually, I might have spoken too early. Pocket. It looks like they're going to back away. The respawn time is enough to scare them off.
All right, it's not over just yet. There's no need to make
Weiter geht's.
comments just yet.
Weiter geht's.
Have a look at this fight one more time.
So a lot of time is
Die Zeri macht außerdem keinen Damage, weil sie kein LDA hat. So geil.
laser focused on the dragon with Teddy helping to secure it, and as soon as they get it, the dive in comes through. The Zeri is deleted. The Yumi follows, and Perfect is so tanky. It almost looks like he'll be able to shake this off until the burn just takes him down.
Weiter geht's.
I think so. He was like ready to leave. He's like, it's time to go. It's time to go. Right, Juke, right? No, not yet.
And now a minute where KT cannot fight throw at
GA by Zeri.
Look at these items.
more crit now.
It's like a 50-50 at this point.
Normally you get the crit then the Infinity Edge, but he's just working it backwards.
Yeah.
The Runans into this team comp though does go kind of crazy.
Letzte Nachricht.
I reckon he's probably going to be able to find some value.
Wo steht sie denn?
But he also has a GA that he hasn't need to put into use just yet.
Yeah.
As Baron has been taken, the Elder still there for 30 seconds.
We have GA from Gideon and we're pretty close for casting.
3 Sekunden auf Elder.
30 seconds on the Elder. They cannot
Jivu hat kein Flash.
even with the tower to back them up, and they know that they back off 2 inhibitors is going to be the cost that they have to pay.
15 Sekunden. One more wave.
This from KT's perspective.
One more wave.
Station here with a loss in game 5 after they had a lead at the beginning of this one. Giu's still alive.
5 Sekunden.
Does have a GA himself.
Elder out.
Can they find an avenue in? Can they find the engage? And there is the Elder. So KT.
Es ist nicht over, oder? Nächstes Schild 1.
Is just going to go backwards.
Look at Giu taking this safe route towards the fountain. Really cautious about being up front. They know he is the primary target.
The Bros now, I mean, they still do have this Baron for another minute and a half.
Yeah.
But one Nexus turret.
Der Fight muss gleich kommen.
Be able to basically 3 hit the Nexus.
Oder?
To get anywhere near it. As BDD going for a potential angle.
Oh. BDD hat Sonja.
They just get out of the way. BDD goes golden, possibly going to get separated as he flashes away, taking down to 50%. Every time Teddy presses Q, I'm terrified for someone's life. As Giu going to get tagged by that Void Seeker. Perfect. Look at that. I mean, he's a tank. Doesn't find the Q there. Supercharger just enough here to get Teddy out of the way as he avoids the prowling projectile there as well. But KT are still holding on. The Bros just, I think they're
Die Move-Flashes sind so 10 Sekunden ab, guys.
scared of making this last play. Let's see, there it is. Namgung's never...
Er hat GA, er ist safe. Warte. Nein. Nein. Die Bros sind zu deep. Die Bros sind zu deep. Die Bros sind zu deep. Was ist los? Nein. 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 Nein, sie gehen bitte runter. 50 Sekunden. Da ist, okay, da sind hier 2 Turrets ab, überall. Da sind überall hier 2 Turrets ab. Da sind hier 2 Turrets ab. Sie tanken alles. Ey, wieso tankst du nicht, Jiwo? Jiwo, dein Kopf gehört in die Toilette gesteckt. Dass du da gerade nicht in mir getankt hast. Das sind zwei GAs down. 20 Sekunden, oh mein Gott, sie gehen dafür. Nein, sie gehen dafür. Nexus ist offen. Nexus ist nicht offen. Sie schaffen es nicht, oder? Sie schaffen es nicht.
Oh, KT are gonna back away. Oh my God. It's a 42-minute Game 5 Gigabanger.
I thought Bro had it. I was ready just to be like, they got the Elder, they won the fight, the game is over, and then the base defense from KT, but then the game is still...
Elder Nummer 2. Ich glaube, warte, lass mich nicht lügen. Ich glaube, Zeri hat, glaube ich, LDA fertig.
Picked up by Teddy. The GA was on cooldown.
Ja.
He's considering, does he want it, does he not want it? He's gone a shield bow. 100% crit has been achieved. We went backwards, but we got there. He's critting every time.
He's figured it out. All right. And now he's also cutting through some armor, which is also pretty handy. Might help him.
Yeah, I mean, the Terminus was shredding a bit, but I think the...
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Oh, wow. Teddy, warte mal. Teddy hat 100% Crit jetzt.
We've hit the late game. This has gone beyond the late game. This is Bro versus KT, and it is absolute cinema. 25 seconds on the Elder. It was such a stalemate standoff before for that Elder, and we might end up seeing that again. In-hit respawns for KT in the mid lane, though, so they have the pushing advantage here.
Beide Nexus Turrets ab.
Did just push that wave in the top.
Yeah, there are still going to be...
Schaut auf Casting-Position.
Down that top lane. There is a Nexus turret respawn.
Guys, it's once again...
Oh, yeah, we're flipping.
The flanking Crocodile. Casting...
Oh, is he on that Megacone as well?
He is just...
Kein Exhaust, kein Cleanse. Aber Mika hält es ab.
He's ready on the Megacone.
Gets a control ward down as well. They know what's going on. Gideon's on the Elder Dragon.
Sie chillen noch.
He needs to TP in before
Look
the
at
fight
the damage
starts.
Teddy does.
Wow.
The laser
to move in immediately.
The laser hits Gideon. He's kind of chunked out. He needs to pick up that.
Mitte Wave.
They've spotted out casting.
Hat KT nicht viel zu viel mehr? 100%.
Just holding the Drake. They don't want...
Schaut auf die Mitte Wave. Schaut auf die Mitte Wave.
50-50 as they pull it away.
Schaut auf die Mitte Wave.
And now Namgung, can he find the Pop Blossom? It all hinges on him. Gio is so far away.
Are hitting the base of Bro.
Mein Puls ohne Spaß ist so hoch.
Towards the base of KT as well as we speak.
Einer muss basen, ja.
Oh,
Casting is going to go back to, and oh, damage there.
Perfect, taking a fair bit here.
Oh mein Gott. Und Casting muss direkt wieder reintippen.
Go back to try and defend the base. Here's the teleport in. Casting's getting a big old shield.
Jiwo ist safe. 5k. Oh Gott. Oh Gott, Teddy ist tot. GG. GG.
Joining their legend group brethren after the Elder was stolen away. They were so close. One Nexus turret.
Oh mein Gott. Es war so close.
And this could be the first victory for Jiu wearing the KT jersey. And it's in 5 games.
Holy fuck, was eine kranke Series.
For 2026.
Und ich sag, die Bros, egal wer da unten kommt, die gewinnen gegen die Bros gewinnen dagegen.
On the cusp of
Holy fuck.
He find the window back into the game, and it comes down to a fated Elder fight. Jiu, the trust.
Ultra Banger Series.
Steps up and they
Ultra Banger Series. Jesus, KT ist in Playoffs, Bros müssen durch den Lower Bracket Run.
My lord, what an absolutely incredible 5 games of League of Legends here between KT and Bro. KT take a well-deserved bow as they make their way towards the playoffs. They do not need to play anymore. Here in the play-ins, they are done.
Krank.
Now the Bros are waiting.
Es hat noch LPL, nein, jetzt haben wir um 17 Uhr, bleibt dran. Um 17 Uhr ist Prime League Best of 5 Spandau gegen Kaufland, do or die.
old thumbs up, but I imagine this is one of those series where you're like, oh, thank goodness it's over. That was
Holy fucking banger series.
As Cuz never looks like he's anxious at all, ever. Just cool, calm, and collected. Is that man?
Ultra banger series.
BDD definitely looking like he's feeling like, yep, that was a bit closer than it could have been.
That was just such
Holy shit.
crazy series. Such a back.
Für wen sind wir? Bei Spandau gegen Kaufland. Für Spandau.
It was a tense one, and the end result is KT. The expectation is when you're the Legend team, when you've been battling against the best of the LCK,
Alter.
you should come in and face down these right.
Gegen wen müssen die Bros jetzt? Das stellt sich morgen raus. Morgen um 10 Uhr spielt Nongshim gegen BFX in einem Best of 5. Der Gewinner davon spielt dann am Freitag gegen die Bros. Also morgen 10 Uhr wieder einschalten. Es geht weiter in den LCK Plains. Jetzt hören wir noch kurzes PR-Interview, das klassische.
And they managed to take down the Bros.
Effort managing to reach that huge milestone of 3,500 assists as well.
I mean, I was wondering how much bro tax has been saved up. Are the funds infinite? And it feels like they just hit their limit. It was so close, so close. And I think the thing that I can say I'm really happy about is that this isn't it for bro. Because they fought hard enough here to prove that they should be next in line for the playoffs. And there are teams who are going to try and put a stop to that, but bro pushed it to the limit in this one. And it was really just that final
Holy shit.
Down to the fact they got the Elder. They were
Nein, es geht einfach nur, wir müssen Givo reporten. Wenn in 10 Jahren ein Video rauskommt, jetzt kann ich es ja auch sagen, keiner ist verwundert.
did so well in pretty much
Keiner kann sich da wundern.
and able to take him down. In the end, though, it was BDD who kind of saved the day.
It really was. I really felt like the Bros had
Holy fuck.
a way to do it in that last moment. That it feels right now like all of these moments were largely irrelevant, right? Because KT, they got to Chemtech Soul with a Trundle and a Gazante and a Galio that had so much sustain in these fights. But with Giu going down, it just meant that Bro were able to overcome it. And as soon as Giu wasn't instantly murdered at the beginning of a fight, like right here, that's when the Bros ran into all of the problems.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like
Ich gehe kurz auf Toilette nach das Interview.
We're pretty great. Perfect having honestly a phenomenal Kasante game. I feel like Casting had the edge over him in most games, I'd say, maybe all of them until this one, where he was just really on form. And this one, I think the key moment is BDD's taunt on a Namgoon saves the game.
Yeah, let's watch for Namgoon trying to make that play. There it is, and instant taunt. Oh, man. BDD's heroic entrance there as well, just really icing on the cake. Look at BDD take that sip of water. He knew what he'd done in that moment. Yeah, I imagine all of these sighs are probably what we kind of felt all across the world as KT managed to close out this series. Having a look here at the damage numbers, Teddy did so much work this game, but it was not enough. And the damage that Giu did do was far more effective, as you can see there. Like, Bro almost had a gold lead at the end of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the thing with Bro here is be proud of the fact that you took the Legend Group team 2-5 games. You were so close. You could have won. And just try and ignore the frustrations of just being so close and missing out. Because you still have more...
Holy shit, Teddy hat aber auch versucht, wirklich. Teddy hat wirklich sein Bestes versucht. Player of the Match, BDD, komisch.
The final moment in the Galio was huge. Yep.
Komisch.
He was absolutely incredible this series.
Komisch.
It wasn't necessarily down to the score lines or anything like that, but his Galio finding that taunt at the end of the game, and the rise 7-0 and 12 in game number 1. I mean, it was an absolutely absurd performance. We are going to have effort on the space as well after this series, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. Get to have a bit of a chat with him and see what their plans are moving towards the playoffs after that narrow victory over the Bros. And of course, he's a former Bro as well. So kind of cool that we get to have a chat to him after he took down his former team.
Yeah, I'm also interested to hear a bit about, people coming in, how that sort of transition's been, because it's not easy.
Das war die most fun series in einer ganz langen Zeit.
Managed to pull it together for this series.
They certainly did, especially in that game number 1, picking up a pentakill. Absolutely incredible stuff. As now, I believe it is time for us to head towards the interview with KT after their victory here in this series.
Oh.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by BDD on the side of KT Rolster, who just took a victory over Hanjin Brion to take the 5th seed of the playoffs. At the
Ist heute noch Prime League? Ja, 17 Uhr.
5-game series,
Do or die.
you are going to the playoffs. How do you feel? It was such an exhausting match, but my teammates did so well, and that's why we're able to win today. And it's just such a relief. And yeah, what about that ceremony? It looked like you're letting out a big sigh of relief. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I did pretty badly, honestly, in the end, and then I was actually blaming myself a lot, and then I think that's why I ended up, letting that huge sigh out. And after the Legend and Rise group split, it's been a while since you played Brion, and Bro actually won most recently. So, what did you focus on prepping? We just thought that Hanjin Brion, as a team, their bot lane is actually really strong, so I think that's what we really focused on during preparing. And today's match was a real battle, so you pulled off comebacks, and they had some pulled on you, and as a player, these matches can really shake your composure, so how do you stay composed, and how do you steady yourself? Well, yeah, honestly, it was really hard, and especially because I'm getting a little old. At game 3, I was actually feeling that the game was actually the series is getting really tough. So I tried to just maintain a good mental fortitude.
I'm getting a bit old. Was bin ich dann? Tot?
In the final
27, bin ich tot oder was?
After game 1 win, after dropping games 2 and 3, what kind of feedback did you have? I think we just wanted to focus on all the advantages that we weren't able to capitalize off of, and just giving away all the edge on the opponent's side. So I just tried to want to refine those moments. And what about that Lissandra against the Lock? What advantage were you looking for? I mean, I just felt like against Lock there are a lot of options, but Lissandra seemed like a pretty viable pick. And in game 5, KT was quick with locking Zeri and Yuumi after seeing the Nico. So, how did that comp come about? Well, during the draft, honestly, I mean, there were not a lot of options left, but the bot duo were discussing, and I didn't really know what was going on, and I was a little concerned, but they actually played it out so well. I thought they were really cool. And so, at the very end, what do you think gave you the ultimate edge to close it out? I mean, I felt like the bot laning phase went really well, so I think that was really what it was going to be based off of. And the mid to late game, honestly, my team did so well, but in the end, ultimately, it was really difficult. And I'm sure that game 5, it was so back and forth. It must have been so difficult. So, how did it feel? I mean, yeah, it was quite exhausting, but after winning it, it just feels so meaningful, and I'm sure that our fans are just as happy for us. And so now that you advanced to the playoffs, it's up to T1 whether you'll face T1 or DK in the playoffs. So, what are your expectations? Well, I just feel like we will go up against D plus Kia, but I'm not too sure yet.
Oh, wirklich?
And lastly, what is your
Achso, ja klar, T1 wählt sich. Ja klar, T1 wählt sich. Nongshim, Bros oder BFX.
Performance was exactly too decent, but I want to make sure that we are well prepared for the next match so that we can continue climbing up from here on. We'll do our best. And that is all from BDD, and tossing you back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is one of the best Game 5s in the play-ins we've seen here so far. It goes the way of KT Rolster in the face of an Elder Dragon and a Baron. They had the the shiny star logos on the side of Hanjin Brian.
Who could have
Was not
predicted such a result?
All right.
Okay.
All right. He
Any
did it again.
bro predictors flanking me on the left and right side?
But just saying, you didn't.
Läuft Chunky für reingezogen? Nein, kreativ.
Yeah, bro played better than I expected. What you guys thought it should have been a 3-1? You guys thought bro...
I mean, to be fair, that game 5 was so epic though.
Ich dachte, es
Really just game of inches.
3-1.
Like, it was
Wir haben außerdem noch 30 Slots in der Kicktipp-Gruppe. Joint doch gerne für die Bundesliga-Start.
the first Elder fight, but
Würde mich freuen.
BDD defend the base with his Galio and
It was a
bad.
pretty rough game, like of
Yeah.
League of Legends. Honestly, I think it was not clean. You could feel the tension. Like both teams want this so badly. They don't want to be none of the 10 players wants to be the player to make the mistake, right?
Und Jibo hat die Fehler gemacht.
Or to be the one who makes that proactive mistake, right? Where you went too far, you went too deep, you initiated and it didn't work out. So you could feel a little bit.
Warum ist aber wieder Stadion? Ich hoffe doch, du
super
bist
late
in der
there,
Gruppe
but
da.
it was epic. Like Atlas said, like how much more could you ask for?
Yeah, it made for a great viewing experience as we get to the comments here from our Palm votes. Let's take a look at it. It's 8 out of 13. Korean analysts giving some shout outs over
Zwei on support.
who we'll be talking to very soon. And then one top lane, a couple of bot lane.
Wir kommen in die Kicktipp-Runde rein. Du klickst auf den Link über dir vom Forcerbot.
That is bold and
Ich bin 3 Tipprunden jetzt, da bin ich raus noch 1 zu viel. Warum? Du kannst doch Gruppen übernehmen, Bruder. Du kannst deine Tipps übernehmen von der jeweiligen Gruppe. Ich bin auch in 3 Stück drin. Oder 2. Ja.
BDD.
Tipps übernehmen, ja, Tipps auch überschreiben. Die Option gibt's.
With the BDD font, of course.
Yeah, it's BDD. His Rise game sold it for me.
Geht das? Ja.
Nothing else, but had a pretty good Galio game there at the end, blocking the final Nico engagement.
Auf meinem Profil dann Einstellungen und dann Tipps übernehmen.
basically BDD was everywhere. I think he was more roamer than the roamer. I feel like he did such a great
Ja, vor allem gemein schon.
job on getting the mid priority into the other side of the map. I think he just showed up with his playmaking once again. So,
Chat, how did Wadid have a better comment in his explanation of his comment? He was more roamer than roamer. That should have been your point.
True. But I didn't want to.
Dose Decaf Dark Cookie Crumble schicken? Nein, darfst du aber gerne kaufen.
I think he did such a great job as well.
It was a very good explanation here. Let's see what else we had. Welcome to the KT roller coaster. Please remain seated and keep arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times as he votes for Jiwoo. Again, Jiwoo had integral roles in all of those.
Arms not fully inside the vehicle at times, but ultimately we got there.
Die Kaufland Roster auf dem Papier nicht scary aus, auf dem Papier schon. Die Bros haben geworfen. Unglaubliches Game 5, Danusch.
I'm interested in what the Korean side.
Unglaubliches Game 5.
The last game, last moment, that last.
Kaufland Roster auf dem Papier sieht scary aus, in der Praxis sind sie es aber nicht so wirklich. Ich denke, das wird eine ganz knappe Series, aber mal sehen.
BDD is the vote for Cloud
Wir reingehend leicht spannend auf Favorite sagen.
To be the mid laner. That comes up clutch as it normally Legends. Go, one of the 2 effort voters. The clutch play when it matters most. Constantly swapping around on that Yuumi. And then finally here from Prince, I made a mistake, double it and give it to the next team. What did you mean by that?
I'm not sure, but he had a pretty good series. Definitely one of my vote considerations as well.
Ist Lower Bracket in Prime League? Ja, do or die.
That finishes the comments.
Im Gamescom Opening das perfekte Game für dich gesehen, sprich. Schau mal Tolkien's Insta-Story.
KT roster, please welcome KT's effort, everyone. Woo!
축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Hello.
Wenn ich meine Augen nicht trügen, dann sehe ich doch hier ein Mordzeichen. Aber auch hier im Chat. Er war auch hier im Chat. Ja, tatsächlich. 30% Reduction noch auf Zerops bei More bis Sonntag 10 Uhr mit Code OPSI. Schnappt euch Zerops.
I mean, it was BO5, the game-winning moment after that game 5, right? So the aftertaste is pretty huge here.
So I wanted to ask about, after the LCK Cup, you became the main support player for KT Roster, and after you came in, KT started winning everything. It seemed like the mood and the atmosphere in the team changed so massively after you became the main support player. So how was it? How was the team atmosphere when you joined, and what sort of impact did you make on the team to change the entire team's direction?
이제 시즌 초반으로 돌아가서 에포트 선수가 KT에 합류를 했을 때 KT의 초반 기세가 정말 엄청났잖아요. 어떻게 보면 팀 전체를 바꿀 만한 그런 큰 임팩트를 남겼다고 생각이 드는데 본인이 KT에 합류하게 되면서 어떤 점을 가장 크게 변화시킨 것 같나요?
일단 제가 봤을 때 이제 LCK 컵에서의 KT는 좀 뭔가 되게 우왕좌왕하고 좀 그런 게임 안에서 그런 모습이 좀 많이 보였는데 제가 좀 그런 부분에서 오더를 좀 확실히 정리해주고 게임 안에서 오더를 확실히 좀 잡아주는 그런 역할을 좀 잘했다고 생각합니다.
So I think before I joined the KT in the LCK Cup, they were hesitating a lot in game. So I think I kind of like tried to get the correct shot calling in order of like how you wanna like play for it. And I think yeah, I just mainly kind of like figured out what we want to do in game.
You've now played with multiple different AD carries this year. What has that been like for you, having to switch different styles?
Immer schwierig, ne? Ist so wie 400 Millionen verschiedene.
다양한 원딜 선수들과 지금 함께 호흡을
Wie 400 Millionen verschiedene Supports.
어땠나요? 지금
Bei Weibo zum Beispiel.
다를 예상하고 있었는데.
네, 이게 몇 년에 걸쳐서 해야 할 경험을 이거 지금 몇 달간에 갑자기 하니까 너무 당황스럽긴 한데 그래도 어쨌든 저희는 다 프로고 해서 최대한 계속 같이 하는 선수들과 합 계속 잘 맞추려고 노력했고 실제로 다 너무 좋은 선수들이었어가지고 지금 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다. 충분히.
I think this kind of experience should like come through with many years, but like I've experienced in only few months, right? So yeah, it was definitely rough, but at the same time, we're the pros, right? So we have to deal with the situation, what we have, and I really like to work with all different AD carries in my team. I think every single player is really good, so like we're trying our best to work it out.
Now, specifically, before this game, you had been on a losing streak. Jiwoo still hadn't won a series. What was the mood like within the team before the series?
사실 이 경기 직전까지만 해도 6연패를 하고 있었고 그래서 좀 많이 압박이 됐을 텐데 또 지우 선수와 함께 이렇게 다시 이제 승리를 차지하시게 됐잖아요. 좀 어땠나요 그 경험?
Ja, PR-Train sind sie.
선수가 너무 잘하는 선수인데 계속 같이 해서 이기지 못해서 너무 아쉬웠는데 오늘 이제 기점으로 계속해서 이길 수 있을 거라 생각하고요. 지우 선수가 너무 잘해주고 있어서 계속해서 합은 계속 올라가고 있는 중이라서 다들 기대해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
I think Jiu is a really good player, and it was kind of unfortunate that we couldn't get a win with Jiu. So from here, I really want to get more wins with Jiu. So yeah, just we're gonna try our best to get the wins.
All right, and then finally, D+, T1. Those are your two potential opponents. How do you feel like KT lines up against both those teams?
Beschissen gegen beide.
T1 아니면 D+ 기아를 상대로 플레이하시게 될 텐데 좀 그 두 팀과
Wahrscheinlich besser gegen T1 noch. Ich glaube gegen DK ist problematisch.
아무래도 정규 시즌 자체도 저희가 어쨌든 5위까지 밀려나서 이렇게 플레이인부터 시작한 거라 당연히 좀 아래에서 올라간다는 마인드로 좀 저희가 더 많이 준비를 잘 해야 결국 뚫을 수 있지 않을까 당장은 그렇게 생각합니다.
So definitely we are on the underdog position because we finished the legend group as 5th. But yeah, we have to like prepare much better than the opponent so like, that we can actually play better against them.
All right, and finally, another big victory in your career. You've had fans support you throughout all of your assists, including the 3,500 that you just hit today. What do you have to say to the fans?
정말 많은 팬분들이 이제 커리어 내내 이렇게 응원 또 해주고 계시고 에포트 선수의 오늘 또 이제 엄청난 어치먼트가 있었잖아요. 되게 정말 큰 또 업적을 이루셨는데 팬분들에게 마지막으로 한 말씀 해주신다면?
일단 진짜 제가 올해 다시 복귀하게 된 이유가 저번에도 나와서 말씀드렸다시피 정말 팬분들이 있기에 이렇게 다시 복귀할 수 있게 되었고 또 그 응원에 힘입어서
KT hat gewonnen, KT hat gewonnen.
열심히 준비해서
Ultra banger best of 5.
멋진 모습, 잘하는 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
So I already said it before when I was here. The reason why I'm here again is all because of the fans. So I will try my best for them to give them the happiness.
Be cool.
Yeah, well, definitely made those fans happy. A ton of fans very much happy for KT effort. 감사합니다. Thank you for your time. 감사합니다. Congratulations.
So much. 감사합니다.
Wow. Again, a series to
Banger.
remember. Game 5 to remember.